Hello and welcome to the world's best web development course. My name is Angela. I'm a senior developer and the lead instructor at the London App Brewery, London's highest rated programming bootcamp. To date, I've taught over 1 million students worldwide, in person and online. And today I'm so excited that I have the privilege to be your instructor on this course. You're going to get access to over 55 hours of HD video content, step-by-step tutorials, interactive coding exercises, quizzes, and much, much more. This course is created with the same curriculum as our 12-week in-person programming bootcamp. So that means you can look forwards to the same professional level content covering every aspect of web development from HTML to React. This is the only course you need to become a professional full-stack web developer. And the best part? The course is completely project-based. So that means you're going to learn everything you need to know while building beautiful real-world websites and web applications. You'll build a beautiful product website using HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap. You'll build games and musical apps like this drum kit. You'll learn about Node, React, and the MERN stack to build classic developer projects like a to-do list app and a project manager that's perfect for showing off at your next interview. If you're curious, take a look at the downloadable curriculum to learn more. Now, this course assumes absolutely no prior programming experience. So if you're a complete beginner, I'll be there every step of the way, taking you from programming fundamentals all the way through to intermediate and more advanced concepts. Now, if you're an advanced developer, then take a look at the curriculum and start at the level that suits you best. So instead of spending $12,000 on our in-person bootcamp and having to take time off work, you're going to get access to exactly the same curriculum that has years of design and testing behind it. So you won't just know what to do, but also why you're doing it. Now, don't just take my word for it. Check out what my past students had to say about the course. Your time is precious. That's why you deserve the best course money can buy. So what are you still waiting for? Join the course today and find out why over 1 million students have rated my courses 5 stars and see what you can do by mastering web development. Hey guys, it's Angela from the App Brewery, and in this lesson we're going to deep dive into how exactly does the internet work. So what exactly is the internet? A lot of people think it's a cloud, something that's hanging around in the sky, it's super complex, super difficult to understand, but actually that's not it at all. The internet is pretty simple. All it is just a long piece of wire. And wire connects different computers to each other. So you might have one computer that's in London and another one that's in Seattle, and they can talk to each other and transfer data through this giant wire. Now, some of these computers attached to the internet have a very special job. They have to be online 24/7, ready to serve you all the data and files that you are requesting when you try to access a website. And these are called servers. And what they do is they serve you all the data and files you need to be able to access and interact with certain websites. So these computers are called servers, and any computer that a user would use to access the internet is called a client. Now you can imagine a web server as a giant library that's open 24/7, and you can go in there at any hour of the day and say, I want to see Google's homepage, or I want to see the latest post on TechCrunch, and it would be able to serve you with all the files and data you would need to be able to view whatever website you want. Now, as you can imagine, if there's a library that's big enough to house all of these websites, then it's going to be pretty difficult to quickly locate the thing that you want out of this giant library, right? So how is this problem solved on the internet? Well, let's say that you're sitting at home on your computer and you type in google.com because you want to head over to the main Google homepage. Well, what happens behind the scenes is that your browser will send that message to your ISP or your internet service provider. So these are the people who you pay to be able to access the internet. If you live in the US, that will be AT&T or Comcast, and if you're in the UK, that will be something like BT or TalkTalk. Now, the message that you're sending the ISP is, I want to see google.com, and the ISP will then relay that message to something called a DNS server, which stands for a domain name system server. And a DNS server is essentially just a souped up phone book. And what happens when you make that request through your browser is the DNS server will look up in its database to find the exact IP address of that website that you're trying to access. And every single computer that's connected to the internet has an IP address. It's kind of like a postal code for your computer, so that when people need to send and receive files on the internet, each computer can be located and contacted using their unique IP address. And once the DNS server finds that IP address, it'll send it back to your browser through the ISP over the internet. Then you can make a direct request to that address. And what lives at that IP address is, of course, the Google servers. And they'll be able to send you back all the files and data you need to be able to view the Google homepage. Now, you can try this for yourself to look up the IP address of the Google homepage. Head over to this website, nslookup.io, and type in google.com. And they should show you the exact IP address of the Google servers that you can access. So if you copy it and paste it into a new tab, then you'll be able to replicate that process and see the Google homepage show up. So to summarize, the internet is just a bunch of wires that connects up different computers. But it's just on a much bigger scale, connecting up all the computers in the world. But what about the oceans, I hear you ask? Well, that's one of the coolest things. There are these massive undersea cables connecting all the continents on Earth. And if you head over to submarinecablemap.com, you can see all of these cables and see the ones that connect you up to the internet. And these undersea cables are massive, consisting of hundreds of fiber optic fibers, each of them using lasers to transmit up to 400 gigabytes of data per second. This is a cross-section of one of the cables that run to New Zealand. It's an absolute marvel of modern technology, and it looks really beautiful, don't you think? And to think that every single time we load up a web page or click on a button on a website, behind the scenes, we're sending signals that navigate all of this crazy underwater and above water wires. And all I need is just an IP address. And through tiny electric signals traveling at the speed of light through the oceans and halfway around the world in a matter of milliseconds, I get to view my favorite websites. And that is how awesome the internet is. And we're going to be taming it to build our own website and web apps. And to be able to do that, we first have to understand how exactly do websites work. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Hey guys, it's your host Angela here. Welcome to another episode in your favorite show that should really be on Netflix. In this episode, we're going to learn exactly how websites actually work and understand the role of the browser and the different files that it uses to render your favorite web pages. Previously on the Complete Web Development Bootcamp, you learned that the internet consists of a wire that connects client computers with server computers. And you learned that there are special kinds of server computers called domain name service servers, which acts as a big old Yellow Pages phone book and can look up the IP address of any website you want to access. And when you find out that IP address, you can directly hit up the server computer for the website that you want to view, and they'll send you all the files and data for your browser to be able to render it on screen. Now, the data that you receive from that server usually consists of 3 types of files: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And it's very likely that you would have come across these types of files or these words before because they're so common and they are so integral to how websites work. But what exactly do they do? And why are there so many different types of files? Why can't we just have one file that's, a website? Well, they actually have very different jobs. So, for example, the HTML code file is responsible for the content in your website. So if a website was a house, then the HTML would be the actual bricks of the house. It's the raw materials that makes up your house. Similarly, the HTML file contains the content of your website, like the text content or the images or buttons or links. The second type of files are the CSS files, and these are responsible for styling your website, like the color of the walls or the shape of your door. The CSS file determines how your website will look. So what color will the background of the page be? Or will the buttons have rounded corners? It targets all the content in your website that you created using HTML, for example, the text or the buttons, and applies the styling to those elements. So you could use CSS to make a button red and have rounded corners, and the button text to have a particular font. That is what CSS is for. Now the final component is the JavaScript code. And this is the code that allows your website to actually do things or have functionality. So if you are building a house, this would be like adding light bulbs that can turn on and off, or putting in a cooker that can actually turn on a fire to heat your food. It turns your house into a home, and the JavaScript code does exactly that for a website. It turns a static website, which just has pretty images or text, into something that a user can actually interact with. For example, send an email in Gmail or post your breakfast on Instagram. It allows your website to actually do things and become functional, not just something pretty to look at. So if we take the Google homepage as an example again, once we receive these three types of files from the Google server, we can use our browser, which is a piece of software that specializes in dealing with these files. So when the browser loads up the HTML, we'll get to see the content of the website. So in this case, there's one image which has the Google logo, there's two buttons, and there's a text box where we can enter our search term. Now, when the browser then loads up the CSS files, then it will modify the appearance of those components. So we don't get any extra buttons or images or anything with the CSS, but it will now look exactly the way Google wanted it to. The shape of that text box or the color of the buttons. And finally, using the JavaScript file, the browser gives us the functionality of this website. So we can type in a search term like Google in 1998. And by the way, you should really try this in Google, because when you hit search, it'll turn Google into what it looked like in 1998. So with all these three different files, we get the content, we get the styling, and finally we get the functionality of the website. And combined together is how we create modern websites. Now, with all this knowledge that we've already acquired, we can already start messing around with real websites on the internet. So if you open up your browser and head over to google.com, you can right-click on the button, which is Google Search, and click on Inspect. Now what this does is it brings up the Chrome developer tools. Now Chrome has one of the best tool suites for web developers like us. This is why at the beginning of the course I asked you to download the Chrome browser, even if you normally use a different browser. So if you haven't yet downloaded Chrome, be sure to do it now before you continue. Otherwise, some of the things that I say might not work. In the coming lessons, we're going to be exploring the Chrome developer tools in a lot more detail. But for now, we're just going to use it to do something really simple. So you can see that Chrome Developer Tools has automatically highlighted the part of the code that's responsible for that button that I right-clicked on, that I wanted to inspect. And if we look carefully, you can see that the title of the button, which says Google Search, is actually in here, and we can find it right here, just after the word value. And if we double click on it, then we can actually edit this title for it to say something completely different. So instead of Google Search, let's call it Angela Search. And then once I hit enter, you'll see that update over here. Now you'll notice there's also one called ARIA label, Google Search, and this is actually only for text readers rather than for our browser. You can change that too, but it just means that you won't really see it on screen. It's updating something that's used behind the scenes. So be sure to double click on the correct thing. Now, depending on what HTML content we're inspecting on, the part that we have to change might be different. So for example, if you wanted to change the headlines on techcrunch.com, you can simply right-click on one of those headlines, click Inspect, and find the part that corresponds to this headline, which is right here in black, and we can double-click on it to say something completely different. And you can actually change the front page of TechCrunch or BBC News or any website you want to. So this is a great way of pranking your friends, especially when they can see that you're on techcrunch.com and the title or any of the other pieces of text can say whatever you want it to. And this is a great joke to play on friends who are maybe not quite as technologically advanced as you because they haven't taken the course that you have. Now, unfortunately, when I hit refresh on this website, you'll see that everything gets restored to the original version of the website. And the reason for this is because when we hit refresh, we're asking TechCrunch's servers to deliver us the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files once again so that we can render the website on our browser. But when we edit our website in the Chrome developer tools, effectively what we're changing is our local version. And this doesn't get saved when you hit refresh. So of course, then the website will update to the original content. But in the coming lessons, we're going to be working with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript so that you can create and host your own websites live on the internet. And through learning how to code and how to build websites, you're going to be able to make websites that say anything you want it to, look the way that you want it to, and have the functionality that you need. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Hi guys, and welcome to the course. Now, after thousands of students have taken this course, I've compiled some of the top tips from the most successful students to help you make the most of your time on the course. So I know what I do with instruction manuals when I receive them, but this is not it, because I want to share with you some of the most useful tips that will help you learn to code and get the most out of the course. So first tip is, as you go from lesson to lesson in the course, you'll find that each of the lessons should take about 10 minutes long. And this is something that we intentionally designed for the course. Now, a lot of students, when they're watching video tutorials online, very often what people do is they'll watch the video and type along to the code. And this is what we tend to call code along. So the tutorial types a bit, you type a bit, you try to keep up with the pace of the tutorial, or you pause the video every so often to catch up. But essentially, you're coding along with the instructor. And this is probably one of the most intuitive ways for people to learn from online tutorials. Now, in order for you to be more successful than most people, what I would recommend is instead to watch the video tutorials, which are usually, as I said, about 10 minutes long. If it's a 20-minute or a 50-minute tutorial, then stop it at around the 10-minute mark. And while you're watching it, instead of spending time trying to frantically type out the code, I want you instead to just try and understand what's going on, why the code is being written, and understand the purpose of the code rather than trying to type along at the same pace. Now, once you've understood what those 10 minutes are about, what the tutorial is trying to teach you, then to go to your computer and type out the code and try to replicate what happened in the 10 minutes. Now, the reason why this helps people learn so much better is because instead of just copying code by rote, which doesn't teach you anything, instead it forces you to really understand what's going on and absorb the content, and then test yourself afterwards to see if you really understood. So this is my number one top tip. And it's important to remember that we are learning programming. We're not learning how to type fast. It doesn't help you become a better programmer by just copying out code as fast as you can. If you wanted to practice your typing and to speed up your typing skills, then I recommend something like Keeber.com, where you can focus on that specific skill to improve your speed of typing. But what we're going to focus on in the course is learning programming. So we're going to keep our eye on the prize. Now, while you're listening to the videos and you're understanding what's going on, I recommend taking a few notes for yourself to come back to or review in the future. And this is especially useful after when those 10 minutes are up and you're trying to remember what are those bits of code that you had to type and what was the theory that was covered. So one of my favorite note-taking systems is something called Cornell Notes. And it's very, very simple. It just splits a single note page into 4 sections. The top, you have the topic, what the notes are about. And then you have the section of notes where you would write down the majority of your notes. Now, after you write a few lines, it's recommended that you go and review those notes and pick out the most important keywords or questions that you're asking yourself that you want to research on later, or any sort of hints or reminders to yourself. And finally, once you've completed the lesson, then you go to the summary section and you summarize what the entire lesson was about in a few bullet points. So I've created a downloadable PDF of this note-taking system. So if you're keen to try it out, go ahead and download it from the course resources section, and you can print it out into a notebook or just on a few loose sheets if you want to try it out. Now, the next thing to remember is that if I'm talking too fast or too slow, you can always change the playback speed. Now, if you're in a lesson that you find particularly easy to understand and you already know most of the concepts, then go ahead and switch the video player to double speed so that you can cover much more ground in the same space of time. Now, on the other hand, if I'm talking too fast or if English is not your first language, then feel free to change the speed to half speed so that I talk a lot slower and you can take up the information more readily. But it's important that you try to not skip any of the tutorials and any of the modules. And the reason is because the curriculum was carefully designed so that it would be a smooth sloping ramp, so that you start out at the beginning and you slowly make your way through more and more difficult concepts. Now, if you skip a couple of modules, then it makes it really, really hard for you to catch up and to understand what's going on, which is the most important thing. However, some of the videos I will label with optional or skippable, and in that case, feel free to skip those lessons if they don't interest you. Now, the next thing to remember is that if you find at any point the tutorials become harder, and they inevitably will be, they're designed to get harder and harder. But if you find that it's a little bit too difficult, then I recommend just bookmarking it, making a note of which module you really struggled with, and trying to use that method of watching the videos for 10 minutes, reviewing what has been taught, trying to replicate the code yourself. But if you're still stuck and you really don't understand what's going on, then that might be something that you have to come back to. So I find that usually with programming concepts, it helps to try it out, read around the topic, and then come back to it after a week or so. And very often, what was very, very difficult first time you come across it, after you've done it a few times, after you've researched around the topic, and then you come back to it, it becomes a lot easier. So remember to mark things for review that you don't understand. Now, recently, I went to learn windsurfing in Mykonos. And it's a skill that I've never had before. It's something that I found incredibly challenging, and I fell on my face during the entire lesson pretty much. And it hurt a lot. I got battered and bruised, and my ego got bruised a lot as well. But this is exactly what it's like when you try to learn a new skill. So it's important that you persevere and continue to put in the hours to practice and to try again, because you can learn something very superficially just by watching a video or trying it for a few hours. But in order to master a skill, the most important thing is practice. Now, the final thing is that, I will say it now, you will get stuck at some point, because everybody does. And in fact, I wish that Hollywood would stop making movies where programmers are just typing away like some sort of frenzied hacker person. Because most of the programmers I know who actually do this as a job, they spend probably 90% of their time just staring at the screen, trying to figure out what is wrong? Why is it not working? So getting stuck is very much a universal part of programming, something that you have to come to even love and enjoy. So when you do find yourself stuck, I want you to imagine that you're already a fully fledged developer working a job where somebody's paying you to do this for them, because you're the professional. So I want you to use the tools that professional programmers use when they get stuck, and that is Google and Stack Overflow. You try to figure it out, try to see what did other people do, because 99% of the time you won't be the first person who's come across that problem. It's very likely that somebody's experienced it before and other people have helped them to solve that problem or help them understand what it is that they're stuck on. And the thing to remember is that struggling is good. In that moment when you finally spot that typo or finally figure out why it is that your code isn't working and you fix it, that is one of the best feelings in the world. So struggle is good, and it really is through the struggles that you actually improve and level up your skills. So I'm so excited to be on this journey with you, and I look forward to all of your success in the future. Now, let's get started by learning a little bit more about HTML. What exactly is it, and how do we use it to create websites? Now, no matter what browser you like to use, Chrome or Safari or Brave even, all of these applications do the same thing. They take different files such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and they render them into a website. But even though most modern websites are created using these three different file types combined together, you can't create a website with just a CSS file or just a JavaScript file. However, you can have just an HTML file. And in fact, that's exactly what the first websites were created with, HTML. Now, HTML defines the content and structure of the website. So for example, in this case, all that my HTML file does is it renders a heading that says my website. And when this file is opened by the browser, it will display that heading saying my website. Now, what exactly is HTML? Let's break it down. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. If we look at the first part, hypertext, what does that mean? Well, it refers to pieces of text which can link to other documents in the website. So these pieces of text are hypertext or hyperlinks, and they are the foundation of how an HTML website works. Now, if we take a look at the world's first website created by Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who also happens to be the inventor of the internet, then you can see it's filled with these hyperlinks marked in blue. And exactly as you would expect, if you click on any of these hyperlinks, it takes you to another document, another HTML file. So if we go back, you can see that we were on project.html, and if I click on one of the hyperlinks, then it will take me to another HTML file. And this is how hypertext works. And there's even a link on this website explaining exactly what hypertext is. So now that we know what hypertext is, what about the other part, the markup language? What is a markup language? Well, if you look at the English language, we often see little bits that function very similar to markup, like these double quotes. The presence of these quotation marks is what tells a reader that this part is a quotation. And as you'll find, this is going to be really similar And this whole idea of markup language comes from the days when editors used to review manuscript and mark them up to show certain things, such as, for example, which parts that need to be bold and which parts need to be bold by adding a squiggly line underneath, and which parts need to be italic by underlining it for emphasis. So how do you do markup with HTML? Well, it's done through what's called HTML tags. Now, in the early days of the internet, there were only very few HTML tags. These days, there are thousands of them, but realistically, you're only going to be using some of the important ones, such as headings, H1 through to H6, or the paragraph tag, the P tag. So even though there are many HTML5 tags, once you've narrowed it down to the ones that you actually need to know, then it becomes a lot more approachable. And in the coming lessons, we're going to be covering most of these essential tags. So don't worry too much about memorizing what each of these tags do. We're going to learn about it as we come across them. And we're going to get started right away on the next lesson, learning how to use headings and paragraph tags, some of the OG HTML tags that ever existed. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so let's talk about the anatomy of an HTML tag and break it down to its component parts so that we can actually understand how they're structured and how we can use them. So we've written HTML elements like so. So here we have the words hello world, and they're enclosed by an opening tag and a closing tag. And in between those tags is the content that we want to apply that structure to. So if you think back to the days of marking down a manuscript, it's exactly the same as putting down a squiggly line underneath certain words or phrases and asking the publisher to make it bolded to affect the structure of certain parts of the text. Now, in this case, the publisher just happens to be our browser. So these tags make requests to the browser, asking it to structure and display our plain text in the way that the web designer wanted it to be shown. Now, the other type of tag that we just saw are tags that don't have a closing tag. They're expressed simply like so. And these are called self-closing tags. And we've seen that with the break tag, and there's a few more others that work like this also. Now, how do we find out if something requires a closing tag or is self-closing? Well, this is where we head to the documentation again. So if we have a look at the documentation for the heading elements, you can see that there's this part in the table that says tag omission, and it says that both the starting and ending tags are mandatory so that you can specify which portion of your text you want to apply this structure to. Now, if we have a look at the BR or the line break element, you can see that under tag omission, it says that it must have a start tag and must not have an end tag. So this is how we find out how we write our tags. Now, while we're here, I want to introduce you to another element called the horizontal rule, or the HR tag. And this will allow us to create these horizontal lines above and below our portion of text. So as you can see in the documentation, under tag omission, it also says that it must not have an end tag. So this is also a self-closing tag. So let's head back over to our pen so that we can add these two horizontal rules above and below our text. So the first one is going to go here. And the last one is going to go here. So you can see that our web page now has two horizontal lines above and below our main portion of text. Now, if we have a closer look at this website, you can see that their horizontal rule is a little bit thicker than ours. So how can we make ours look more like theirs? Now, this is the part where I show you a neat trick. On any web page that you open in Chrome, you can simply right-click on the element that you're interested in and click Inspect in order to look at the HTML and CSS code that's being rendered in the background by the browser. So you can see here, they've got an HR element, horizontal rule, but they've got also all of this going on afterwards. So what exactly is that? Now we know that the first part of the tag is the HTML element, and it's BR or HR, whatever it is that you want to use. Now the second part inside the angle bracket or inside our tag is new, and this is called an HTML attribute, and it basically gives more information to the browser to specify modifications to that HTML element. So in this case, we're saying that we want a horizontal rule, but we want it in size 3. Now, what does size 3 mean? And how do we know that we have these HTML attributes available to us? You've guessed it, we're going back to the documentation. Now, I know I'm making a big deal about going to the documentation, but it really is an important skill. Understanding and being able to look up the documentation, being familiar with the structure of it and where to look in order to find out how to implement or do certain things. So if we have a look at our documentation for HR, you can see that there's this section called attributes, and that's what we spoke about just now. The attribute comes after the main HTML element and is separated from the element by a single space. In this case, the horizontal rule element has actually quite a few attributes, including a line, so you can specify whether if you want your horizontal line to align to the left or align to the right or be centered. You can specify the color of the horizontal rule. You can set whether if you want the horizontal rule to have shading or not, and you can also set the height in pixels of that horizontal rule, which is what we saw earlier on over here. So in this case, the reason why their horizontal rule looks different to ours is because ours is by default only 1 pixel high or 1 pixel in size, whereas theirs, if you inspect in the HTML, is 3 pixels in height. And they've also specified no shade, i.e. no shading to the horizontal rule. So if we want to make our website a seamless copy of what we see here, then we also have to specify those attributes. So if you remember, the horizontal rule is a self-closing tag. And so inside the tag, we're going to make a space, and then we're going to specify the name of the attribute, which we know from the documentation to be called the size attribute. And we're going to set it to equal 3 pixels. And then we're going to specify that it is no shade, i.e. no shading. And we know all of this from the documentation. So now, once our code updates, you can see that this brand new horizontal rule looks completely different from what it was before, and we can copy this over to the top as well, so that our horizontal rules look exactly the same as what we've got over here. So now we've seen HTML elements that require an opening tag as well as a closing tag. We've also seen HTML elements that have a self-closing tag. And finally, we've seen that HTML elements can also have an attribute where you can specify modifications to the default element. Now, all we need is just to add one final tag called center to our HTML file, and we would have now faithfully copied what this website looks like. So you can have a look through the HTML by, remember, right-clicking and inspecting in Chrome, and you can look through to see how they've structured the rest of the document as well. Now, this is a good point to mention our first challenge. So we've got this code pen now where we've been messing around with the HTML. Now you can either save this anonymously or you can create a free account in CodePen in order to be able to access this later on. But I want you to create a brand new pen. And this pen is going to be our code playbook. And you're going to use this document as an interactive notebook, if you will. And I want you to document here all the new things that you've learned as we progress through the course. So, for example, in this and the last lesson, we learn about the H1 tag. So in our code playbook, the first thing that's going to go in is your H1 tag. And you can say that this is a level 1 heading created using the H1 tag. We can go ahead and close it off. And you can look through the documentation to perhaps copy some of these code snippets over, but make sure that whenever you're copying, pasting code, that you understand what the code does. There's nothing worse than copy and pasting code that breaks your website because you didn't understand what you've put in there. So we can go ahead and then modify each of these so that when we're creating our own websites and we want to come back to our playbook and have it as a point of reference, then we'll be able to see easily at a glance all of the elements that we've used and that we've learned about before. So my challenge to you is to create your very own code playbook and to start keeping notes on all the things that you're learning in this course. Now, sometimes with certain elements, for example, the line break, you won't be able to put any text inside the line break in the same way that we've done so for the H1 tag. This is a point where you can use a comment instead in your HTML file. Comments are portions of text which are marked out to be ignored by the browser. And they're usually places where you write notes to yourself or notes to fellow programmers who might be looking at your code. So in HTML, we create a comment by using the angle bracket, an exclamation mark, 2 dashes, and then to close off the comment, we use another 2 dashes and a closing angle bracket. And everything in between here is a comment. You can see that usually it gets highlighted in a different color and none of it gets interpreted into the web page. So this is where you can put sections for your notes. For example, self-closing tags. You can make it into several paragraphs just by putting the closing tag at the bottom. And you can write notes on the elements as we come across them and keep this for your own reference. By the time when you're ready to create your own website, it will be a goldmine of a resource to jog your memory on all of the lessons that you've learned. So in the next lesson, we're going to be building our very first website. And it's going to be really, really awesome because we're going to be using a real text editor and we're going to be putting that website live onto the internet. So there's all of that and more yet to come. So I will see you on the next lesson. Now that we've seen how HTML elements and tags work, it's time to explore the bigger picture, what's called the HTML boilerplate. And this will allow us to understand the structure of our HTML files. Now, just like how there is structure to letters that you would write, for example, there's the section where you have your address, and then you probably would include a dear so-and-so, and then you have the body of your letter, and finally you would write something like yours sincerely, and then your name and signature. Similarly, there is a structure to our HTML files, and it looks something like this. And this is called a boilerplate. It's what you usually start off with when you create any new HTML file. And we're going to go through it line by line so that we understand it. At the top of every HTML file, there should be a doc type declaration, and that's what this tag does. It tells the browser which version of HTML the file was written in. Now, the latest version of HTML is HTML5, and the doc type declaration looks like this, with an angle bracket, an exclamation mark, doc type in all caps, and then HTML. And this line tells any browser that's reading our HTML file that we have written our code in HTML version 5. The next part that we've got is the actual HTML. Now this is going to be the root of the document. It means that everything else, every other element, no matter if it's an H1 or an image or a link, it's all going to go inside the opening and closing tags of the HTML element. And this attribute where it says lang, this is the language of the text content in that element. So for example, if you're writing a website that is going to be targeted at English speakers, then you're going to set your lang to English, EN. Now, this isn't very important for the users who can see your website. It's more important for the users who can't, because there are various screen readers and assistive technologies that will look at this language attribute so that when they read out the website, they can pronounce the words correctly.
Opens profile photo. Follow @YouAngela button.
Now with the HTML element, we're starting to see the beginnings of a hamburger. There's a bun at the top and there's a bun at the bottom. Now, for those of you guys who have been my long-term friends, you know how much I love food analogies, but this is a great one because when we have an HTML element, usually there is the opening and the closing, and everything that belongs in it is sandwiched inside. Now, the next part of the HTML boilerplate is the head element. And this is an area where important information about our website is placed that is not going to be displayed to the user. So it includes things that will help the website render in the browser correctly, but it doesn't include any sort of content like text or images or anything that the user will see. So one of the things that you should always have in the head section is a meta tag for the character set encoding of the web page. And in this case, it's set as UTF-8. What this does is it ensures that the characters that you're using on your website gets displayed correctly. So for example, in certain character sets, it won't allow emojis to render. In other character sets, they won't have certain symbols like multiplication and division symbols. And that's what this meta tag takes care of. So usually by convention in our HTML boilerplate, we will simply just include this tag as is using the UTF-8 character set, which is one of the most common. So you don't even have to think about it. Now, another thing that you should have in your head section is the title of your website. And that title is usually what gets displayed up here in the tab bar. And in fact, if you right click on any website in Chrome, you can click to view page source, and you can see we've got our doc type, we've got our HTML element, inside it we've got our head, our character set, and then if we scroll a little bit more, you can see we've got our title here. And in between the opening and closing tags of the title, it tells you what title should be displayed up here. So in our case here, the title will simply say my website. Now, there's a lot more things that can go into the head element, as you've seen when we looked at the Google homepage. But for now, these two are the most important things that will always go into your HTML files, and it's important to know. We'll cover other tags as we come across them. Now, the next sandwich inside the sandwich, if you will, are two slices of tomatoes. No, just kidding. It's actually the body element. So just like a person, after the head element comes the body element. So inside the body element is where we're going to be spending the majority of our time creating and writing our website. This is where all of the content of the website goes. So the text, the titles, the images, the links, everything that you can do with HTML, creating content and structure, goes in between the opening and the closing tags of the body element. So somewhere inside here. Now, what can go in here? Well, we've seen already how an H1 works. So we can put in a heading, we can add images, we can add lots of things. And this is essentially where the meat of our website is going to live. So once our burger collapses down, you can see that this is what a typical website's HTML code is made up of. So no matter what you add into your body, you can vary it up, but by default, most websites will start off with a boilerplate that looks like this. When you're starting out, I often recommend students to type this out when they're creating new websites. And in fact, you can have a go doing this now by going into VS Code, typing out these elements, and creating your website entirely from scratch. Now, we're beginning to see this idea of nesting in an HTML document. And this is going to be a concept that's going to become super important as we learn more and more programming. But it's simple to understand if we come back to this analogy of the hamburger. So we have our HTML element, which has the opening and closing tags here, and it is exactly like our hamburger bun. So this is our top bun, and this is our bottom bun. And sandwiched in between is everything that goes inside the HTML element. Now, if we take a look at our body element, then you can see here we've got the opening body tag, which will represent with a slice of tomato, and the closing body tag. And in between those two slices of tomato is the content for our website. Now, you'll notice that some of the HTML tags, even though they have an opening and closing tag, they're not on different lines. And that's because if we can fit it on one line and we can see the beginning and the end very easily, then we don't actually need to create several lines. But nonetheless, it's still got a beginning and an end. Now, the important thing for us when we're writing code and we've got all of this sandwiching going on, that we indent our code properly so that you can see that this clearly lines up with the opening tag here, so they are clearly sandwiching something in between. And then we have two spaces and we've got the next indentation level here. So this one lines up with the closing tag. And through this kind of indentation, you can quite easily visualize that this head section is clearly embedded inside the HTML section. So just like our lettuce is inside our hamburger, by indenting our code properly, we'll be able to keep our code tidy and we'll be able to see at a glance exactly what our code looks like. Now, finally, because we're using VS Code, I want to tell you about a shortcut that means you don't have to type out this boilerplate every single time. Once you've typed it out once or twice and you know exactly how this boilerplate looks, you can save a lot of time by simply typing !, hitting enter on the first selection, and then it will automatically insert all of that code for you, saving you a lot of time, especially when you're creating many HTML documents. Now, the important thing here, though, is this only works if you have created a .html website. So notice that when you create a new file inside VS Code, if you name it and save it as something.html, then this trick will work. If you save it with another extension, then it won't. Now, there's a couple of things here that we haven't seen before, a couple more meta tags, and there's a lot of other meta tags. But here we've got one line here which says HTTP equivalent XUA compatible content, i.e. Edge. This basically just keeps our code compatible with Internet Explorer. And in fact, I normally don't write this line anymore because Internet Explorer has been deprecated and is no longer in use. So if you want to keep your code clean, you can actually delete this from your VS Code auto-generated boilerplate. Now, the next one tells you the viewport, and it defines how the website should be displayed relative to the screen that it's being rendered on. And this line of code just tells the browser how to display your website when it first opens. So now that we've learned all about HTML boilerplates, it's time to build your own boilerplate, or in this case, build your own burger. As you notice, there are endless numbers of HTML elements, and we're going to be creating our own HTML elements. But the important thing here I want you to understand is how nesting works in HTML and how you can keep your code tidy by using good indentation and keeping good programming practices. So if we're building our own imaginary burger, let's imagine the world's best burger. You can have it vegan, you can have it vegetarian, you can have bacon, you can have whatever it is your heart desires, but you have to write it in HTML code. So let's begin by creating a bun. So I've got a bun element that I've created, which has an opening and a closing tag. And I've added an attribute. You can add as many of these attributes as you like. And remember, we add attributes by giving it a name, and then after an equal sign, we give it a value. Now, the next part is for you to invent. So head over to VS Code and build your own burger, adding in whatever elements you want. Add tomatoes, add ham, but make sure that you're keeping the indentation correct and that you're working with this idea of opening and closing tags. But you can be as creative as you like. Be sure to share your code for your burger in the Q&A section. And if you want some inspiration, this is one that I made earlier. But I want you to practice making your own and doing it your way. Have a go at that, and once you're done, head over to the next lesson. Now, in the coming lessons, we're going to be building our personal website. So to get started, go ahead and open up Visual Studio Code, and we're going to go into File, and we're going to open a folder. Now, somewhere on your computer, go ahead and create a new folder called Web Development. And inside this folder, we're going to create a folder for our current project, which is going to be called HTML Personal Site. Go ahead and hit Create, and then we're going to open up this folder in VS Code. Now here, we're going to create our very first file, our index.html file, which is where we're going to write our website. And to begin, we're going to use that shortcut to create our HTML boilerplate. And I'm going to delete pretty much everything in here. And you can go ahead and change this title to anything you want. And you can even add emojis into your title by Googling for it and copying and pasting it in. Now, in order to see this in our browser, we can right-click on the file and go ahead and click Copy Path. Now, once we've gotten hold of that path, we can paste it into the search bar here in its entirety, and it will load up our website. Now, there's nothing in our website at the moment other than if you look up here, you'll see our title show up. Now, in the coming videos, you might see me use the Atom code editor instead of VS Code. And that's because previously in the course, we used Atom as the code editor. But as of December 2022, Atom is going to be sunsetted and no longer maintained. So that's why we're switching to the most popular code editor at the moment, which is VS Code. So if you see me mention Atom or you see the Atom code editor on screen, don't worry, everything will work exactly the same. Just continue using VS Code. So now that we understand how the HTML boilerplate works and what each line does in it, it's time to move into the body section and start giving our website some content. Because at the moment, our website is looking a little bit plain. So if we take a look at a typical personal website, here of computer science lecturer John Kleinberg, the first thing that we want right at the top here is a level 1 heading that says our name. So let's head back into Atom, and as a challenge to you, add a level 1 heading inside the body section of your website that contains your name. So this one's easy, and it's made even easier using the autocomplete features inside Atom. All I have to write in order to create an H1 tag, which is what's needed to create a level 1 heading, is I just have to write H1, and it makes a suggestion asking me, are you looking for heading level 1? And now if I hit enter or if I hit tab, I get the H1 tag inserted automatically, opened and closed for me, and my cursor gets moved right in between exactly the place where I would need to start typing. So now if I hit save and I head back over to my personal site, and remember, if you close down this tab, you can always go into your Finder or your Explorer to open it back up again, or you can select the full file path from Atom as well and paste it into here. Now, if I hit enter, you can see my H1, my level 1 heading gets shown up here, just like John Kleinberg's, and we're ready to move on to the next thing. Now, we want to have a line that shows our title, so who it is that we are. So let's head back to Atom. And firstly, I'm going to get rid of this little heart because it doesn't look very professional. And I'm going to add another HTML element under the H1. And this is a good point to talk about how to keep your HTML file neat and tidy. Now, most programmers are very serious about how to indent and structure their HTML files. And the reason for it is because having these indents makes it easy for us to see at a glance which tags are inside other ones. So for example, if we look at the top level here, we've got the HTML tag. And because both the head and the body tags are indented inside these HTML tags, it shows us at a glance that the head is inside the HTML element, and as is the body. But the body and the head, they're at the same hierarchical level. They're not inside of each other at all. And this is a good structure for us to be able to see at a glance what's happening in our code. And also when other programmers look at our code, because we're used to working with the same structure, it's easy to be able to understand what's going on at a glance. So you can see that there's one part of our code that breaks this rule, and that's this line here. Our H1 is contained inside our body element, and so it should be indented like so. And you can clearly see that this is now a child or contained inside the body tag. Now, if you didn't want to do that manually every single time, well, we actually installed a package right at the beginning that helps us with this organization. It's our little housekeeper, if you will. So if you go to Packages and go to Atom Beautify and click on Beautify, it will automatically beautify your entire code file to make all of the indents for you and to make everything look neat and tidy. So every so often, once your code starts getting messy, either learn the shortcut or go through it in the menu and reorganize your code file. It'll make it much easier on the eyes and much easier to read. So now I want to add my title under my H1 tag. And for this, I'm going to use the P tag, which is a paragraph tag. And the P tag formats text into a paragraph. So they get a new line and the text inside gets grouped together into the same paragraph. So let's add my title here. And now let's see what our changes look like. So remember again, Command S or Control S to save, and head back over to our site and Command R or Control R to refresh, or click this button to refresh. And there we go. There's our brand new paragraph showing up. Now, if we look at John Kleinberg's, you can see that his title is italicized and ours is not. So how can we make ours italicized as well? Well, this is where our lessons, our documentation is going to come in handy. Let's go ahead and go to Google and see if you can find out how to italicize your text using HTML. So let's write italicize HTML MDN and let's hit enter. And you can see that there's actually two tags that come up here. And the first one that comes up is this one. So let's have a look at it first. Now this is the EM or the emphasis element, and it marks text that has a stress emphasis. Now it looks like this in practice, and the result is that it makes it look italicized. Now you might have noticed back here, we also had the I element or the I tag, and it does the same thing visually. It also makes the text that's in between the I tags italicized. But there's a little bit of a difference here, and the difference is quite subtle. The emphasis tag tells the browser the words that are enclosed between it should be stressed or should be emphasized, but the I tag only italicizes the text, so it only styles the text to make it slanted, and it doesn't confer any of that emphasis. And for this reason, it's good practice to always use emphasis instead of italic, because it conveys more information and it isn't just about the style. Remember, when we're writing HTML code, we're more concerned about structuring our text rather than caring about how it looks or how it appears. Now, a similar pair is the B tag or the bold tag, and this is equivalent to the I tag. It makes any text that's in between bolded, like so. But instead, what you should be using is the strong tag. And that's because the strong tag, again, confers meaning. It says that this text has strong importance, and therefore it's displayed in bold, rather than merely saying that this should be styled so that it's darker than the rest of the text. And if you're interested, you can have a read between bold and strong, as well as emphasis is strong, as well as emphasis in italic. It makes for some interesting reading and gives you a bit more background information on the difference between these two tags. But whenever you're looking to make something bold in your website, you should probably be using the strong tag. And whenever you want to make something italicized, you should be using the emphasis tag. So let's go ahead and make our paragraph, this title, italicized or emphasized like so. So if you remember, all we have to do is just to enclose it inside the EM tag. Now you can do that for the entire length of the text, or you can simply apply it to just a section of the text. So for example, if I wanted to make the part where it says the app brewery bolded, then I can simply add a strong tag and have the app brewery, not including the full stop, inside this strong tag. Now if I hit save and go ahead and refresh, then you can see that the entire paragraph is emphasized and the app brewery is bolded. So we've done a little bit of formatting for our website. Now let's move on to the next part. We're going to add a little bio here, and that again is going to be inside a paragraph element, and it just tells anybody who's visiting our personal site who we are and what we're all about. So once you're ready, go ahead and figure out where you should add this and complete the challenge. Okay, so that wasn't so hard. All we have to do is just to indent so we're in the right position, we're inside the body tag, and we're going to create a new paragraph element. So this is going to be on a new line from this paragraph. They're going to be separate paragraphs. And here I'm going to write, I am an iOS and web developer. I love coffee and brew my own beers. Let's save and check it out here. All right, looks pretty good. And we're getting pretty far already. So obviously you can put as much or as little as you want here and design your website however you want it to look. Now the next thing I want to add is this horizontal line, and we've done that previously. So you can go ahead and add that into your code file as a challenge. All right, so do you remember how to do that? Well, all we need to do is we're still staying inside the body because we're creating the content for our website. And all we need to do is just to create a horizontal rule. So I'm going to use my good friend AutoSuggest, and I'm going to write HR and hit enter to insert a new horizontal rule. And now it's looking pretty similar to what we've got here. Now, the last thing I want to add is a subtitle where I'm going to list all the books and courses that I'm teaching. So go ahead and add a level 3 heading to your website underneath the horizontal rule and call it books and teaching. Or if you don't have any books and teaching, you can simply call it education and list all the schools that you've attended. So underneath the horizontal rule, I'm going to add an H3, so a level 3 heading, and this is going to be the books and teaching. All right, so we've already got most of our personal site coded up. In the next lesson, we're going to be diving into HTML lists and how we can create these bullet points as well as numbered points and add it to our website. So all of that and more, I will see you on the next lesson. All right, so in the last lesson, we created the start of our beautiful personal website, and we're modeling off John Kleinberg's homepage. So the next step that we want to achieve is this. How do we put in a bullet list into our website so that we can list maybe the books and courses that we're teaching, in my case, or it could be your education background, which schools you attended, what degrees you attained, what courses you've completed, etc. So that's the next challenge. If you want, you can pause the video here and try to work it out yourself using MDN and Google search. Alternatively, you can follow along with me and we're going to go through the same process. So we're looking for a bullet list, maybe, and and it's going to be in HTML. That's the language we want to write it in. And I'm going to use MDN as my documentation source. So if you hit enter, you can see that the first one that comes up is the UL element, and that's exactly what we want. UL stands for unordered list. So essentially a bullet point list. Now, ordered list would be something that has, A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3. But in our case, this is exactly what we want. And you can see that this is a simple example which will render like so, where the UL tag encloses all the parts that will be included in the bullet list, and the LI tag, or the list item tag, encloses each and every bullet point. Alternatively, you have a slightly more complex, more nested unordered list, and that looks more like this. So let's go ahead and add this to our code. So we've got this H3. That is the subtitle for the books and courses that we're teaching. So I'm going to go ahead and add a new UL, unordered list, and a new list item. And I'll add something like the complete iOS app development bootcamp. And then I'll go ahead and add another one, the complete And if we again hit save and check it out, you can see that they are there as an unordered list or as bullet points. All right, cool. So the next thing that I want to add is outside of the unordered list, I'm going to add another H3, and this is going to have the subtitle of, let's say, my hobbies. And here I want to have an ordered list that's 1, 2, 3, and it's going to list some of my hobbies. So can you try and use MDN as well as search to figure out how to do that and then list your hobbies in that ordered list? All right, so let's walk through it together. If we have a look at unordered list, if you scroll to the bottom, there's usually a part where it says see also on MDN, and this tells you these related HTML elements, which are list items and the ordered list, the OL. So let's click on that and we can see how this works. This is a simple example of an ordered list, and you've got the first, second, and third item as list items. So the format is exactly the same as the unordered or the bullet list, apart from the fact that this time replacing UL with OL. And similarly, you can nest these lists. You can nest a ordered list inside an unordered list, and also vice versa. And there's a whole bunch of modifications that you can have with your ordered list, for example, using Roman numerals instead of using numbers. And let's go ahead and put it into practice on our website. So I'm going to list a whole bunch of hobbies under a ordered list. And the first list item is going to be, let's say, beer brewing. And the next one will be martial arts. And the last one can be motorcycles. There we go. Cool. So those are my hobbies, and they're included under an ordered list inside list items. And if we go ahead and hit save and then hit refresh, you can see that we've got our ordered list and our unordered list inside our homepage. All right, cool. So this lesson was all about HTML lists. If you're interested, you can have a look at some of these other types of lists, such as the ordered lists which start at a particular number, or the lists that use Roman numerals, and you can mess around with that code inside your playbook or inside your website. In the next lesson, we're going to be covering the image element, and we're going to be brightening up our website with some pictures. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so in the last lesson, we looked at how to use HTML lists that were ordered as well as unordered. In this lesson, I want to talk about the image element and how we can incorporate images into our website. So the image tag is again a self-closing tag, so it doesn't need to be closed. But for the image element, just providing an image tag isn't enough. You also need to specify the source, and that's the source of the image that will be displayed. That can either be a URL, so it can fetch it from the internet, or it can be a local image that's included in the same directory as your website. So we're going to look at both types. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look for an image of myself online, and let's have a look to see if there's any images that are actually me. Oh, there we go. So I've already found one. So this comes from my Twitter. And you can also probably go to your own Twitter or your Facebook, and you can right-click on the image and simply copy the image address. Now, if I paste it here, you can see the whole URL of where that image is located. And if I hit enter, my browser will fetch that image from that location. Now, if I copy this image address or image source and I add it to my website as a HTML element, so just above my H1, so just above my name here, I want my image to show up. So I'm going to use the image tag, and the source, I'm just going to paste in that URL that I got from earlier on. Now, the next attribute here that comes up automatically is the alt, or the alternative text. And this is a case for, say, if a browser can't render the image, then it will simply display an alternative text to the user to describe what that image was about. So I'll just put the alt text as Angela profile picture. Now, if you're interested in search engine optimization and getting your website ranking for certain keywords, this is something that Google looks at to try and figure out what your web page is about. So if you're making a web page that's about burrito recipes and you add an alt text that says finished burrito product image 1, then it helps Google to index and figure out that maybe your web page is related when somebody is searching for burrito recipes. All right, so let's hit save and let's refresh and check it out. And I've now incorporated my first image onto my personal website. So you can either look around for an image of yourself on Facebook or Twitter or anywhere that would host it. Alternatively, if you can't find any images of yourself on the web, which is probably a good thing, you can also create an account on PhotoBucket and upload your own picture in order to get a URL. And after you do so, you can simply click on the image and right-click to copy the image address and paste it into your source between the quotation marks. It will work exactly the same. There we go. Angela is now a box of biscuits. Great. Now, when my browser looks through this file to see how it should load it up and display it, when it comes across this image tag, it has to go and ping the servers of Twitter to try and obtain this image. And if it gets permission to download this image, then it will grab that image and display it over here. So currently, my image is hosted on Twitter servers, and my browser has to download it from there in order to display it inside my web page. Now, what if Twitter goes down? What if they die? What if nobody wants to send tweets anymore? Well, then their server is going to be shut down, and my image will no longer be available for download, and you will instead end up with something that looks a little bit like this. And you might have come across it in the past when you've been loading up websites. It means that the image is no longer available or is no longer hosted at the address that's specified in the source. So in order to remove our reliance on Twitter, we can also put an image into our folder HTML personal site and refer to it inside our source. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, if I go onto my desktop inside web development, inside the folder HTML personal site, I can drag and drop or paste an image of me into this folder. And now my index.html and my picture called angela.png is in the same folder, and I can refer to it inside my code. So instead of using a web address as the source of my image, I can simply refer to the file name because they are at the same level. So index.html and angela.png are at the same hierarchical level. They're both inside my site. Now, if I had an images folder and I put my image into there, then I would have to add a path to get there. So it would be something like this. Both ways work, and you can do it either way you like. And now if you hit save and you go to my site, you'll notice this image change from square, which is what it got from Twitter, to circular, which is what it got from my local file. Now, in my case, I'd cropped my image to a circle using Photoshop. But if you wanted to create your own circular image, you can use a tool like crop-circle.imageonline.co. And here you'll be able to upload an image and crop the part of the image that you're interested and get it as a circle and be able to download it to use it in your website. And there we go. We've managed to brighten up our homepage by adding an image of ourselves to the top of it using the image tag, and we've started to look at these HTML attributes. And you can see that every single HTML element in the MDN reference also has a section on attributes. And we're really only touching the surface here because there's other attributes that you can add to the image element or most other elements that you decide to use. And we're going to be looking at these attributes as we come across them for different HTML elements. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at anchor tags and how we can start adding links into our website and how we can create new pages that can be linked to from our homepage. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, if we compare our current site against John Kleinberg's, the only major difference that you will see now is that his has a whole bunch of hyperlinks interspersed in the homepage, whereas ours is completely devoid of any hyperlinks. If we think back to what HTML stands for, we've talked about the markup language part already, but we haven't yet talked about the hypertext part of HTML. So hypertext is basically just a bunch of text documents that can be linked together using these hyperlinks. So when you click on one of them, it takes you to a different text document, and then you click on a link there and it takes you to another different text document. And that's where the HT part of HTML comes from. And in fact, if you're interested, there is even a game called the Wiki Game, where you have a starting Wikipedia article and a goal Wikipedia article, and you have to click through the links on Wikipedia to try and navigate to the goal article. And it's basically an association game that's played using hyperlinks. Now, what are these links made of? If you have a look at each and every one of these links, if you right-click on it and click Inspect, you know that you can bring up the Google Chrome developer tools. And if we have a look, you can see that it's actually pointing towards a tag with a hyperlink reference to the destination that this link is going to take you to. And before the A tag gets closed, that's the link text. So in this case, it's the word computer science that gets underlined, and when you click on it, it takes you to cs.cornell.edu. Let's go ahead and implement this for our website. So there's many places where maybe you'd want to direct people away. So maybe I can link them to the App Brewery's website here. Or I could show them examples of me brewing beer or me riding motorcycles. Let's go ahead and try that in code. So the first place that I want to add a link to is this part where it says the App Brewery. So I'm going to put an A tag or an anchor tag just in front and close the A tag just behind. And if you want to have a look at the structure of the anchor tag, then as you remember, you can always go to the MDN web docs and you can read all about the anchor element and all of its attributes. Now, the main attribute that we're going to be concerned with is the href. And this is a URL that the hyperlink is going to point to, or the destination of that hyperlink. In my case, the destination is going to be @brewery.co. And if I just copy that, then I can head over here and add an A tag or an anchor tag just before where it says the @brewery. And this is what the autofill is going to write for me. So let's have a look at the structure in a bit more detail. As with the other HTML elements we've seen, the anchor tag has the A as the element name. And then the most important attribute that you're going to find yourself using is the href. And this is set to equal the link destination. So where are you going to take your user when they click on this link? And the anchor tag is not a self-closing tag, so it has a closing tag at the end. And between the open tag and the closing tag is our link text. So that's the bit of text that's going to be underlined and highlighted in blue so that the user knows that when they click on this word, this is going to take them to that link. So in our case, our href is going to be this URL. And between the open anchor tag and the closing anchor tag, we're going to put the link text, so the bit of text that's going to be underlined. And in my case, I'm just going to cut this phrase here and put it inside the anchor tag. So now you can see there's actually two sets of HTML elements that enclose this line of text. It is simultaneously going to be strong, i.e. bolded, and it's also going to act as a link to the @brewery.co website. So if we hit save and let's go back over here and hit refresh, you can see that this has now been underlined and it's highlighted in a different color. Now, by convention, the highlight is going to be blue if it's a link that we've never clicked on, and it's going to be purple if we have clicked on it in the past. And just to confirm, if we click on it, it takes us to @brewery.co. Brilliant. So that's working as expected. Now, why don't you go ahead and add some links to your hobbies? So you know how they say in interviews you should always prove that you've done what you say you've done? Go ahead and add some links, maybe to images on the internet or to YouTube videos, anything that you like. And it doesn't have to be in your hobbies. It could be in your books and teaching or education or any part of your website, basically. So go ahead and pause the video and add some more links. So adding links to the ordered list or the unordered list is exactly the same as what we've done up here. So I'm going to go ahead and add an anchor tag to beer brewing. So I'm going to hit enter to create my anchor tag. I'm going to put the words beer brewing in between my anchor tag so that will act as the link text. And my href is going to be a YouTube video that I've got where I show people my beer brewing. So let's go ahead and copy that and paste it into here. And then I'm going to add another anchor tag here just to fill up the motorcycle part. All right, so now I've added two links, one for beer brewing and one for the word motorcycles, both inside my ordered list. So if we hit save and we hit refresh, then you'll see we've now got two links and they're blue because we've never clicked on it before. So if I hold down the command button on my keyboard or control on Windows and click on each of these links, then they'll open up in new tabs and we can have a look at my evidence that I have indeed done some beer brewing or motorcycling. Now that we've seen how to create some anchor tags that point to links on the internet, what if I wanted to create a separate page for the My Hobbies section, and I wanted to create a link that linked to my own page? Let's head back into Atom, and inside this HTML personal site folder where we've got our index.html, so this file, I'm going to right click and I'm going to click new file. And the new file is going to be called hobbies.html. And it's going to be created inside the same folder as index. So you can see they're at the same hierarchical level. Now for hobbies HTML, I'm first going to add the HTML boilerplate code. And the title is going to be my hobbies. In the body, I'm just going to copy all of this and I'm going to hit Command X or Control X to cut. And then I'm going to paste it over here. So now if I hit save for hobbies and I go back to the index.html and I create a new anchor tag, and it's going to have the link text of my hobbies, and the href is going to be the file name. So in this case, it will be hobbies.html. Now if I hit save and I go back to my website, hit refresh, that ordered list has disappeared and is now replaced by this hyperlink. And if I click on it, it takes me to this brand new page that I've created called My Hobbies. So now you can see how you can really easily start to create multiple pages of your website. And as long as you've got it inside the same folder, or you can specify a path for the browser to get to it, then you can start linking up your homepage with all of these different satellite pages, and you start to build up a website rather than just a web page. As a challenge, I want you to create another page that is going to contain your contact details. So how do you get in touch? So say if somebody came across your personal site and they wanted to hire you or they wanted to message you. Now it's probably quite cluttering to have it on the home page. So we want to create another link down here that says contact me. And it's going to link to another page just like My Hobbies, but it's going to contain maybe your address, maybe your email, maybe your telephone, whatever you're comfortable with giving to the internet. Go ahead, pause the video and give it a go. All right, so it's going to be exactly the same as what we did for My Hobbies. So we're going to go to our HTML personal site folder. We're going to right click on it. We're going to create a new file, and this is going to be called contactme.html. And here we're going to again start with the HTML boilerplate, and the title is going to be Contact Me. And in the body, we're going to have an H1, that's my contact details. And then below that, maybe a paragraph, that's going to be my fictional address. And maybe another one, that's going to be some fictional number, telephone number to contact me with. And then it will be my email at gmail.com. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and hit save. Go back to index.html and add another anchor tag where we link to this page called contact-me.html. And the link text will just be contact me. And we're going to hit save and refresh. And now we can click on here to this brand new page. All right, so today's lesson was all about the anchor tag, and be sure to check out the anchor tag reference on MDN Web Docs. And there's a whole bunch of other attributes that you can read about, and there's really good examples that can show you some of the other functionality that you can have by simply including the anchor tag. So that's all from me for today. I will see you on the next lesson. All right, so previously we managed to get our website to include images as well as links. So we added these image tags as well as anchor tags, which can take us to external sites, but also to internal sites, like the brand new My Hobbies page that we created, or the Contact Me. Now in this lesson, we're going to take things a little bit further. In our personal site /CV, I want to have a section where we can list our work experience. So what we've done and when we've done it. currently, if we went into our code and say below that unordered list and we add a H3, let's call it work experience. Now, say if we added a standard paragraph tag and we said maybe 2010 to 2013, let's say lead developer at Tempo app. So let's save that and take a look. And if we refresh, then it looks like this, which is all well and good if we have that range. But what if I wanted to add something where I didn't have a year range? Say if it was 2010 when I worked as a researcher at Institute of Cognitive Neurosciences. So let's save that and let's refresh. And you can see that it looks really awkward, right? Like this part and this part, they're not really indented at the same level horizontally, and everything just looks really messy. So how can we implement something that looks nice like this, where there's even a bit of padding in between and everything looks really regular? Well, one of the ways that we can achieve this using just HTML is to create a table. So if we have a look at the docs on MDN and we look at table, you can see that a very simple table just looks like this. This is a bog standard simple table. But tables can get really complicated as well, and you can use it to structure and represent data in your website. So we could have table headings, we could have different cells, we could have column groups and columns, we can have captions, and a whole bunch of things. So let's try and add a table to our website so that we can make our CV look a little bit more like this. So let's first add a horizontal rule here between our table and these two links. And let's use autocomplete to add a table tag for us. Inside a table, we can create table rows and also table data, which are essentially like cells. So say if we create a brand new table row, and it's really helpful that autosuggest actually tells you what each of these tags are. So let's go ahead and hit enter. So this is a single row. And if I want to create another row underneath, then I would just have to create another TR. Now inside the top row, I'm going to have two table data elements, or rather two cells in this single row. And to represent the cells, I'm going to use the TD or table data element. So the first cell is going to contain my date, and the second cell is going to contain what I did. So that's our first row complete. Now let's go ahead and create another two cells or another two TDs inside our second row. So let's again copy and paste the date and the work into the table data elements. And I'm going to delete these two paragraphs. Let's hit save, go back to our website and hit refresh and see what it looks like. Okay, that's already looking a lot better than before, right? It being a table means that our columns are structured together. So these two lines are structured so that they are indented to the same place, and it makes it look so much neater than before. Now, aside from having just rows and cells, tables also have headers, body, and footer, mirroring what we have for our HTML websites. And you can declare them quite simply by writing thead for table head and tbody for table body and tfoot for table footer. Now, inside the table head, we can add some titles to each of our columns, and they get formatted by default in bold. So if we create a new table row, and inside this row, instead of creating table data or TD elements, we're going to create TH elements, or a table header cell element. And inside here, we're going to give the name of our first column, which is going to be dates. And then we're going to create another table header cell. And this one is going to be the work that we did. So let's hit save and hit refresh. And you'll see that we now have table headings for each of our columns. Now, for those of you guys who might have been playing around with this code, you would have realized that if I cut this table row and instead of putting it inside the header, I actually put it just inside the main table, and I delete all of this, and we hit save and we hit refresh, you'll notice that it looks exactly the same. And that's because we're using these special elements, the table header cell elements, and most browsers know how these should be formatted. So it looks exactly the same. But the reason why we might have different sections of our table, for example, putting these cells inside the table head and putting these inside the body, is because sometimes we might want to select and isolate the table header and the table body in order to style it differently or make it function in a different way. For example, if we separated the table header from the table body, we can use some code to isolate the header and fix it in place so that when users scroll through our table, we can keep these headings on screen. Now that requires a little bit more fancy stuff like CSS or JavaScript, which we'll wait until later modules to talk about. But it's a good reason to be aware of why you might want to place the header cells inside the head, the main body of the table inside the body, and maybe some footer cells into the table footer. And generally, this is the structure that you'll see for most tables, with a head and with a body. Now, if we have a look at these tables on the MDN developer docs, you can see that they've got outlines, whereas what we've created doesn't have any borders or boundaries or outlines at all. If we take a look at the MDN developer docs for the table element, you can see that there's a whole bunch of attributes, such as background color, or border, or cell padding, cell spacing, and a whole bunch of things that you can apply to the table element to change its appearance. But if you take a closer look at each of these styling attributes, then you can see they all have a little thumbs down sign next to them. And this is because all of these attributes for the table element are deprecated. And you'll hear that word quite often in programming across many different languages and disciplines. And what that word means is that it's almost like it's downgraded. It's something that they no longer recommend you using. And the reason is because we have to always keep in mind that HTML is for structure, CSS is for styling, and JavaScript is for behavior. And even though it's possible to affect the style of your website through using HTML attributes or through using different HTML elements, you have to try and resist when you can. But since we haven't yet learned about CSS, I want to take you to the primitive days before web designers had access to CSS, what they might have done using just HTML. And if we scroll through these attributes, you'll come across something called border. And this defines in pixels the size of the frame that's surrounding the table. We can add this attribute to our table element, not to t-head or table row or table heading cell or any of the other ones, because we're currently reading the table docs, remember? And we can add it and say border equals 1 pixel, let's say. And if we refresh our site, then we'll see this incredibly ugly HTML table that you'll see a lot in websites from the 90s. So let's get rid of it. Let's just quickly recap the HTML structure for creating a table. To start off, we create this table tag and we also close it. And everything in between is the actual contents of our table. This just creates a simple table. Now, by default, your browser will style the table to not have any borders or padding or anything style related. Now, in order for our table to actually start holding some pieces of data, we're going to have to create something called a table row. And between the open and closing TR tags is where the data for that row is going to go. And this section of code will just create a single row inside our table. again with no associated styling. So if there's nothing between these two tags, then you won't actually see anything appear on screen. Now, the next part is our table data, or rather our table cells that we create using the TD tag. And in between the open and closing TD tags, we place the actual data that's going to go into that cell. And this is a single table cell that's going to contain the words Angela, and it's going to go inside the first table row. And so over here. And as you populate your table with more rows and more data, then you will see this structure reflected on your website. So the biggest hurdle that you have to get over is that there are no table columns. All that you're doing is going from top to bottom, defining new table rows. And inside each row, you're putting in individual cells. And each cell gets placed horizontally, one after the other, creating effectively the columns. While the main job of tables is to display structured data, you can also see how you could use it to affect the layout of the various HTML elements on your website. And that's what we're going to look at in the next lesson. Now, the other thing that I want to do with the website is if we have a look at Thomas Corman's site, you can see that he's got his picture on the left and his name and his title and his blurb next to that image. And that's quite a nice layout. So we can do that here as well. We can have our image on the left and all of this on the right next to the image. Now, because we haven't yet spoken about CSS and styling, if we wanted to only use pure HTML to affect how this part of our website looks, then we can use our tables to do that. So let's go up here where the body of our website begins, and let's add a table. Let's add a table row. And inside this row, it's only going to have 2 table cells or TD elements. And the first TD element is going to contain the image. And the second TD element is going to contain all of this up to the horizontal rule. So let's just cut it and paste it into here. Now we can hit save and let's refresh our page. And you can see that we're getting close to this kind of structure where we've got a single table with only 2 columns and 2 cells, this being one cell and this being the other cell. And that allows us to get this kind of layout for our website. Now you can see here that there's a little bit of a gap between the image and the text, whereas on our site, it's right up and next to the image. Now, if you wanted to increase that distance, then you can achieve that by changing the table's cell spacing. And if you have a look in the attributes, you can see this attribute called cell spacing, which defines the size of the space between 2 cells in a percentage value or pixels. So let's go ahead and add some spacing to our table. So inside our table element, we're going to use cell spacing, and let's set it to equal 20. And hit save, and then let's go and have a look. Nice, that looks pretty good, right? So now that we've got books and teaching or education and work experience listed in chronological order, the next thing that might be nice to add are listing some of the skills that you have. So I want you, as a challenge, to create a table where you've got an H3 for the skills subtitle, and then you've got all your skills listed in a column on the left. And on the right, you've got some rows where you've listed using emojis to show how familiar you are with each skill, ranging from 5-star to 1-star. Once you're done, you should have a website that looks something like this. So you've got your H3 as a subtitle, and then you've got a table that lists your skills as well as the number of stars that you would rate yourself. And to get bonus points, you can also use tables to affect the layout of your skills. So you end up separating your skills into 2 columns and making it look a little bit like this. And this is what you should end up with, or rather, this is what you're aiming for. So I've added an extra skill so that we have 4 skills, and they are laid out side by side so that there's 2 columns of these skill sets. And it's really important to note these 2 sections should be distinct from each other. So if you added a 1 pixel border, this is the structure that you will see. 2 sets of skills side by side, distinct from each other. So if you want to give that challenge a go, then this is a good time to pause the video and give it a try. All right, so how did that go? The first thing that we have to do is, of course, add our H3, and we're going to do that right above the horizontal rule, which is here, and below our table, so right here. And we're going to create something that's called skills. And then we need to make a new table. And this table is not going to have any headings because we don't have any headings over here, but it is going to have some rows and some columns. So let's make our first row using tr, and let's list our first skill inside a td. And let's say iOS development. And then we can put our stars in a second TD that's going to be right next to our first TD in our second column. And we're going to pull up the emoji inspector, and we're just going to add in a star, which I'm going to copy and paste. And now, to save time, I'm just going to copy the row. Now, whenever you're programming and you're finding yourself doing a lot of copy and pasting, then you're probably doing something wrong. Now, in order to save time, you'll see me do it quite a lot, and it's because it's not very fun for you to watch me writing TR and TD all day long. But when you're coding yourself, ideally try and avoid copy and pasting. And when you do, always make sure that you understand what you're copy and pasting, and also make sure you check for any bugs and errors that you introduce. So let's edit some of these things. All right, cool. Let's hit save and let's check it out. Looks pretty neat, right? All right, so now let's tackle bonus points. If you've given it a go and you've managed to do it, then really well done. It takes a little bit of researching around and a little bit of lateral thinking in order to get it working. But if you haven't, or if you want to find out how one might do it, then take a look now. Essentially, what we're trying to achieve here is very similar to what we've done at the top. We're trying to affect the layout by using tables. So essentially what we want is a table that has 2 columns or 2 table data cells, and in each cell we have a separate table which itself has 2 rows and 2 columns. So the solution is essentially going to be a nested table. I'm going to make a little bit of space after the H3, and I'm going to create essentially the same structure as we've got up here. A new table that has a single row and 2 table data cells. This one and this one. Down here, I'm going to create a brand new table, and then I'm going to create a TR or a table row, and then I'm going to create 2 table cells. Now inside that first table data cell, I'm going to place our existing table. So I'm going to cut it and then I'm going to paste it in here. And then I'm going to grab another copy of this table and then I'm going to paste it into the second table data cell of the first level table. So right over here. Now, this structure is a little bit confusing, and this is one of the reasons why using HTML to affect the layout is not a great idea. But by doing this exercise, you do get to grips with using tables, table rows, table datas, and if you've managed to complete this challenge, then you should understand the ins and outs of how to create tables using HTML. So now if we hit save and let's take a look at our work, you can see that we've got a single table with 2 tables nested inside, and we've managed to achieve this kind of structure. Now feel free to keep this layout or revert to the previous layout before the bonus challenge. It's completely up to you, or even design it however you like, with as many tables as you need. But I'm going to get rid of this nested table because it makes it really complicated to see at a glance what's going on. So I'm going to remove this top level table, and everything below this closing table tag I'm going to delete. And I'm going to get rid of some of that space. And we're back at where we were before the challenge, and I'll hit save to continue from here. Let's finish off by just giving our tables a little bit more spacing so that everything looks a little bit more spread out. So go ahead and add the cell spacing attribute to both of your tables and give it a value of, say, 10 pixels. All right, so that's easy enough. We've done it before here. So we're going to add cell spacing equals 10 up here, and also in this table as well. Hit save. Let's check it out. Nice. Looks pretty good, right? And finally, let's add a few more horizontal rules. So let's add one between books and teaching and work experience, and also one between work experience and skills. Okay, so let's find the end of books and teaching, and let's add a horizontal rule here. Let's find the end of work experience, and let's add a horizontal rule here. Hit save, refresh. There we go. Bit more spacing. Everything looks a little bit more padded out. All right, so if any of that was confusing or difficult, make sure that you watch the video again and also have a read of the MDN web docs on not just tables, but also T-head or T-body or T-foot or TD, THs, etc. So that you can have a look at the example code and see some other examples of how you can use tables and rows and cells. Now in the next lesson, we're going to learn all about HTML forms and how you can add these to your web page to collect data from your users. So all of that and more, see you on the next lesson. All right, so I've added a few more details here and there to this personal site, and it's now really coming along and starting to look like a real website that you might come across browsing the web. Now, the next thing that I want to do is when we go to the Contact Me page, it's a little bit sparse at the moment. It's only got my fictional address, my fictional number, and my fictional email. Now, what if I could add a form at the end of this where I allow people to put down their name and their email, and they could message me using that form? How would we do that in HTML? So, of course, first place to head to is the MDN web docs, and we've got our form element. Now, you can read through all of these attributes and start getting an understanding of how a form works and how you can put one together. Now, in order for forms to really come alive and to work as you would expect them to, it actually requires a little bit more than just HTML, because we need to specify the behavior of the form. We can design the form and we can structure the form for our website, but until we learn about JavaScript, we won't be able to tap into its full functionality just yet. But we can get pretty close. So let's go ahead and create a brand new form inside our contactme.html page. Just below the last paragraph tag, let's add a brand new form. And you can see that with the auto suggest, these are the default things that come up. Now I'm going to keep them as they are. We're going to go inside the form tag, and we're going to create our first label. Now our first label is simply going to be called your name. So this is where we ask our user for their name input. And in order to store that information or allow them to type that information, we need to add an input. And the type of input is going to be text. So it's just going to be a text box that allows them to put in their name. And if we hit save and check out what our website looks like at the moment, then you can see we've got our label here, and we've got a box where somebody can type in some inputs. Now the thing that we're missing is a submit button. Now a submit button also falls under the inputs of a form. And you can see it right here. It's simply an input. Instead of having a type of text, it has the type of submit. And all you need to do is to change the word text to submit and delete the value attribute and hit save and refresh. You'll see that you get this submit button without having to put in any extra effort. So that's the beauty of some of these form inputs. And we can check out some of the other ones inside the docs by going to the related topics, and there's loads of different types of inputs. There's buttons, which are inputs, there's checkboxes, color, date. Let's give some of them a try and see what they look like on screen. Just before the submit button, let's add an input that has type maybe color. And of course, remember, you have to spell it the American way with a single O instead of OU. So let's hit save and refresh. And you can see we now have a color picker on our website. And when you click on it, it brings up the color picker where we can select any color we like. And you might submit a form that maybe has your favorite color or change the website using a color picker input. Another cool one is the checkbox. So we can add a checkbox by using input and changing text to checkbox. Hit save, hit refresh, and you can see we now have a little checkbox. So you can have a line break here, forcing this to go on to the next line. Let's create a label where it says, do you want to sign up to the email list? And hit save, refresh, and you can see you've got this classic checkbox. Do you want to sign up to the email list? Check or uncheck, and hit submit. Or you can put something like, have you read the terms and conditions, or any other thing that might fit with a checkbox. Now, the last one that I wanted to show you before we proceed was the password input. So let's delete the checkbox and let's add a password input. The cool thing about the password input is that when you type anything inside this box, ideally you'd want a label, of course, here to show that this is the password. But we know this is a password field because you can either right-click and hit inspect, and you'll see that this is our password input, or you know that the next thing that comes after the password label is of course the password input. But whenever you type anything in here, by default, everything you type is masked. So these are for fields where you don't want somebody overlooking the user to be able to see what their password is. Feel free to have a bit of fun and try out all of these different input types and see what they look like and see what they do. And once you do that, you'll come to realize that a lot of the things that you see on the web are just very simple HTML inputs. And as we build our knowledge in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we're going to come back and see how forms work in more detail. So have an explore of that and see what they all look like when you just add them to your website. But we'll experience the full functionality a little bit later on. Now, let's just quickly review what we've learned about HTML forms. We use the form tag to define what should go into our form. And this by itself doesn't actually do anything. So in order for the form to do anything, you'll need two important HTML elements, and that's the label and the input. And between the opening and closing label tags, you can write some text that will be displayed as a label inside your form. The next most important HTML element that's associated with forms are the inputs. And the input is a self-closing tag, so it doesn't have a closing tag. Instead, you can define the input type by using the type attribute. And there's a whole bunch of input types that you can tap into to use inside your form. For example, in this case, the type is set to text. So we get a text box where the user can input their name. But you can also use an input element that has the type attribute set as submit, and this creates a button. So you can see that by setting the attribute type to various predefined keywords, you actually end up with completely different things on your website. And it might seem strange that even though we're using the same HTML element, i.e. the input, we're actually getting completely different objects on our website. Anywhere from text boxes to buttons to color pickers and a myriad array of different things that we can create just by changing that type. Now, aside from just the text and submit input types, if you have a look at the MDN docs, you'll see that there's loads more different keywords that you can use. For example, the input type where you allow the user to upload a file, or the date picker, or the radio button, or a range. And you can see that I've only got static images in my slide to show you what they look like. But I want you to look through the MDN documentation for the input HTML element, and I want you to create a new HTML file that you're going to put onto your desktop, and you can open it in order to see it live in action. For example, the date picker now works and my range can be toggled. I can switch my radio button on. I can choose a file and a whole bunch of things. So use it as a living notebook, if you will. That should have been really easy, and just to quickly show you, this is what you could have created in order to achieve this. Now, at the moment, we're not yet looking into the other attributes for our form or for our inputs, and we're only changing the type attribute to some of these predefined keywords that you can see are listed on the MDN developer docs. In the next lesson, we'll look closer at how forms work and how you can capture and reveal what the user has chosen for each of the inputs. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now let's structure our form so that it looks like a proper contact form. So let's again add a horizontal rule to divide the top part from the bottom. And then in our form, we want a label that says your name. And then after that, we're going to get rid of this color, but we do want that line break. And then we've got a label that says password. Maybe we should ask them for your email. Maybe that'll help us get back in touch with them. And instead of password input type, we're going to change that to email. And to do that, I have to use something that's not actually an input. Instead, it's an HTML element called text area. So let's add a label first, and let's say your message. And text area has two attributes that are really important. One is the number of rows, and the other one's the number of columns. So rows determine how tall your text area should be, and columns determine how wide it should be on your web page. I'm going to stick to maybe 10 rows and 30 columns, but if we hit save, you'll see that it's actually something that you can modify. And I'm sure you've seen these text fields all over the internet. Anywhere where you have to put in a long answer, you'll get something that looks like a box, and you've got these few lines in the right corner. And what you can do is you can click and drag it to make that text field as large or as small as you want it to be. But the default, or the starting position, is defined by the developer. It's looking a little bit messy. Let's add a few more line breaks so that we can space things out a little bit and make it look a little bit more appealing. All right, so that looks a little bit nicer. I know it's still very bare bones, but at least it's starting to take shape. Now, the only problem is that at the moment, when you hit the submit button, what it does is that it'll take you back to your home page. And the reason is because when we created our form, it has this attribute called action, i.e. what should happen when you click submit. And at the moment, the action is simply take the user to the index.html page. And that is, of course, our home page. Now, without knowing anything about CSS or JavaScript, we can't actually get very deep into understanding what the method or the action means. But you kind of want it to have some basic functionality, right? Because otherwise it doesn't make any sense to anybody who's going onto our website. And even though this is our first website, it doesn't mean that it can't function or do something very simple. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the form action to a mail to. And what mail tos do is that when you press the submit button, they'll open up your default mail client. So that could be Mail on Mac, or it might go into Gmail if you're inside Chrome. And it puts in the email address that you specify after the colon here. And the post in this case simply means that we're going to transfer what the user types into these input fields into the email client. If we hit save, I'll show you what it looks like. So let's go to contact me and let's give my name, my email, and my message. Now, if I hit submit, you can see that it opens up my mail app and adds a little bit of text into the body of the email. Now, if when you hit the submit button, you don't see any pop-ups, you don't see a mail application, or if nothing happens, then it could be that there might be an error in your code. So go back and check that. But more likely, it might be because you don't actually have a mail application installed on your computer. Now, if you're using a Mac, by default, it comes with the mail application. But if you're on Windows, you might actually not have a mail application installed. So if you don't want to install a separate mail application, then the best solution for this is to actually set Google Mail or Gmail as your default email application, because let's face it, most of us have a Gmail account, right? So now I'm going to show you how to do that. So first you need the Chrome browser open, and then you go to these three dots here, and then go to Settings. Now here you're going to click on Privacy and Security, and then go to Site Settings. Now, sometimes I've seen this called content settings, but it should have this little symbol. And if you click on it, it should take you a page with the permissions. If you scroll to the bottom of the permissions, click on additional permissions, then you can go to the protocol handlers. It might also be called handlers. But keep an eye on this little icon. We're going to need to remember it for a little bit later on. Now go to the protocol handlers and make sure that sites are allowed to handle protocols. So make sure this is selected, and if not, go ahead and click on it. And then we're going to have to make sure that in the section where it says not allowed to handle protocols, that our mail.google.com is not here. So if it is like this, go ahead and click on the X to remove it. So now if you have any Gmail tabs open, go ahead and close it down. And then we're going to go to a new tab and head over to gmail.com. So now when this loads up, you should see a little symbol here. Remember that symbol I asked you to remember? So if you click on it, it says, do you allow mail.google.com to open all email links? And you should click allow and then click done. Now I found a site to test Mail.to links, and you can of course use the website that you've created. If you click on the Mail.to link, it should take you to a new tab, and it should pre-fill all the information that we want it to, and it should work as expected. Now, alternatively, if you don't have a Gmail account or you don't want to use Gmail as your default email client, you can also install an email application, which takes a bit longer. So in the Q&A section for this lesson, you can find text-based instructions for what I've just done, and you can find that in the featured questions section. So now that we've got this working, we can carry on. Now, it's not making too much sense right now. And in order to change that, we actually have to add a little bit more to our form. So I'm going to delete this class, and I'm going to add another attribute called encoding type. And this specifies, just as up here, we're specifying that our website is encoded in UTF-8. We're going to say that the data in our form is encoded in plain text. So that way, when it launches the mail app, you won't have these funny percentage signs and numbers. You'll instead just have plain text. Now, the other thing we need to add is a value to each of these name attributes, because that's going to identify the data that's inside each of these inputs. And I'll show you what I mean. So let's add the name as your name. Second one, your email. And the third one, your message. All right, let's hit save. And let's go back to our website, hit refresh, and let's try it again. Now, I didn't show you this last time, but the cool thing about the email text field that we added here by changing the input type to email is that it does some basic validation. And that means if I type something like this and I try to hit enter, now it's a little bit different from browser to browser, but your browser might tell you that please include an @ in your email address, because all email addresses have @ right? And then it says, please enter a part following the @ All emails have something after the @. And it says emails don't contain these weird symbols, so you're probably not entering a correct email, or make sure that you check. So that's our email, but even though it's not a real email, it passes those basic validation checks. But we got all of those validation checks for free just by changing our input type to email. So it's already a pretty good deal. And later on, we'll show you how to make that validation a little bit more sophisticated. But it's already kind of cool that we have that. And then we'll add an email. So let's say, hey there again. And now hit submit. And you can see now, because we've added something to that name attribute, where we said your name, your email, your message, what we added here and here and here. Now, when we submit our form and we post this data that the user has inputted to our mail client, then it knows how to classify each bit of the data, i.e., this input should be labeled your name, this input should be labeled your email, and your message should be labeled like so. So this is a really, really basic little bit of functionality that we can get without yet understanding about JavaScript. So once you get to the JavaScript module, we're going to come back and revisit forms, and we're going to unleash the full power of HTML forms. But for now, this is a neat little bit of functionality that when we publish our website, it'll still work well enough for anybody who's actually coming onto our personal website or personal page. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to be launching into our intermediate HTML challenge. So we're going to be getting you to recreate a web page using all of the things that you've learned in this module. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now that we've completed the HTML section, and we have our completed website, but we can only access it locally, because when we open up our index.html, you can see that we're just opening a local file, right? In this case, this file's inside my users folder, inside my username, inside my desktop. But that means nobody else can actually access this website, which makes it a bit pointless, right? The whole point of a website is so that we can put it onto the internet and everybody will be able to see our personal site or our CV. So how can we do this? Well, in order to do that, we need to host our website somewhere. Now, there's a whole bunch of hosting sites such as GoDaddy or Bluehost, but because we're learning at the moment, we don't want to have to pay for this. So there's also a free solution that I'm going to show you. By the end of this lesson, you're going to have your personal CV up on the internet, proudly displayed somewhere, and you'll be able to share a URL or a link to it so that anybody across the web can be able to access it. But first things first, we'll need to do a little bit of setup. The service that we're going to use is GitHub. And we're going to talk about GitHub in a lot of detail a little bit later on. It's a really, really useful tool that is pretty much essential to a developer's workflow. But for now, we're only going to use one of its features, which is hosting our website. So first and foremost, if you don't have a GitHub account, then you'll need to set up a new one. So I'm just going to set one up while we're at it. And now it'll ask you to choose a plan. Now we're going to choose the free plan. And then we're going to click continue. Now I'm going to skip this questionnaire and just click on skip this step. Now, once you have signed up to GitHub, it's really important that you go ahead and verify your email address. So check your emails and see if you have something from GitHub and then click on that verify link. And once you've done that, you'll be able to add new repositories to GitHub. If you head over to the upper right corner and just click on the plus button, and then we're going to create a new repository. This repository, I'm just going to call it CV, and this is going to be the name of my project. And all that a repository is, it's simply just a folder out there on the cloud that's going to store all of your project related files. And you'll be able to make changes to the files and update the files, and you'll be able to track all of those changes that you've made in the past. Now that we've given our repository a name, then we're going to leave the description as empty, and then we're going to keep public selected. And then down here, make sure that you check this box where we initialize this repository with a README. And it's really, really important that you do this for the next few steps to work. So now that we've done all of that, we're going to go ahead and click on Create Repository. And this will take just a moment, and now you should see a page that looks like this, which means that your repository has been created. And the only file that's in your repository is just a README file. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and upload our files for our CV website. So now if you bring up the folder which contains your CV website, so the place where you see your index.html, your images folder, and any other pages you have, you're going to select all of these and you're going to drag it into this box here. And that will upload and add all of them to our online repository. Once that's done, we're going to give this particular version a name. So we'll say that in this version, we added initial CV website files. And then go ahead and click to commit these changes. And that will upload all of those files that we dragged on, and we are now ready to set up our GitHub page. If you head over to the Settings tab here, you will see that there is a section called Pages. And GitHub Pages is designed to host your personal organization or project pages from a GitHub repository. So we already have the repository, we now have to activate our pages. So it's currently disabled. All we have to do to enable it, we just have to select a source where our files reside. So if you click on this part where it says None, then select Main as your branch. And go ahead and click Save. So now GitHub is going to do some behind the scenes stuff, and it's going to be publishing towards a place which is going to be your username.github.io/your project name. So that will be your CV. And you can see this is a HTTPS website, so you'll be able to access this site from anywhere across the world as long as you're connected to the internet. Now, this publishing process takes a little while. You'll see that it says your site is published at this address, and if you click on that address, you should be able to see your website show up. Now, if at this point what you see instead is a 404, then that just means that you have to be a little bit more patient. The GitHub servers are probably working overtime, and come back in maybe half an hour and check that link again. But once you are done though, then your website should work exactly as it did locally. But now you can go ahead and share this link with anybody you like across the world, and they can access it because it's now hosted on the internet. So you can go ahead and go over to angelbauer.github.io/CV, and you too will be able to see this website that I've just uploaded and I'm looking at right now. Now, if after half an hour and you click on this link and it still doesn't show your website, or there are some inconsistencies on it, then you might have to troubleshoot your setup because you might have made a mistake somewhere. Now, the first thing I want you to check is to go to the Code tab here and make sure that your file, which is your home page, is actually called index.html, and it should have a lowercase I, and it should be spelled exactly like this. This is very important because GitHub is going to look for a file with this name in order to serve as your home page. So if you don't have that, then go into that file and click on this button and you can edit the name. Now make sure at the very end you create a message for this change and then click on Commit Changes. Now while we're here, if you see this doctype HTML showing up at the top of your website, you can also edit it here and simply delete that. This is something that is useful for our editor, but not necessarily important if we want to publish the website. Now another issue that people have is their images don't show up. Now this could be because when you created the home page, so if we look in index.html, the reference for your image, this source, you set it to something local on your computer, like C drive, /images, etc. But in this case, we actually have to make this relative to the position of this file. So you can see I'm referring to a folder called images that's on the same hierarchical level as this current file. And then inside that folder, I'm looking for an image called angela.png. make sure that there are no typos and make sure that you've got all your capitalizations, lowercase, uppercase, exactly the same. It matters a huge deal to the computer, even though as humans we might ignore that. Now, the next thing I've seen students have an issue with is their links don't work. So when they click on My Hobbies or when they click on Contact Me, it doesn't link to the correct page. Now, again, this would be an issue with our hyperlinks. So you can see this, My Hobbies, links to a href that says hobbies.html. And this is the file that I want it to pull up. Now, if we go back to our file structure, you can see at the same level as index.html inside the same directory, there is a page called hobbies.html, there is a page called contactme.html, and these are spelled exactly the same as what we've got here. Now, I'm stressing this because I've seen so many students fall down here just because maybe they capitalize an H, or maybe they spelled this file incorrectly, or maybe they spelled this file incorrectly. Or maybe they created another folder in here and stored these two files inside. The code has to be able to find out where these files are in order for it to work. Now, the best way to assure that your code actually works is to make sure that you've got the same code as me, and you can check this if you go to this link. And if you have the same code in your index.html and you have the same structure here with all the same names, then it should definitely work. Now, if you have any of these problems troubleshooting, again, take a look in the Q&A section for this current lesson, and in there you should see a featured question where I've added some of my troubleshooting tips for uploading your website to GitHub. So now it's time for you to go through this process and upload your CV and your website onto the World Wide Web, and be sure to share a link to your project in the Q&A of this lesson so that we can all admire your hard work and what you have created. So that's all from me for this lesson. I'll see you on the next. All right, guys, we are leveling up. In this module, we're going to talk about cascading style sheets. First, let's understand why CSS was created and why it's necessary. Now, if you think back to the 90s, web developers wanted to style up their websites, making it look the way that they wanted to, and it wasn't always pretty. But the tool set that they had in order to do this were very, very limited. And this is what it might look like if you only had HTML to style your websites. And as an aside, this is a real website and you can still visit it at this URL. Now, in order to style up the website using pure HTML, which is all they really had access to, they had to use HTML tags. For example, the font tag, which you can use to change the font of the text being displayed. And you can also use things like the center tag, which simply centers any element on screen. Now, in addition to that, people also used attributes. For example, you can set the H1's background color using the background color attribute to a particular color hex code, and that would change the H1 to a different color. Now, the problem really comes along when you start messing around with the layout using just HTML. Because as we've seen, in order to change our layout for our personal website so that we can have text and images that exist side by side, we had to use tables. And the problem with tables is that they are really, really wordy. You have to write a lot of code in order to do something very simple, which is displaying that image next to your H1 and your paragraphs, having it on the same horizontal level. And look at how much code we had to write just to do that simple thing. Now, the other problem with tables is that it's very, very easy to make syntax errors, and it's very easy to mess up. If you say forgot a TD here, you would end up with errors all over the place, and it's very difficult to debug as well. And also, if you started getting into more complex table layouts, you had to embed tables within tables in order to get more columns and more rows and more flexible layout, and the whole thing just became this horrible, horrible mess. So that's why people started using something called cascading style sheets. And this is what's called a style sheet or a style language, in the sense that it can't really do anything by itself. its only purpose in life is to style markup language, so for example HTML or XML code. And in this module, we're going to explore all the powerful things that you can do with cascading style sheets to bring your website from the 90s into the current day and age. So enough talking, let's get started styling up our website using CSS. Now, even in its current state, our website already compares pretty favorably with our computer science professors' websites. So we're definitely doing something right here. But we can make it even better. If you take a look at the personal website of Sean Halpin, who's a web designer, this is one of the most beautiful personal websites I've ever come across. It's incredibly simple, but it's also really beautiful and really well designed. So this is going to be our inspiration for this CSS module. And I'm going to show you how, by using the powers of CSS and everything that you're going to learn in this module, we're going to elevate the design of our personal site to look something like this and bring it right into the 21st century. So the first thing that would already make our website look a little bit nicer is changing this pretty bland white background to a colored background. So if you head over to your code file and open up index.html, we can inject a little bit of CSS right into the HTML tag that we want to affect. And the tag that we're interested in is the body tag, because we know that most, if not all, of our displayed content on our website is enclosed inside this body tag. So if we change its background, then the entire website's background will change too. So inside this body tag, we're going to tap into an attribute called style. And style takes CSS code inside the quotation marks. So the style that we want to change is the background color. So I'm going to write background dash color, and I'm going to write a colon. And after that colon, I'm going to specify the color that I want for the body. And let's just start off with a blue color. And then we're going to close off this line of CSS code using a semicolon. Now, if at this point you find that Atom is highlighting your code in a slightly different color scheme to mine, so for example, the part which says background color blue, instead of the green text I've got, you've got white and yellow like this, don't worry about it. That's just something specific to your computer, and it doesn't mean that you've done anything wrong. Just make sure that you've got the semicolon that closes off that background color blue, and then you've got the double quotes around that entire style. And once you've checked those things, then you can continue on. And now if I hit save, and if I go back to my browser, then if you hit refresh, you'll see our CSS code being implemented, changing the entire background of our web page. Now, if the background color is not changing for you, make sure that you're actually looking at the copy of the website that you're working on and not the GitHub version. This is where our development is going to happen. So if you don't have it up, remember you can simply right click and go to copy full path and paste it in here in order to get to that website under development. Now, the question you might have at this stage, beside the question of how did we manage to get our website looking even uglier than before, just bear with me on that. But the question that most students have is, well, how did you know to use background color? And how did you know that blue as a color would work? Let's see how we can find out how to do this. So if I head over to Google and we search for change background color using CSS, and we're going to tag on MDN at the end because that's our preferred documentation. And you can see that the first link that shows up already takes us to the documentation on the background color. And this page explains that the background color is a CSS property which sets the background color of a particular element. So we've used this particular line to change the background color of our body HTML element to blue. Now, as it shows, we can also do this using hex values or hexadecimal values. So we can replace this really ugly looking blue with something that is custom. And a really good tool for finding beautiful colors and beautiful color palettes is a website called colorhunt.co. And here you've got professional designers who've curated some of their favorite color palettes, and they've provided the hex codes to implement them in your own designs. So you can search by hot or popular, and we're going to look for a nice color palette that is going to work for our particular project. So I'm going to choose this one. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy the hex value of this nice sort of light pastel green bluey color. And I'm going to replace the word blue with that hex value. And remember, whenever you're using hex values, it needs to have the pound sign, or you might see it as the hashtag sign in front. Now, as soon as we add that hex code, you'll notice that one of our plugins that we installed in the beginning, the one called Pigments, is highlighting that color to us to show us what it'll look like when it's implemented. But we're going to verify that on our website as well. So let's go ahead and hit save and go back to our website and hit refresh. And you can see that beautiful light green color is now showing across our web page. So the other question that you might have is, how can I figure out which colors I can use just by specifying the name of it, and which ones I have to use as a hex value? Well, again, let's head over to Google, and we're going to look for an answer to our query. And I know that I've been banging on about this point, but it's really, really important, because as a fully fledged web developer, one of the most important skills is finding and figuring out how to do something that is specific to your needs. So inevitably, at some point in your future career, you will need to build features or implement things that we haven't ever talked about. And it's important that you really start building up this skill of figuring out what are the best keywords to search for, how do I structure my searches, which sources am I going to go to, be it Google or Stack Overflow or MDN, in order to figure out how I can do this specific thing that I want to do. And that's why I want to show you my thought process in order to guide you on how you can start doing this for yourself as well. So whenever you come across something that you want to figure out or you want to do that isn't covered in the tutorials, I want you to first give it a go, looking and seeing if you can figure it out for yourself, because this is one of the most important skills that you need to learn as a developer. So let's go ahead and search for CSS colors, and if we hit enter, you'll see that Google has picked out this particular table on the MDN website, and it has keywords and RGB hex values. So let's go and take a look at it in more detail. So this is a page that I recommend you bookmarking even, because it describes the color CSS data type that's available to you when you use CSS. And if you scroll down, there's this really useful table that shows you the colors and the keywords that you can use in order to implement these colors in your code without ever having to dive into the hex code. So for example, maybe you want the background to be this powder blue, right? So you can go ahead and simply copy this keyword, and instead of using the hex code, we can simply use the word powder blue. And if we refresh our website, you can see that that color is automatically rendered because it's recognized as a valid CSS color. So this is a quick and easy way of implementing colors using CSS. Now there's a whole range of other ways that you can change the color using CSS, and I'll leave you to read through this documentation and take a look at some of the other ways or some of the other palettes that you can tap into. Now heading back to our personal site, the next thing that I want to change is the style of these horizontal rules. And you might realize that there's a little bit of difficulty involved in doing this, because as nice as it is, modifying the style of a particular HTML element by simply going into the tag and changing the style attribute, it's a little bit cumbersome when you want to do that to many repeated elements. For example, our horizontal rules, because I have a total of about 4 of them, and I would have to write up the CSS code and copy and paste into each and every one of these tags. Now, if at some point I decide to change one of these CSS values, say, I actually prefer this light color over this powder blue, and I'm going to change it back to that particular hex code, then I would have to remember to change it in all 4 places. And this is very, very error prone. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you another way that you can implement CSS code that will apply across the entire web page. And it's by using internal CSS. You can look forward to that in the next lesson. See you there. So in the last lesson, we looked at how we're able to change the background color of the body of our web page by simply injecting CSS code in the same line as our body HTML element. Now, in this lesson, we're going to look at how we can implement CSS code across the entire web page, so we won't have to copy and paste the style attribute each time we want to change a particular element. So in order to do this, we're going to go into the head section of our HTML page, and just below the title, I'm going to add a style tag, and I'm going to close it off as well. Now, in between the style tag, I'm going to select the HTML element that I want to affect. So let's first try this with our body element. So in order to select an HTML tag, all you have to do is specify the name of the element you want to change, which in this case is the body. And then you're going to create a set of curly braces, inside which you're going to write your CSS code that will affect the style of the body element. So let's hit enter and give ourselves a bit more space. And let's also indent this so that it's nested inside our style tag. So here I can copy this line of code straight in like so. So the essential elements of any CSS code that you're going to write is going to be something that you want to affect. So in this case, it's the body of the page that we want to change. And then it's what you want to change about it. So in this case, it's the background color property that we want to affect. And finally, what is the value that you're going to change it to, which in this case is that nice color from our color palette. So I want to go ahead and just change this to a more obvious color. So back to that pretty ugly blue looking color that we had before. And I'm going to delete our inline CSS here and make it go back to just a simple body tag, just so that we can confirm that our code is in fact working. So now if we hit save and we go back to our website and we hit refresh, you can see that that change has worked. So we know that our CSS code is functional and it is working. Now, sometimes when you're linking up CSS with your HTML file, you might have forgotten a closing tag, or you might have put it into the wrong place. For example, you accidentally had it inside the body instead of the head section. And there's all sorts of reasons why your CSS and your HTML might not be linked together. So it's always a good idea just to change something really, really dramatic so that you can just confirm that the entire style tag is working and it's affecting the appearance of your web page. So now let's change this back to that prettier color that we had, and let's check to make sure that it's working. And the next thing that we're going to change is what we mentioned before. We want to change the style of something that occurs repeatedly in our code, which is the horizontal rule. Now, instead of having to write the style attribute inside each and every single one of these tags, what I can do is I can simply select it here by saying, let's change the style of all the horizontal rules. And the property of the horizontal rule that I want to change is also its background color. I don't like this grayish thing that we've got here, and I want it to just be pure white. So I want its background color to be simply just white, a CSS color that we can have access to just by writing the keyword white. So if we hit save and we head over to our website, you'll notice that nothing changes when you refresh it. It hasn't changed in its appearance at all. So why is that? Well, it's really, really important to realize that no website is completely unstyled. So what does that mean? Even before we've added any CSS code to our index.html, there is already some default CSS being applied by your browser. Now, you can find out what the default CSS looks like by, again, searching for it. So let's search for browser default CSS and hit enter. And you can see that the first thing that we get is actually from W3 schools. So I'm pretty agnostic towards which sources we use as long as they're useful. And Google's always pretty good at picking out which is the most used, or rather most useful links, and put them at the top of your searches. So if we look inside W3 schools, you can see that all these elements have default CSS values being applied by your browser. Now, if we hit Command F to find the horizontal rule, then you can see all the default CSS that it has. Now, let me just talk you through what all of this does. Now, the first thing is that it sets a margin for our horizontal rule, and then it sets the type or the style of our border to something called inset. And then it gives the border a width of 1 pixel. So what is this border style inset? Well, let's take a look at border style CSS using MDN. And you can see that there's a whole bunch of different keywords that you can use that changes the border style. Now you'll also find the default one, which is the inset border style. And this displays a border that makes the element look embedded. And if you look really closely at our border, it's kind of got that effect, right? Even though it's not that nice looking, that happens to be the default style that's specified by our browser. So let's change it to something that we want. Well, we actually don't really want a border. All we want is just to have a single line without a border that is white in color, right? So we can change the border style to none, and we can override the default browser value by specifying a new value for it using CSS. So we're going to say border style to none. And if we hit save, something surprising is going to happen when you refresh your website. Your horizontal rules have disappeared. Now, why is that? Well, one of the most important concepts in learning CSS is realizing that pretty much everything that exists on the web page are essentially just boxes. And I can make those boxes appear by using this Chrome plugin I've got, which is called Pesticide. Now, in order to get hold of this Pesticide for Chrome extension, head over to the course resources and you'll see a link that takes you directly to this extension on the Chrome Web Store. And this is an extension that we've published, and all you have to do to get it is just click Add to Chrome, Add Extension, and then final step that you need to do is to go here in the top right corner, click on the 3 dots, and then go to your Chrome settings. And then here, I want you to go into extensions, find the pesticide for Chrome extension, and I want to go to details. Inside details, make sure that this part, allow access to file URLs, is turned on. This is going to allow you to develop your website locally and to allow you to use pesticide on your local websites. Now, finally, if you want to pin the pesticide extension so that it shows up here, click on the extensions and then go ahead and click pin so that it shows up right here, and then you're ready to go. Now, back in your website, if you click on the pesticide button, then it will highlight all the boxes that we have on screen. Now, the horizontal rule is no exception. It's also just a rectangle. And that rectangle used to have a border specified by this border style. And that border had a width. So it was 1 pixel on the top, 1 pixel on the bottom, 1 pixel on the left, and 1 pixel on the right. Now, by getting rid of that border, by setting border style to none, our rectangle now has no size. It's literally 0 pixels high. So in order to change this situation, we need to change some of the CSS for the box to give it a height. So if you head over to devdocs.io and you search for height, the first one, the blue icon here, shows you that this is CSS related documentation. And if you click on it, it takes you to this height CSS property. And this specifies the height of an element. And you can read that as this thing changes the height of your box. So if we now give our horizontal rule a height, let's say 2 pixels, and we hit save, once we hit refresh, our box now has an actual dimension. And you can see that here as well. You can see that that tiny box now has a little bit of height associated with it, whereas previously it had 0 pixels in height, because only the border had a dimension to it. Now, that height property isn't unique to just the horizontal rule, and this is the really interesting thing about CSS. Now, once you realize that essentially everything in your web page is just a whole bunch of boxes, and the properties of these boxes can be affected by changing the CSS code, then you can pretty much apply the same rules or the same changes to any of these boxes you choose. So for example, if I wanted to select my image HTML element, then I could write image and I can change its height to something less extreme, maybe something like 20 pixels. And if I hit save and refresh, then you'll see that the box for my image has now become super tiny, and it is now only 20 pixels high. Now, some of you might have tried to change the height of the body, and you might have gotten stuck and wondered, why did it not work for the body? Well, it's down to the fact that the body has some default values that prevents our changing the height. And we're going to look at some of those things like display block in later lessons in this module to understand why that is. But for now, let's get rid of this style that we applied to the image, and let's hit save, and let's see our website as it is. Now, if you go into DevDocs and you go to the CSS section, then you can look at all of these subsections of how you can change the appearance of any element. So one of the things that you can change, in addition to the height, is actually the width of your element. So we can go and say the width of our horizontal rule should only ever be 100 pixels. And we hit save and we refresh, then you see that this is 100 pixels wide. Now, sometimes you might want the width to change depending on whether if you're viewing your website on a smartphone or whether if you're viewing on a browser or if somebody's viewing it maybe on an iPad. So you might not want to specify a straight up hard-coded value such as 100 pixels. You can also specify a percentage So you can say the width should be 30% of the entire width of the web page. Now, when you hit refresh, you can see that that line is much wider when our entire page is wider, and when our page gets narrower, it always remains 30% of the entire width. So that's another way that you can specify a size. Now, as a challenge, I want you to use this page on MDN, the border style property, and looking at all the different types of border styles, I want you to be able to make this line similar to what Sean has here, which is just a few gray dots, maybe 3 or 4, or maybe just 10% of the page. So pause the video and see if you can change the CSS in order to make that line look like this. All right, so how did that go? Now, in order to make our horizontal rule look similar to this, we know that we can change the border style. And one of those styles is the dotted style. And MDN very helpfully has this interactive box where we can change the properties of these borders. So we already know that we can't have a border to be set to none. We're going to need it to be dotted. But if we simply change this border style to dotted and hit save, then you can see if I zoom in that yes, I have a border that's dotted around my horizontal rule, but this looks nothing like what he's got over here. So how can we change this? Well, if we only want to have a single border, then we have to turn our height down to 0 again. So we have a box that's 0 pixels high that only has a border. So you can either change the height to 0 pixels or delete it outright, and that will also make it 0 pixels high. Now if I refresh, you can see that we've now got a horizontal rule that's 0 pixels high, and we've got a border around it. So if we have a look here at the syntax section, it says that when one value for border style is specified, then it applies the same style to all 4 sides. And that's pretty much what we're getting here. We're getting that dotted style across all 4 sides. Now, when we specify 2 values, then the first style is applied to the top and bottom borders, and the second to the left and right. When 3 values are specified, then the first one applies to the top, the second to the left and the right, and the third to the bottom. Or you can also specify all 4 values of all 4 sides. So knowing this, we can actually change our border style to dotted. So that gets applied to the top border, and then we can specify none for the rest of the borders. And if we hit save, we go back over here, we refresh, you see that we now only have the top border showing. Now, an alternative way that you might have worked out is by simply changing the border top style. So we could say that the entire border style is none, but the border top style is going to be dotted. And if you hit save and you refresh, you can see that it's exactly the same effect. Because we're specifying something that is more specific than this property, we're affecting only this particular thing. And now our background color is redundant because our main box has no background because it has no height. So we can get rid of that. Now, in order to make this line look more like this line, we have to change the size of the dots and also the color of the dots. And you can see that we can change the color by simply changing the border color property. So we can change it to gray, and we can also change the border width. So if we say 20 pixels, then the dots get a lot bigger, whereas 5 pixels, you only get very tiny dots. So let's go over here and add some more properties that we want to change. So we're going to change the border color to grey. And we're going to change the border height, and then we're going to change the border width to, let's try 20 pixels. And let's see what that now looks like. Ooh, that's absolutely massive. And our border is still black. So what's going on here? It's because we have a typo in the word grey. And you can see that using our packages that we've installed in Atom, when it's actually a valid color code, it gets highlighted in a different color compared to something that doesn't exist. So let's change that down to maybe, let's try 10 pixels. And that is now looking pretty similar to that size. Maybe smaller still, maybe 5 pixels. Yeah. That looks pretty similar. And we can change it down to be a lot smaller in width as well. So let's say maybe put the width as maybe 10% or even smaller, maybe 5%. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. So we've now more or less implemented what we see over here simply by changing the CSS style of our horizontal rule. Now, there's still a bit of a problem though, because we've changed our horizontal rule to look exactly the way that we want it to. And we of course want this to be consistent across our website. And we also want our background color to carry over to all our other web pages on our website. But if we look inside my hobbies or contact me, it still looks exactly the same way as it did before. And we're going to have to copy this entire style section over to the contact me header as well as the hobbies header. So that's kind of a lot of work, especially if you end up with a website with, 200 pages. Then it's not a good idea to have to copy this over and change it in every single place. This might be easier than using inline CSS as we did in the last lesson, but it's still quite repetitive. What we really want is to have a single location where when we change the CSS styles in that one location, then everything gets reflected across our website in all of the pages. So that is what we're going to learn about in the next lesson, where we look into how we can create external CSS for our website. So stay tuned and I will see you in the next lesson. Now, in the last lesson, we looked at how we can implement a CSS style and apply it to all instances of a particular HTML element on a single page. So we changed the style for our horizontal rule, and by adding this internal CSS to our index.html page, we managed to affect the style of all the horizontal rules on the same page. Now, we're going to take it one step further, and we're going to change our website that uses internal CSS to external CSS. And to do that, we first have to create a new folder in our personal site. So I'm going to create a new folder that's called simply CSS. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file. And that file is going to be called styles.css. So with that extension, the browser will recognize it as a CSS file. So once you hit enter, you'll see that we have this brand new file called styles.css. And we're going to move our code for the body and the horizontal rule over to this page. I'm going to hit save, and we're going to remove this style tag. So now if I hit save and I refresh our website, you can see that all the style that we've applied is now gone because we've deleted it from the style tag in the header. Now, instead, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new link. And if you write link and you hit enter, then it will autofill to say that this link has a relationship of something called the style sheet. So when your browser reads your web page, it'll go from the top to the bottom And once it hits this line, it'll see that, oh, this is where the style sheet for this web page resides, and I can go over here to fetch it. Now we need to change this href to point towards our styles.css. So the first thing we need to change is the file name. Our file's not called master.css, it's called styles.css. And the other thing that we have to change is this / here. Now, if an href starts off with a /, then it's pointing towards the root of your website. It's saying that you'll find this file inside a folder called CSS inside the root of your website. Now, we're going to talk about the root a little bit later on, especially once we start getting into JavaScript. But for now, just know that when you have a static website that's not yet hosted anywhere, you can't tap into this file using the root. So instead, we're going to say that this file resides in a folder called CSS, and it's on the same level as this current file. So index.html is here, and on the same level as it, there is a folder called CSS, inside of which there is a file called styles.css. And that is going to be our style sheet. So your browser then takes this file here, then applies all of these styles to the specified elements inside your index.html. So let's hit save and let's refresh our page to make sure that it worked. And it has. So this is what we call the external CSS. And if we apply this style sheet to our contact me page as well as our hobbies page, then you'll see that once we go to it, then you'll see that all of our styles get applied across all 3 pages. And all we had to do is just to add this simple link that points towards this external style sheet. And anything that we change in this single location will affect all 3 web pages. So we'll know that the style is consistent across all 3 pages. Now, as a challenge, I want you to select the H1 and the H3 elements on all 3 pages. And I want you to change its color property to this particular color that we had on Color Hunt, so 66BFBF. And by the end of it, you should end up with your site looking similar to this, where on all 3 pages, the H1s and the H3s are colored in this new shade. Now remember, if you don't know which CSS property to change, or if the property that you're trying to change isn't working, you can always go to Google and say, change text color CSS. And that will help you figure out which property you need to change. So go ahead, pause the video, and give it a go. All right, so how did that go? Well, if you had any difficulty figuring out which property you need to change, because it's a property that we haven't used before, then you needed to look at some of the documentation. And in this case, for example, changing the text using CSS, the first thing that it talks about is changing the text color, which is exactly what we want to do. And it tells you that the property that you need is something called color. And you can specify the color, just as we did before for the background color, with a name or with a hex value or with an RGB value. So our value that we had was here, which is 66BFBF. We're going to copy it and we're going to go into the styles.css, so our external style sheet, and we're going to select the element that we want to change, which is the H1 as well as the H3. And the property that we want to change was called color, and the value that we're going to give it is the hex code 66BFBF, and we want that to be true in both cases. So now if you hit save and you go over to your site and you hit refresh, then the black text becomes that nice green turquoisey color, and the changes are also reflected in hobbies and contact me. So, did you get that right? Did you manage to figure out which property you needed to change? If yes, then great, perfect. If you want to take this challenge even further, then you can style the text in more ways than we've specified here by looking through the documentation and changing anything that you want to change. So, for example, it's a bit odd to have the H1 the same color as the H3, so you could differentiate those two by making the styles of each of them different. Now, if you've created something wonderful, wacky, or completely different from what I have, then it's a good time to show off what you've done and head over to the Q&A section and show all of your fellow students and post a screenshot of what your website looks like and which CSS properties you changed in order to achieve it. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to look at some potential bugs that you might come across and ways in which you can help yourself by diagnosing what the problem is and how you can fix it yourself. So we're starting to learn about the important skill of debugging. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the last few lessons, we looked at why CSS is useful and how you can implement it using inline, internal, or external CSS. Now, in this lesson, we're going to start to develop a really important skill, and that is debugging your code. Inevitably, as a developer of any sort, web, mobile, backend, you will write code that have logical flaws or that have typos, because we are all human and we make mistakes. And it's really important to learn the skill of diagnosing your bugs. So when something doesn't work the way you expect it to, how can you figure out what is the cause and how do you go about fixing it? And so in this lesson, in the resources, you'll find two text files, one called debugging problem 1 and the other one called debugging problem 2. And what I want you to do is to go inside your index.html and hit Command A or Control A to select everything. Now we're going to replace the code that's inside your index.html with each of the debugging problems. Now, if you've made notes in your index.html, or if you want to keep a copy of the actual working code that you've already written, make sure that after you've selected everything inside HTML, go ahead and paste this into a notepad or into another file that you save as the working index.html, or give it some sort of name. Now, after we replace this with the debugging problem, if you wanted to go back to your original index.html, you can always hit undo in Atom. And the shortcut for that is Command Z in Mac, and it's Control Z on Windows. And you can undo for as far back as you want to. So once you've saved a copy of your original index.html, and then hit backspace to delete everything. Next, you're going to go to the course resources. And again, if you don't remember how to find that, have a look at the beginning of lesson 3 where I talk about this. Now, inside the course resources, you'll find a section that says download the debugging problem starting files. Once you've downloaded that, you'll need to unzip that zipped folder, and you should have a folder called CSS debugging problems. Now you're going to go to Atom, you're going to go to File, Open, and you're going to navigate to that folder in your downloads and make sure that you haven't selected the zipped version. Select the file and then open up debugging problem 1. And you're going to hit Command A or Control A to select everything, and then you're going to hit Command or Control C, and then you're going to copy all of this code over to your index.html. And then you're going to hit Save, and you're going to refresh your page to see that, oh, what happened? Where did all of our beautiful CSS styling go? And this is your first challenge to debug and fix the code and try to figure out what's going on here. So pause the video and give it a go. All right, so you might have found out the issue by painstakingly going through the code line by line. Now, you might have also not found the bug. So let me walk you through a workflow of how you can approach debugging now and also in the future. So the first thing that we're going to use is we're going to pull up the Chrome developer tools. And this is one of the reasons why we're using Chrome to develop our websites and web apps, even though perhaps there are other browsers that you might prefer using on a day-to-day basis. And one of the reasons is because of something called the Chrome developer tools. So if you head over to the three dots in the top right of your Chrome browser, click on it, and then go to More Tools, you should find the developer tools over there. And if you click on it, it brings up this console. So there's a whole bunch of tabs here, including network, performance, sources, elements. And we've checked out elements before when we right-clicked on something and we said inspect. That's what we were bringing up. We were bringing up the Chrome developer tools. So if we head over to console, then you can see that Chrome is actually reporting an error here to you. And it's telling you that it failed to load the resource, and there's an error where the file that you're trying to pull up is not found. And it tells you what file it's trying to look for. It's trying to look for something at /css/styles.css. So if we go over to our code and we look at the part where we ask the browser to load this particular file /css/styles.css, then we will find it over here on line 6. And this shows you the problem that I spoke about earlier, whereby I said that the href, or the URL location of our styles.css, exists in the CSS folder at the same hierarchical level as our index.html. But I've very sneakily added this leading /, and that makes this link relative to the root. Whereas without that leading /, it makes this link relative to the subdirectory that the index.html exists in. So without the link, we're looking inside HTML personal site for a folder called css/styles.css. With the leading /, we're looking for the root of the website, which we currently don't actually have. So all we need to do to fix this bug is to delete that leading /, hit save, and refresh our website. You'll see that error in the console now disappears, and our styles are restored to our page. So that's the solution for the first debugging problem. Did you manage to get it right? Now let's move on to the second debugging problem. So again, similarly, we're going to hit Command or Control A and delete everything inside our index.html. We're going to go to debugging problem 2, and we're going to copy everything over. Going to hit save, and we're going to refresh our website. And again, something has broken, but it hasn't broken as dramatically as previously. Now I want you to pause the video and figure out how we can restore it to the previous look and feel by fixing our code. So pause the video now and give it a go. So the first step of debugging always starts with identifying the problem. What is the problem here? Well, our background used to be a light green color and now it's white. But the other parts of our CSS hasn't broken. So for example, our horizontal rule is still correctly formatted. Our H1 and H3 are also formatted using our external CSS. So it's probably not to do with the location of the style sheet. So the only issue that we need to fix is, why is it that the background is white, but in our style sheet, we said that the body's background should be our light green color? Why is that not happening? Well, let's go ahead and pull up our Chrome developer tools again. And if we look inside elements and we select the body here, and we go over to this styles section over here, then you can see that it's showing us all of the CSS that's being applied to the body of our web page. And that includes setting the background color to white, as well as setting the background color to our specified hex code, that light green color, as well as changing the display and the margin. And we're seeing that the color that we desire, which we set inside our style sheet, is being crossed out and overridden by this white color. And if you look carefully inside our new buggy index.html, then the keen-eyed amongst you might have spotted that I set an inline CSS rule inside the body tag to turn the body's background color to white, which explains why our page looks like this. But what it doesn't explain is, why is it that this one is being used, but this one is not? If we specify CSS rules for the same property in different places, which one is more important? Well, we can use the Chrome developer tools to help us answer that question. So I'm going to keep the body's background color in the inline CSS as white. I'm also going to add a style tag here. And inside this style tag, I'm going to change the body's background color to, let's say, red. And I'm going to make this color a little bit more obvious. So let's change this to blue. Hit save and refresh our page, and you'll see that it stays white. But now if we select this line and we select our body element, you can see that this is the elements tab for viewing the elements. Then you can see that there's 3 colors that are being applied to our body, and 2 of them are crossed out. The red color, which comes from index.html on line 10, which is, of course, our internal CSS. And then we've got the white color, which is being applied on the style attribute of the actual body element, as you can see here. And finally, we've got some CSS rule being applied inside our file called styles.css on line 2. So styles.css on line 2 is the rule where we're setting the background color to blue. Now inside Chrome, you can untick that top level background color, and it goes down to the next most important thing. And this is the equivalent of deleting this inline CSS rule from the body tag. And that means that it defaults to the next most important CSS rule, which is the one on our index.html on line 10. That is our internal CSS. And if you untick that one, which is the equivalent of deleting this part here, then and only then does it go to our styles.css, applying the background color to be blue. Now remember that when you're ticking and unticking these things inside Chrome, it affects how the web page gets displayed, but it does not change your code. So if I hit refresh right now, then it goes back to how it will be displayed across all the browsers if this website was live. So the Chrome tool is only for you to mess around with it locally and see what those changes, for example, removing this line here. Do you see how by ticking and unticking that, it just commented out that particular CSS rule? And it shows you what the effects are without affecting the code behind it. So let's go ahead and affect the code, because what we've learned is that by having inline CSS, internal CSS, as well as external CSS, all affecting the same property of the same element, the priority is given to the inline element. So that's what's making our background white. Now, if I delete this CSS rule from here, save and refresh, then it goes to the next most important CSS rule, which is the one inside our internal CSS over here. And if I delete this internal CSS and hit save and refresh, then and only then does it go to the next most important rule, which is our external CSS. So this describes the hierarchy of these 3 different ways of implementing CSS. And what it means is that you can apply a global CSS rule to all of your web pages, but on the individual web pages, you can apply more specific rules through using internal or inline CSS as more or less one-off changes for that specific page or that specific element on that page. So let's restore our website to the way that it was before, and you can mess around with implementing your CSS in those 3 different ways and see how the importance of those rules depend on where you write it. Now, in terms of best practice, as a web designer, it's usually suggested that you implement all of your styles inside your external CSS. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to look more closely at the CSS syntax and what a CSS rule is composed of. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so now that we've seen all the places where we can include CSS in order to change the style of our website, then now is a good time to review the CSS syntax. And you hear this word syntax a lot when you're dealing with programmers or programming, and all that it refers to is just the grammar of the CSS language. Just as in English, we have grammatical rules which state where you should put commas, where you should have full stops, which words need to be capitalized, etc., etc. All programming languages also have their own particular syntax. So let's take a look at what CSS looks like. Now, the first thing that you'll see is the selector, and this comes at the beginning of the CSS rule. And then comes a pair of curly braces, inside which is where your CSS rules are going to reside. And the rule will change the appearance of some property and give it a new value. And each rule has to end with a semicolon at the end. And that is kind of equivalent to the full stops that we see in our English sentences. Essentially, the selector is basically just the who. So who is it that you want to modify in your web page? Is it the H1? Is it the paragraph tags? Is it the image tags? Whose style do you want to change? And the next part is the property. And this is the what. What about that H1 do you want to change? Is it the background color? Is it the text color? Is it its position? And finally, we've got the value, and that is the how. So how do you want to change the background color of the H1? Do you want it to be blue? Do you want it to be red? And that's the value that you're going to give in order to change it. So whenever you get stuck thinking about CSS, this is a good time point in the video to come back to, just to remind yourself what are each of the parts inside the CSS code that you are changing in order to affect the style. So let's look at a real life example. Here I have a website that is dedicated to the true love of my life, which is bacon. And all that I've got in this website is an H1 for the I love bacon heading. And I've got 3 separate paragraphs that just say bacon, 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 which is what I hear in my head most of the time, especially around lunchtime, which it is right now. So, and finally, I've got an image of a piece of bacon. So if I decided to apply some CSS to my website, say, let's change the H1's color to the color red. Now, in this case, the who is, of course, the H1. That's what I'm trying to select, and that's why it's called the selector. And the color, of course, is the what. And finally, the how I'm going to change that color is the value, which in this case, it's red. And by applying the CSS rule, I end up changing the H1's color property to red. Now, let's take a look at that in real life. If you look inside the resources of this lesson, you will find a zip file called Bacon Fansite that you will be able to download. And once you unzip it and extract the files inside, you should find a folder called CSS-Bacon Fansite. Now go ahead and take this folder, CSS Bacon Fansite, and drag it into your project sidebar right here below the other project. Now, if you want to get rid of the previous project, just click on the top HTML project file and then remove project folder. And ignore this DS store. This is something that just gets created automatically on macOS. You can delete it if you want to, but it doesn't actually do anything. So now you should have this index.html file in your Atom project folder. And here I've already written a little bit of code in order to create the bare HTML bones of our Bacon Fansite. Now, I know that some of you guys might be vegan or vegetarian or pescatarian or whatever it may be. If my love of bacon offends you in any way, then I am deeply apologetic, and you can feel free to change or update this website to whatever it is that you worship, like broccoli or spinach, but my thing is bacon, so here we go. So here's the base website, and as the first challenge, I want you to pause this video and create a new folder called CSS, inside which you will create a new file called styles.css, and then you're going to link that file to this current HTML file using an external link. So we're using external CSS. So pause the video and give it a go. All right, that shouldn't have been too hard. If it was, make sure you look at some of the previous videos where we spoke about inline, internal, and external CSS. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder inside our CSS-Bacon Fansite, and I'm going to call it CSS. Inside the CSS folder, I'm going to create a new file called styles.css, and now styles.css is inside a folder called CSS at the same hierarchical level at index.html. So I can go inside the head of this website and I can insert a link that has a relationship of style sheet, and the href is css/styles.css. So now if I hit save, and I can just check to make sure that it's actually been linked up by tapping into the body, changing the background color, which we've done before, and let's just change it to red. Let's go ahead and save everything, hit refresh, and we can verify that it's all linked up and it's all working. Now, I don't really actually want to have a red background for my bacon website. It seems a little bit too fanatical. But instead, we're going to add that CSS rule that we saw earlier on, where we change the text color of the H1 to a red color. So first things first, who am I trying to change? It's of course going to be the H1 in this case. I'm going to open a set of curly brackets, and then I'm going to add the property, or the what. And in this case, it's of course the color property, and I'm going to change its value to red. And of course, remember that the CSS syntax requires that you close off the line with a semicolon. Now, all the parts that we've mentioned in the CSS syntax slides are really, really important. And sometimes you might forget, or you might accidentally remove something, and it will break the code. So let me show you what I mean. For example, if we forgot to put in that, then we can't differentiate between the what and the how, and it'll think that all of this is the what, or the properties we want to change. So that doesn't work. And if you hit save, then the linter inside Atom will actually give you this error saying it expected a colon on line 1, column 12. So you can see your lines and columns down here, and you can see that currently we're on line 1, column 11. So this is line 1, column 12. And this is where it expected a colon. Now, with the colon, if we refresh our website, you can see that it changed our H1 to have a red text color. But without that colon, then you can see that it doesn't affect the style at all. It's not a valid CSS rule. So let's put that colon back in, and let's go ahead and add another rule to modify our H1. Let's change the font size to something really, really huge. Let's say 200 pixels. So let's hit save, let's refresh. You can see we've got this massive title saying, I love bacon. So you can have more than one rule that's applied to the same selector. And very often you'll actually apply many, many rules to the same selector. And you can either have them in line, but as you can imagine, as you get more and more rules, you're going to run out of space pretty quickly. So by convention, most people will write CSS with the selector, the open curly bracket, then each CSS rule will go onto a new line. And this way you can clearly see and make sure that each line ends with a semicolon and each of the properties are separated from the values by a colon. Now, there's another sort of best practice is that once you start getting a lot of these rules, say, 20 all in one paragraph, then it starts getting hard finding them. So usually the best practice is to keep all of these rules in alphabetical order. And in fact, if you put font size before color and you hit save, Atom will actually give you a warning telling you that the linter advises that the best practice is have all of your properties in alphabetical order. That way, when you come to debugging or trying to figure out what's going wrong, then it'll be much, much easier to find each and every property that you're looking for. Now, as you might have seen, it's quite easy to find the who because we're just looking at the HTML element, for example, the H1 tag, and we're simply ignoring the angle brackets of the tag, and we're just picking up on the name of the HTML element to use as our selector. Now, as a challenge, I want you to change the background of this bacon image to red as well. So take a look at the index.html and implement your CSS code inside styles.css. So pause the video and give that a go. All right, so how did that go? Now, of course, the easy part is the who in this case, which is the image tag. And we're not including any of the other attributes like source or alt text, etc. We're just interested in that red part, which is the name of the HTML element. So we're going to go into our styles.css and we're going to target our selector, which is, of course, the image tag. Then we're going to open a set of curly braces, and inside we're going to define our rule. And the property that I wanted you to change for the image was its background color, and we want to change it to red as well. So let's hit save and let's hit refresh, and you can see we've now got a bacon image that has a red background. Now at this point it seems easy to see how to find the who, right? The image or the p tag or the h1, whatever it is that you want to change, you simply use it as the selector inside your CSS code. Now, what about the what or the properties? How do we know what keywords we can and can't use and what they will affect? Well, you guessed it. This is where we go back to the web docs. So if you have a look on the MDN homepage and you go to technologies and you go to CSS and then you go to their CSS reference, you can see that it talks about the syntax, but more importantly, it has this entire directory of keywords, which are effectively our properties. So these are the whats that we can change. And you'll find everything that we've used so far, for example, background color or font size or whatever it is that you're looking for. And these are all of the generic properties that you can change using CSS rules. And if you click on each of them, then it'll take you to a more detailed page where it shows you how you can implement the code and what different types of code will do for your styling. So have a play around with all of these different properties and see what other things you can do to make this bacon fan site look more the way that you want it to. And once you're done, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the last lesson, we looked at the simplest type of CSS selectors, and that is selecting based on the HTML tags. Now, in this lesson, I want to show you the other things that you can use as selectors in order to make more specific changes to your website. So, for example, we have this image of a piece of bacon. Now, what if I wanted to have another image that was a broccoli, and I want to show people how much I dislike broccoli? Then I could go to Emojipedia and I could search for broccoli, and I found my broccoli. And this is a really cool website because it lists all of the emoji graphics from different operating systems. So this is Apple's version of a broccoli emoji, and this is Google's, this is Microsoft. Not sure that this looks more like a tree than a broccoli. But feel free to go through this list and see what emoji you prefer. I quite like this one. I think it's most realistic. And then just go ahead and right click and copy the image address. And we're going to use that as the source of our image. And you can see up here, this is exactly the same way how I got the image for our bacon. And I'm just going to add an alt text just in case the image doesn't display. And I'm going to say this is the broccoli dash image. So now if I hit save and I go to my bacon fan site, you can see that my broccoli now shows up. But the curious thing is that my broccoli also has a red background, even though I just put it on screen. I didn't even have time to look at the styles yet. So why is that? Well, if we take a look inside style.css, you can see that by targeting the image tag, we're applying this red background color to every single image inside our website. And that might be what you want, but in most cases, that's not really specific enough. And in my case, what I'd like to do is that I want to have the bacon to have a green background color to say, eat more bacon, and the broccoli to have a red background color to say, broccoli is evil. So how can I achieve that? Well, I can't do that just by using tag selectors. So I have to go a little bit more advanced in my CSS, and I have to use class selectors. So if you head into your index.html, and after the image tag, we're going to add another attribute. So remember, HTML attributes are things like the source or the alt tag, etc. And the one that we want to add now is the class attribute. Now, the class attribute allows us to differentiate all of our different HTML elements. So for example, for this bacon image, I'm going to give the class a name of bacon. And for the broccoli image, I'm going to name this class broccoli. So now what I can do is, instead of coloring all the images red, so I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. So in CSS, commenting is a little bit different from HTML in the sense that we have to use a /, a asterisk, and then to end the block of comments, we use another asterisk and a /. So everything in between the asterisks will be commented out and won't be considered as code. So let's give our CSS file some sections, shall we? Let's say that the top section are our tag selectors, and the next section are our class selectors. So inside this section, I'm going to tap into that bacon class in order to only change the styling for the bacon image and give it a background color of green. So to target a class rather than a tag, the only difference is a full stop or a dot in front of the class. So my class is called bacon. So to use it as a selector, I just say dot bacon, and the rest of the CSS rule looks exactly the same. And I'm going to say that for the bacon class, I want their background color to be green. But for the broccoli class, now make sure you don't have any typos, because if you misspell the selector, the property, or the value, you might not get what you expect. For example, what I've done here, because they all need to be spelled exactly the same way as you spelled it inside your HTML code when you gave the class a name. So for our broccoli image, we want the background color to be red. So now if we hit save, then what's going to happen is that different styles will be applied to our two images. So even though they're both image HTML elements, because this one has a class of bacon, it's going to have a background color of green, as we specified. And because this one has a class of broccoli, it's going to have a background color of red. So let's just quickly verify. And there we go. We've got our bacon that's colored in green, telling you how healthy it is. And we've got our broccoli colored in red, telling you how it's probably not edible. So for things like paragraph elements or image elements or anchor tags, then it's very, very rare that you'll want to style them exactly the same way. So by using the class as the selector, you can better differentiate and make more specific styling choices for your website elements. Now, in the last lesson, we looked at how we can use class selectors instead of tag selectors. And this gave us way more flexibility and allowed us to specify the styles that we wanted for individual image tags or individual HTML elements. Now, if you're looking at CSS selectors, you might also come across the ID selector. And the ID selector is a little bit different from the class selector, although they do have some similarities. So let's try an example. Inside this H1, I'm going to add an ID attribute, and this is going to have an ID called heading. Now, in order to change the style of my heading and target the heading ID, I have to specify my selector slightly differently. So let's create a new section down here called ID selectors, and I'll show you how you can select it. So remember, our ID is called heading, and in order to target it, I need to use the hash symbol, or some might call it the pound sign. And then I'm going to add the name of that ID, which was called heading, and the rest of it is exactly the same. So let's make the color of the heading blue, shall we? And let's hit save and refresh, and you can see that even though we've got the H1 still specified as having a red text color, because our ID and our class selectors are more specific, this style will override this one. And if you have a look inside the Chrome developer tools, selecting the H1, you can see that we've got the H1 color being red, but it's crossed out because the ID heading is more specific, and therefore this is the one that we see on our website. Now, this is the same for our class selectors. For example, let's get rid of these comments to put this back online. And we can see that we're saying that all images should have a background color of red, but the bacon class should have a background color of green. And if I hit save and I refresh, absolutely nothing changes. And that's because if we have a look inside the Chrome developer tools and we select our bacon image, then you can see that the image tag selector is specifying that the background color should be red, but our bacon class overrides that because it's more specific, and this is saying that it should be green, and that is what we see on screen. So that is one similarity between classes and IDs. Now, people get very, very confused about when should you use IDs, when should you use classes, because they seem like they're kind of similar, right? Well, one of the big differences between the two is that you can only have a single instance of one particular ID name inside a single page. So I can't, for example, go into the paragraph tag and say that this one's ID is also called heading. And you'll see that Atom gives me this error saying that heading must be unique. I can only use this ID in one place. But whereas with class, it doesn't really matter. I can say that this class is bacon. I can say this class is bacon. Everybody's class is bacon. Doesn't matter at all. So you would use the ID to identify elements where there is only a single one of them on a particular page. For example, there's probably just going to be one heading. Or if you had a navigation bar, you're probably only going to have one navigation bar on your website. But for the class, you can use it to group related elements that are all going to behave or have a similar style. For instance, if you had a blog and you wanted to style all the comments on the blog pages, then they're probably going to look exactly the same as each other. So they might all have the same class value. So use classes when you want to apply the same style to a group of related items, and use the ID to apply a specific style to a single element on your web page. And some say the analogy is kind of like name versus passport, where anybody can have the same name, right? There's many, many Angelas, I'm sure, across the world, but there's only one person with my particular passport number. And that uniquely identifies me across all of the other humans in the world. So the similarities are they're both used to identify HTML elements that you want to style, and CSS doesn't actually care what you use. If I said ID equals heading here or class equals heading and applied the style, it doesn't actually matter. CSS doesn't care. The other similarity between IDs and classes, as we mentioned before, is that they are more specific than the tag selectors, and any of these styles will override any tag selector styles that are applied to the same element. The other thing that you'll notice is that some of these tags have predefined CSS styles that are applied by the browser. So for example, the H1, if we have a look inside our Chrome Developer Tools and I select the H1, then you can see that these user agent style sheets, this comes from the browser, and this is applied no matter what CSS style you put down. But if you do specify something using a tag selector inside your CSS file, for example, here for the H1, I said that the font size should be 200 pixels. And that overrides the default size for the browser. And it can be further overridden using IDs or classes. Now, the differences between IDs and classes, which is what trips up most people, and the first thing to remember is that a particular ID can only be used once on this page. So I can only have this heading ID once on this page, but I can have more than one ID. So I can say maybe this one's ID is called first paragraph, but I cannot use this again anywhere else inside the same page. The other difference is that any HTML element can have more than one class, but it can only have one ID. So what does this mean? Well, let's say that I wanted my broccoli image to be circular, then we can change the border radius as we did previously. And I can do that by adding another class to my broccoli image called circular. And if I go into my style sheet and I target this circular class, then I can specify that its border radius should be 100%, which is going to be circular. So now that circular border radius is going to be applied to this image alongside the styles for the broccoli class. So if we hit save and refresh, you'll see that my broccoli image is now circular, but my bacon image is left completely alone. And I've implemented this by adding 2 classes to the same HTML element. Now, you can't do the same thing with ID. So let's add another ID, for example, called big, and we tried putting it down here. And let's use it to change the font size to something ridiculous like 1000 pixels. Let's hit save and refresh. You can see that all the styles for that heading ID are now removed because this is not a valid ID. You can't have more than one ID for a particular element. So that is another difference between classes and IDs. Now in practice, and when you look at CSS code in the wild, you'll see people use classes absolutely everywhere. You'll see tag selectors being used broadly to affect the appearance of HTML elements, but you'll see IDs used more sparingly. And in fact, the linter for CSS on Atom actually suggests against using IDs as a selector to change the style. Now, I don't entirely agree with that because I think there are cases where it can be useful, but you do have to think very carefully when you do decide to use it. Now, the last thing that I want to show you with regards to CSS selectors is something called a pseudo class. And if we have a look inside the CSS reference, amongst all of the different properties and their keywords, you can see that some of these have a little colon in front of them. And these are pseudo classes. And this is because HTML elements can have different states. So for example, when I hover over a piece of text or an image, that's actually a different state. And I can get the CSS to change based on the state, i.e. hovering over or not hovering over, by using these pseudo classes that have a colon in front. And the one that you'll see the most often is the hover pseudo class. And this is what it looks like. So you can select the hovered state of any HTML element in order to affect its style. So let's go ahead and do that for our image tag. Let's say that when our HTML image elements are hovered over, or you might know it as rollover or mouse over, but when our images are in this particular state, let's say that the background color should be maybe a gold color. Let's hit save and let's refresh our site and let's check it out. So if I go ahead and hover over my images, you can see that it changes the background color to this gold color simply by using that pseudo class of hover. So take a look at some of these properties and different ways of using selectors and use it to mess around with your website to personalize it even more. All right, so we've already come pretty far in our journey of creating and beautifying this CV website that we have here. But we're no longer really aspiring to be computer science professors. So we're going to have to take a slightly different path. And instead, we want to be hired as web developers. Unfortunately, we're never going to get hired with a website that looks like this. So we have to aspire to greater heights. And we want to create a website that looks and resembles more like a professional personal site with a beautiful interface and a few brief notes about what you can do and how people can contact you. So we're going to pay homage to one of the best personal sites on the internet, which is this website by Sean Halpin. And for the rest of this module, we're going to make a website that looks more similar to this and less similar to our computer science professors' CV websites. So once you're ready, I have a challenge for you. And that is to create a brand new project. So that means you have to create a new folder called CSS My Site. And you have to create an index.html page inside that folder. And then you're going to add all of that HTML boilerplate code that you will need for any website. And you're going to give your website a title of your name. So mine would be Angela Yu, for example. And then you're going to create a CSS folder and a styles.css file. And then you're going to link up your styles.css file with your HTML file. And you're going to check to make sure that it works by giving your website an ugly blue background color, or whichever other ugly colors you can think of. It's completely up to you. So pause the video now and complete this challenge. So inside Atom, we're going to close off what we were previously working on, be that the CSS Bacon fan site or the HTML personal site. If you've got any of these open, then just right click and remove it from the left-hand pane. Now you're going to go into whichever folder you've decided to store all of your web development projects, and you're going to right click and create a new folder that is going to be called CSS My Site. And you're going to go back to Atom and you're going to add this to the left-hand pane by clicking on Add Project Folder. And the one that we're going to pick is that brand new folder that has nothing contained inside. All right, so here's our brand new project folder, and I'm going to go into it and create a new file, and this is going to be our home page or our index.html. And inside this brand new HTML file, I'm going to add in the HTML boilerplate code just by using autosuggest. And I'm going to give my website a title of my name, which is Angela Yu, that's me. And now I'm going to create a new folder inside this project folder. And it's going to be called CSS. And inside that CSS folder, I'm going to create a new styles.css file. So now I have a style sheet, and I'm going to link it up with my HTML using it as an external style sheet. So I'm going to insert a link that has a relationship of style sheet. Now you can also add a type of text/CSS, but this is optional if you want, and it doesn't really matter if you have it there or not. Now, what does matter though is that you correctly point to where your styles.css exists. So in our case, it exists inside a folder called CSS at the same hierarchical level as our index.html, which is the current file we're inside, and then it's called styles.css. And finally, just to check that everything worked out correctly, let's go inside the body and let's add a background color of, say, blue, which is going to be that pretty awful looking color. But now we can check to make sure that everything worked by right-clicking on the index.html and clicking on copy full path, then going into Chrome and just pasting that into the browser bar. And there we go. This is our brand new beautiful site that is just a blue background. But that means that everything we've done so far has worked out, and you can see our title is showing up here as well. And I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to close down this previous site we had back over here. And we're now going to focus on working on this new site that we're creating. And we're going to try and make it look similar to a professional web designer's personal site. So the first difference that you'll notice between our site and their site is that even in the tab bar, you can see that we've got this little new file icon here, which is kind of devoid of any design. But he's got this cute little icon over here. So how do we get hold of one of those? Well, this is called a favicon, or a favorite icon. And the reason it's called that is because back in the olden days, when people were still using shock horror, Internet Explorer number 5, the favicon, or the favorite icon, was an icon that would show up in your browser bar if you were on a website that you had favorited. And a cool side effect of that is that if you were the web developer, you can see how many times did people request to display your favicon, and that would give you an estimate of how many people had bookmarked or favorited your website. But now that doesn't work anymore because the browsers will try to display the favicon for all websites, whether if you've favorited it or not. But it's a nice little touch, and this is something that we want to implement. Now, if you want to do this, just head over to favicon.cc, And here you can create a brand new favicon. Now you can either import an image, maybe of yourself, and it will try to turn it into a very coarse drawing, or you can just simply draw it yourself. So I'm just going to draw one myself, and I'm just going to draw a capital A as best as I can, which is not that well. All right, so here's my favicon, and you can see that this is what it would look like when it's being used. So you can go ahead and refine it however you want to make it look nice. And this is where you really unleash your creative talents. And because I don't have many, then this is what I'm going to go with. So now we can download our favicon, which is in a special format for favicons, which is the ICO, or an icon format. And then I'm going to pull up the folder where I've got my CSS my site that contains my index.html and my CSS folders. And I'm just going to click and drag this newly downloaded favicon into the same folder. And now if you head into Atom, you'll be able to see it in the project navigator as well. And in order to incorporate it to our website, we're going to create a new link, but this link has a different relationship. It's not the style sheet in this case. It's actually just the icon. And the icon is located at the same hierarchical level as our index.html. We just have to put its name down. So the file is called favicon.ico. So now if we hit save and we go over to our browser and go to our site and hit refresh, then you'll see that it now has a pretty little favicon that shows up, which is pretty neat, right? Now, if after doing all of that, you still don't see your favicon, try changing the href of your favicon link to this instead. Add the $v=2, because it might be that your browser has cached a previous version, or it's just trying to create a default one that it's placed there. So if you change this, it should allow your favicon to show up. Now, if we take a look at Sean's site, you can see that it's got a whole bunch of distinct sections which we can scroll through. So how can we do this for our website? Certainly not by using anything that we've done so far, because we haven't been able to do any sort of positioning or layout with our previous CV website. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how we can create these blocks inside our website that we can style and make it look something like this. So you'll have that to look forward to, and I'll see you on the next lesson. So in the last lesson, we've started this brand new project where we're going to recreate a professional web designer's personal site, and we're going to make it look as beautiful, if not more beautiful, than what we see here. So we started off strong by adding a favicon to our website, but our website is right now just a blue screen, which is not that professional and not that pretty. So let's go ahead and change it. So head over to Atom, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that awful background color, and I'm actually going to just delete this entire body section here. And I'm going to begin by having no styles whatsoever, and I'm going to first specify the structure of our website. Let's start off by recreating the content of this top part. So there's what seems to be an H1 and something that's just a paragraph just below it. And then there's a few images, and then we go on to the next part. So let's do that for ours as well. So let's go into the body, and we're going to create an H1 that's going to say, I'm Angela. And after that, we're going to create a paragraph that's just going to say, a programmer. And let's hit save and let's check it out. So there we go. It looks pretty boring, right? And it looks nothing like this. So the difference here is that you see these two parts are kind of grouped together in what might be a box. And if you look at ours, and if I turn on pesticide, which is a really, really useful tool when you're debugging your CSS. Now, you don't need to download it, but if you want to, head over to the lesson where we covered internal CSS, where I showed you step by step how to install pesticide for Chrome. So you can see that what it does is that it highlights all of your HTML elements and essentially all of the boxes that are on screen. So as we mentioned before, essentially, all that we're doing when we're using CSS is we're specifying the style for how each of these HTML elements should be displayed. And each HTML element is basically just a box. So you can see that we've got a box up here, which is the H1, and a box down here, which is the paragraph. And that the box that's all around them is actually the body. And using pesticide, you can confirm this by holding down the control button and hovering over each section that you're interested in. So if I hover over here, you can see that this is showing me that it's a paragraph element, and up here is an H1, and in between and all around is the body. And that's what the blue line is. So this can be quite useful. Now, what you might realize now is that we might want to have a box that's around this heading and the paragraph tag that we can expand its height and also push down our text to the center of it. So we can do this in a number of ways, but the way that I'm going to talk about here is an HTML element called the div. So let's go back into our index.html, and I'm going to create a new element called a div, and we're just going to ignore the class for now. This div is a special HTML element that allows us to divide our content up on our website so that we can structure each div separately. Now, by itself, it doesn't do anything. So if I save this div here and I head back over to Chrome and I turn off pesticide and refresh, you can see that nothing, absolutely nothing has changed. And that's one of the reasons why we're talking about an HTML element inside our CSS module. And it's because divs, amongst other things, don't do anything unless you use CSS with it. So if we turn on pesticide again, you can see that this top part of the body has now got a little bit thicker of a line. And if you right click on it and try to inspect it, then we can select that div over here inside the Elements tab. And if you scroll this graphic up, you can see that it's showing you that it has a width of 1424 pixels and a height of 0 pixels, which is why we can't see anything. It's something that's 0 pixels high, even though it has a width, so it doesn't appear. Now, what you see up here where it says the outline, now this comes from pesticide, and that's trying to show you where that div exists, even though it has no dimensions. Now, if we turn it off, then that goes away. And this is what our code actually looks like. So in order for that div to have a function, or in order to do anything, we have to use CSS. So let's select that div inside Chrome Developer Tools, and let's specify some CSS for it inside our developer tools. So remember, anything that we specify here doesn't get saved, and its only purpose is for us to experiment and see it live immediately. So let's give it a background color of blue, my favorite color. And you can see nothing has changed, but if I give it a height of, say, 100 pixels, then immediately you can see it now appears. And here is our div. This is where it is. And if you hover over it, that's what's going to be highlighted. And if I turn on pesticide again, you can see now if I hold down Control and hover over, you can see that if I turn on Control and hover over this section, it's showing you this is the div, this is the H1, and this is the P. So the div is only there for you to structure and divide up your content. So if we wanted our div to perform a similar function to what we've got up here, which is the top part of the content, where he's grouped together a title, a subtitle, and an image, then we can do that using a div. Now, remember what I said before about how the changes that you implement in the Chrome Developer Tools don't persist in your code. So if you check back in Atom, you won't see any extra code being added. And if you refresh this site, then all of those things that you entered inside here will disappear. So that's just for testing, basically. So let's head back to Atom and let's do something with this div. So essentially, a div stands for a content division element. And it basically allows you to split up or divide your content into separate containers or boxes so that you can affect the layout of each box separately. So that you can say that maybe these two things should be grouped together, and I'm going to structure it and style it separately from other content in my website. So divs, as we saw before, can have a height if you specified it using the styles, but it'll also have a height if it has content. So if we go ahead and move our heading and our paragraph inside our div here and hit save, then you'll see that if we bring up the Chrome Developer Tools again, that this div now has a height. It has a height of 76 point something pixels, and that's just enough to fit all the content that's inside, which is the H1 and the paragraph. Now let's give it a permanent background color so that we can see it more easily. And to do that, we have to go into our style sheet. But before we do that, let's go to Color Hunt and find a good color that we might want to use. So I'm actually going to stick to the same color palette I had before, and so maybe something like this. And if we head back into Atom and go into our style sheet, then we can select our div, and we're going to change its background color to that particular hex code. Now if we hit save and we go back to our website and we hit refresh, then you'll see that our div now has a background color, and we can see that box of the div more clearly. Now the strange thing is, why does that div not go all the way to the end on the left and on the top? It sort of stops just about here. Why is that? Well, remember how we said that the browser inserts their own default CSS to style things? For example, how the horizontal rules should look like, or how the H1s should look like. Well, if you take a look at the body element, then you'll see that there's this user agent style sheet, which we know to be the default styles that are applied by the browser. And you can see that it has a margin of 8 pixels from all the edges. So if we change this, and we can do that just down here by double clicking on it, and then let's enter 0. Now if I hit enter, you'll see that that left margin now disappears. Now you might think that we can do the same thing with the top margin. So if I delete that and hit enter, then you would think that maybe our div would go all the way up to the top, but it doesn't. Now why is that? Well, because there's also default rules for our H1. And as you can see, when I hover over the H1, it already shows you the entire space that it's taking up. And you can see that inside the user agent style sheet, it's got a whole bunch of default styles. For example, it says that it should have a margin before of this amount and a margin after of this amount. So margin before is at the top, margin after is at the bottom. Margin start is on the left, margin end is on the right. So this margin is what is responsible for that little gap that we still have. So if I go ahead and change this to 0, then you can see now our div is now sticking right to the top of the page. Now, as you remember, these changes, whether if I edit it here or if I edit it inside the style section here, so I can say margin right is 0 pixels as well, then I get rid of that right little space. But remember, none of this is permanent. So the challenge for you is to go and implement these styles in order to override the default browser styles and make our div go all the way to all 3 edges, the left, the top, and the right. So pause the video and give that a go. All right, so all we need to do is just to transplant these changes we made here over to our style sheet. So you'll notice that when I select, for example, the heading, and I double click on the margin and I hit 0, then you'll see that it inserts this line of CSS code here where it says the margin top should be 0 pixels. So I'm just going to do that again for the bottom here. I'm just going to hit 0, and I want you to watch over here what shows up. It's written some more code telling us that the margin bottom should be 0 pixels as well. So we now know what is the CSS that we have to write for our style sheet in order for it to have the same appearance. So let's head over to our style sheet, and let's go ahead and select firstly the body element, and we're going to override that 8 pixel margin that it has, and we're just going to say margin is 0. And this means that all 4 sides is going to be set to 0 pixels for its margin property. The other one that we want to change was the H1, and this one we don't really care so much about the other 3 sides. All we care is about the margin top, and we want to set this to 0 pixels. So when it's 0, you don't actually have to specify the unit, so pixels or whatever else it may be. So now go ahead and hit save and head back to our website, and let's close this down and refresh, and you can see that our div now goes to all 3 edges. Now, what is this diagram all about? It's got this margin, border, padding, and all of these things. Well, that's what we're going to dig into in the next lesson, where we talk about the CSS box model. So I'll see you there. Now, we've seen before that every single HTML element on screen is just treated as a box by our CSS. And by styling that box, by changing its height, its width, its margin, its padding, that's how we can determine how our elements can be laid out and how it will show up on screen. So, for example, if we specified a CSS rule that targeted all the images on this I Love Bacon website to say that it should have a width of 100%, all that's going to do is it's going to change the width of that box to 100%, and in the process scales up our image so that it expands to fill the entire width of our screen. And this concept in CSS is lovingly known as the box model. To explain this, let's take a simple div that we've given a background color to. And let's say that this div has a height of 300 pixels and a width of 300 pixels to begin with. Now, if I change the height to 600 pixels, then that div will expand vertically, pushing down any other divs or any other content that's not inside this current container. Now, I can also do the same with the width and make it much wider so that anything that used to be on the right of this current box would get pushed out of the way. Now, you've seen that we can specify these values either as static pixels, so for example here, or we can use percentages. For example, I can say that the width should be 100%, and that refers to 100% of the viewport. Now, the viewport is just the screen that you're viewing the website on. So that could be your laptop screen or your mobile screen or your iPad screen, but this will expand to 100% of whatever that screen size may be. Now, here's where it gets interesting. In addition to the width and the height of an element, you can also specify that it should have a border or not. Now, if you say that the border is going to be a solid border using CSS, then you will see a default 3-pixel border show up around your element. Now, remember that this border doesn't encroach on the size of your element. So if it's 300 pixels by 300 pixels, that blue area is still going to be 300 by 300. But you can expand the border size to say that the border width should be 50 pixels all round. So that's 50 pixels on every single side. So now the width of this entire element is actually much wider, because in addition to 300 pixels width for the original element, so that's the blue part, we've now also got a 50 pixel border on each side. And the entire thing now takes up 400 pixels. Now, instead of specifying a border width for all 4 sides, you can override that border by saying specifically that the border top should only have 0 pixels. Alternatively, you can use the circle shorthand. So it means that we're going around in a circle, starting from the top. So the border width starting at the top is going to have 0 pixels at the top, 10 pixels at the right, 20 pixels on the bottom, and 30 pixels on the left. And as you go clockwise, you give your element dimensions that you specify for all 4 sides. And there's other variations around this theme as well, which you'll find in the documentation. Now let's take this one step further. Let's say that we had some content in our div or in our box. Now let's say that we had some text, for example. The first thing that we remember is that even if our div or our box had no height and no width, it will have the height and width in order to fit our content. Now let's say that we didn't like the way that this looked. We want to have a little bit of padding or a little bit of space between the text and the edge of the element or where the border starts. Well, then we can actually specify some padding. And this says that there should be 20 pixels of space on all 4 edges between the text and the edge of the element. So now our box is even bigger. The padding actually increases the size of your box. Now the final dimension that we can add is the margin. And the margin is a buffer zone, if you will, between the current element and any others that are on screen. So say if I had another element on the right, the margin gives our element a little bit of space between each other outside of the border. And now you can start to see how we can use the margin, the padding, the border, the width and the height to start affecting the layout and the appearance of all of our HTML elements, which, as you remember, at the end of the day are just boxes. So that box model is shown every single time you inspect on an HTML element. And you can see this little diagram in the Chrome Developer Tools every single time you hit inspect. So for example, if I select this div, then this is the current box model. It has no margin, no border, no padding, but it has a width and a height of this amount. Now, if I select the H1, then you can see that this actually has a margin at the bottom, which is 21.4. And that's what's pushing it away from this paragraph element. But the paragraph element also itself has some values. For example, a 16 pixel margin at the top and the bottom. And if I highlight this margin part on the box model, then you can see it show up highlighted in orange on our website. Now, it's pretty easy to edit these values using the box model inside Chrome Developer Tools, and that allows you to quite easily visualize what each of these things are doing. So for example, say if I wanted to give a little bit of padding to the contents inside my div, then I could double click on this padding here, and I could say maybe 20 pixels from the top, and 20 pixels from the left. And now you can see that my text, my content rather, is pushed out from the left and from the top. Now, and it adds those rules over here in the styles. Now, instead of doing that, I could also just say, let's give it a 20 pixel padding all around, all 4 sides. And you'll notice that the background color is now in an area that's much bigger. And by increasing the padding, we've actually increased the size of our element. Now, that's not true for all of these different things. For example, let's add a 20 pixel margin all around our div. Now, the parts that have the background color represents our element, and the margin just takes it away from all the other things around. So in this case, we don't actually have much else around. We've only got the top, the left, and the right of the screen to push it away from. But say if we go back into Atom, and as a challenge, I want you to add 2 more divs below this one. And I want you to give each of these 3 divs a class. So the first one should be the top container, the second one will be called the middle container, and the last one will be called the bottom container. And each of these 2 divs should be a square that has a height of 200 pixels and a width of 200 pixels, and give them each a different background color so that we can differentiate them on our website. And this is what you'll end up with if you complete the challenge. A red and blue div that are sitting on top of each other, and they are 200 pixels wide in width and in height. So pause the video and try to complete the challenge. All right, so how did that go? Well, just below our first div, we're going to go ahead and create two more of them. So that's the middle one, and this is the bottom one. And we're going to change the class to give it a value so that we can differentiate between them. Now, in this case, feel free to use ID or class, because if we're only going to have one top container, one middle and one bottom container, we can actually give this an ID or a class. It doesn't really matter all that much in this case. So if we call the top one top container, middle one middle container, and the bottom one bottom container, now we have three different divs, and we can now style them inside our CSS separately. So instead of styling all the divs, we're going to instead select the top container. And remember, in order to pick out a class, we have to add a dot in front of that identifier. So for the top container class, and then I'm just going to paste in that background color. Next one is the middle container. And this one is going to have a background color of red. And the final one is the bottom container. And this one's background color will be blue, shall we? Hit save. And as we said, these two containers, because they don't have any content, then that means they won't have any dimensions unless we give it to them. So let's say that the middle container should have a width of 200 pixels wide and a height of 200 pixels as well. So now it's a box, and I'm just going to copy and paste that over to the bottom container as well. Now if we hit save and we take a look, let's get rid of this, hit refresh, then you can see that we've got our top div over here, a red square and a blue square, all showing up on screen. Now, if we right click and pull up the Chrome developer tools once more, then you can see that we can play around with all of these properties only using the Chrome developer tools. So for example, if I select my top container and I change the height to say 200 pixels, making it a little bit bigger, and change its width also to 200 pixels, making it look a bit more like the other two squares. I can also add a bit of padding. So let's give it 20 pixels of padding around all four edges. And you can see that this hasn't changed the height or width. The height and width are still 200 by 200, but now it has 20 pixels of padding all around it, making the entire element that has that background color look a lot bigger than what it used to be, because we've just added 40 pixels to the width and the height. Now, what if we add a 10 pixel solid border? Then you can see that that border hasn't affected the size of the part that has a blue background color, but it has made this whole element even larger. And now our height is 200 plus 30 pixels each side. So it's actually 260 pixels height and 260 pixels wide. Now, what if I add a little bit of margin to this? Let's say we have a 10 pixel margin around all four sides. Now, the margin doesn't affect the height or the width or any of the other previous values. And it doesn't even change the part of the element that has the background color. It just gives it a little bit of space away from the other elements, and it pushes them away so that they're not sticking to this current container or this current div. Now, in order to better understand this idea of the box model, here's a demo that shows it from a 3D point of view. So as you see me drag the perspective, where you can actually see that box model as it turns to the side, and it shows you which parts are the padding, which parts will get filled with the background image, which parts will end up with the background color, and which parts the content would go. So this is a neat tool to just toggle around and just wrap your head around this idea of the box model, because it is a little bit weird that when you have padding, It only pads the content, but not things like the background image or the background color. So if you want, take a moment here, just pause the video, replay this part a few times, and get your head around this idea of the CSS box model and how it's formed. Now, once you've done that, I've got a challenge for you. I want you to use the Chrome developer tools. So don't edit the styles inside Atom, but instead just make temporary changes to the website so that you can change the margins, the borders, the paddings. Now, the only thing that's not going to change is the height and width of these divs or these boxes. But I want you to create a design that looks like this. So you're going to have that first box right towards the edge of the top and the left of the web page. Then you're going to have the two other boxes that touch corner to corner. And the second one is going to have a 20 pixel border. And the third one is going to have a 10 pixel border. And you can change the color to match this scheme as well. But the main thing is that the corners must touch each other. And I want you to use a combination of margins, padding, border, whatever it may be in order to achieve this design. So pause the video now and give it a go. All right, so what you might realize is that this involves a little bit of maths. So firstly, I'm going to switch my Chrome browser tool to make it go on the right side so I can look at this while I'm editing my CSS code and look at the box at the same time. So the first thing was that we wanted the top div to also be 200 pixels by 200 pixels. There we go, we've got our square. So we now have 3 squares, but we need the first one to have a 10 pixel border. So border, solid, and let's give it 20 pixels of padding around all 4 edges. All right, so on to the next part. Our middle box is red and it has a 20 pixel solid border. So let's go ahead and select the middle container and we're going to give it a border that is going to be solid and 20 pixels all around. But now we have to make this second box touch with the first box edge to edge. So this actually involves a little bit of calculating. So if we go back to that first box, we can see that its width is calculated by all of these numbers. So it's 200 pixels in terms of the content, then 20 pixels either side. So add 40 for the padding, then add another 20 for the border, and the margin is 0. So that's actually 200 plus 40 plus 20, which is 260. So that means that if our second div had a left margin of 260 pixels, then it will touch edge to edge with that first box. So if this challenge has baffled you up till now, then pause the video now that you've seen this little hint and try to do the same thing for the last box, making sure that you've implemented exactly what we wanted for the dimensions and the layout. But if you want to follow along with me, that's also cool. So first things first, this one is yellow, ours is blue, doesn't really matter, but we can change it over. So we're going to select our last div and we're going to change the background color to yellow or gold or whichever color you want. And then we're going to give it a border of 10 pixels solid. So we're going to say border solid 10 pixels all around. And now we have to calculate how far we need to push this square in order to make it touch corner to corner with this red box. So we remember that this was 260 pixels wide, calculating, adding all of these border padding and width together. And this one has a content of 200 pixels wide. It has no padding, but it has a 20 pixel border left and right. So in total, that's 240 in width. So 240 plus 260 is 500. So if we select our last div and we give it a margin left, so we can either type it out or we can select it inside the box model. But if we make this one 500 pixels margin left, then you'll see that the corners now all touch each other, and we have exactly the same design as we've got over here. Now, how did that go? If that was confusing at all, then make sure you play around more with the Chrome developer tools, either through changing everything in the box model here, or by adding in new style rules through the CSS inside Chrome developer tools. But make sure that you can get these things to be pushed left and right and top and bottom, and make it look the way that you want it to. Now, if you want the boxes to line up one after the other on the same horizontal plane, then that's a little bit more difficult, and we're going to come to that very, very shortly. So don't beat yourself up if you can't do that, but you should be able to move it top and bottom and add the padding, add the borders, and make the content look the way you want it to. But once you're done, hit refresh and all of that work goes away, but we're back to where we are, and we can continue beautifying our website and giving it a proper modern design. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to talk about the CSS display property so that we can start to understand how the positioning of elements work on screen. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so our website is still looking a little bit sparse, and in fact, it's looking nothing like this, is it? But we're going to change that very, very quickly. Let's go ahead and add the rest of the content in order to have all the images that we need for our top section. Now, in this lesson, if you look at the resources, you'll find a zip file that you can download. And once you extract that zip file, you should now have a folder called CSS My Site Images. Now, if you double click on this folder, you'll see two images. One is a cloud and another is a mountain. And we're going to try and recreate the scene that they've got over here. So let's go ahead and add those images to our project folder. So if you pull up Atom and find your project folder, then we're going to go and create a new folder in here called Images. And inside this Images folder is where we're going to drag and drop those two PNGs, the cloud and the mountain. So we're going to put it inside here so that we can use it inside our website. So now we're going to go ahead and add our images so that we have a image of a cloud at the top of our top container. So the source will be images/cloud.png, and the alt text will just be cloud image. And we're going to have another cloud below this paragraph tag. And finally, we're going to have an image of our mountain right at the bottom. So that will be images/mountain.png, and the alt text will just be mountain image. All right, let's hit save and let's refresh to see what our page looks like right now. Now, it looks a little bit weird, right? Why is it that this cloud is taking up its own line and it's not next to either this heading or this paragraph tag, but this cloud is on the same line and next to this mountain image? What is going on here? Well, to understand this, we have to look at the CSS display property. Now, the display property has 4 different values, and we're going to look at them in turn and see what each one of these does. Now, if we switch on pesticide again, you can see that the box around the cloud is only as large as the image, as is the box around the mountain and this cloud. But the box around the H1 and also the paragraph element, they're as long as the width of the page. So what's going on here? Well, by default, some elements are what's called block display. For example, this H1 and this paragraph tag. And block elements are those that take up essentially the whole width of the screen on a web page. So effectively blocking out any other elements from sitting next to it on the left or on the right. Now, the most common block elements that we would have seen already are our paragraphs, our headers, so H1 through to H6, our divs, our lists and list items, as well as forms. And if we head over to CodePen, and I'm just going to create a new anonymous pen, Let me just get rid of the JS editor, and I'm going to have my view with my editors on the right. So now I'm going to go ahead and create two block elements. So we know that paragraphs are block elements. So let's create a paragraph called hello, another one called world. Now, if I select the paragraph tag in my CSS and I give them both a background color of, say, red, then you can see that the entire paragraph takes up the whole width of the web page. So it's blocking any other element from being on the same line next to it on the right or on the left. Now here's a related problem. Say if I wanted to look at this paragraph tag, which we now know to be a block element. What if I wanted to style the pro part of it differently from the rest of the words in this paragraph tag? How can I only target one part of this paragraph tag? How can I say, for example, underline the word pro so that it says a programmer, but style these three characters differently? Well, some of you might think that I could just split up this sentence into three paragraph tags. So what if it was a plus a space, then it was pro, and then it was grammar. A programmer. So now I've got this separate paragraph tag for the word pro, and I can give it a class of, say, just the word pro, and I can go into styles and style it differently from the others. So I can say .pro, and this one, if you do a little bit of research on Google, you'll find that in order to make it underlined, you just have to change the text decoration to underline. Now, what happens in this case? Let's check it out. You can see that because the paragraph element are blocking elements, they take up the entire width and they block everything else from being on the same line as themselves. This doesn't actually work. Even though we've been able to target just one part of that line, we can't have it looking like this. So let me show you the solution. Instead of having three paragraph tags, so let's just undo this to where we were before. We've got a single paragraph element. What we can do is we can use another HTML element called a span. And inside the span, we can add that word pro, and we can give that span a class of pro. And because we've already selected that class in CSS and we're making that part underlined, then that is going to be applied to the word in this span. Now, if we hit save and we refresh, you can see that we've achieved what we set out to do. And this sentence is still on the same line. Now, why is that? If we switch on pesticide once more, and I hold down the control key, you can see that over here, I'm hovering over the entire paragraph element. But one part of it has a span, and this allows us to select, almost like as if you would highlight a section of your text. Just select one part of the text in order to format it or style it differently. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this here instead of inside the HTML module is because spans like divs don't do very much unless they're used in conjunction with CSS. But another reason why I'm showing it to you now is because the span element is what's known as an inline display element. So unlike block display elements, for example, the heading and also the paragraph element, an inline display element only takes up as much space as it needs to in the height and in its width. So you can see that the box around the span is only as large as it needs to be, as is the box around our cloud and also our mountain. So some of the common inline elements that you're going to come across are things like spans, image elements, and also your anchor tags. If you think back to our CV website that we created in our HTML module. The links for our hobbies website and our contact me website, they show up next to each other. And this is because they are inline elements and they do not block other elements from occurring on the same line. In fact, they encourage them to. And so this is why they're called inline elements. Now, if we head back into our code pen and we create another span. Now, while you can have spans that are nested inside paragraph tags or H1s or whatever else it may be, you can also have them as standalones. But you can see here, if we select our span element and we also give it a background color, then you can see that these elements are in line. And even if we had a whole bunch more of these spans, they would continue to be stacked onto the same line until we run out of space horizontally. Now, you might wonder, why would we ever use block elements if we can simply use inline elements? Surely it seems far more flexible. Well, there's just one problem. With inline elements, you can't actually change the width. So if I said the width of all the spans should be 100 pixels, you can see that absolutely nothing happens. But if I specify a width, the same width, to our block elements, then you can see that it complies very eagerly. But it still doesn't let any other element sit on the same line. So what can you do? Well, you can actually change the display property of any given element. So I can make a paragraph element, which we know is by default a block element. I can change its display value to inline. And that makes all of our paragraphs inline elements and allows everything to sit next to each other on the same line. But you can see we've just lost the ability to change its width. Now, similarly, I can change the display property of our inline elements to block elements. And this allows me to change its width, but it doesn't let them sit on the same line. So what should I do if I wanted elements that can occupy the same line, but at the same time I can set their widths? Which one should I choose then? Well, you don't actually have to choose, because there is another type of display, which is called the inline block. And this kind of gives you the best of both worlds. So if instead of changing the paragraph element to inline, I'm going to change it to inline dash block, then you'll see that not only am I allowed to change its width, you can see that it's now 100 pixels wide, but I'm also able to make them go onto the same line. So act almost like inline elements. And this is kind of what image elements are like by default. Now, I say kind of because, as always, reality is much more complex than that. But if you're interested, I'll provide a link to more discussion around this. But for our purposes, we're just going to treat images as if they are inline block elements, because we're able to change its width and height to whatever it is that we desire, and they also get displayed as if they're inline elements next to each other. So we've now covered 3 out of the 4 display values that we have access to. The last one is simply display none, and that just gets rid of our element. So let's head back into our code pen, and I'm going to give our second paragraph element a separate class. I'm going to call this second P, and I'm going to target it down here, dot second P, and I'm going to set its display value to none. And you can see what that does is that it simply removes that element from the website as if it didn't exist. So if I get rid of this display block and allow our spans to continue being inline elements, you can see that there's no gap between the first hello and the second hello. That world paragraph has now completely disappeared out of the flow of the document, as if it never was written inside the code. It's almost like I've just gone ahead and deleted it from the HTML. But of course I haven't. And all that I've done is just set its display value to none. Now, when you're trying to figure out how to hide things on your web page, for example, if you had a quiz, then you might want to hide and show the answer. There's two ways that you can do this. One is display none, as you've seen here, which takes that element out of the flow and it's as if it never existed. The other one is a property called visibility. And this you can set to hidden. And what this does is that it makes that element disappear, but it keeps its original position and all the other elements still flow around it as if it's still there. It just can't be seen anymore. So whenever you're trying to make things disappear or reappear, think about what effect you want to have and choose between these two properties. So as we've seen in this lesson, the position of elements on screen are determined by many things. The box model, the margins, the size of the border, the size of the width and the height of the actual element, whether if it's display block or whether if it's display inline, whether if we're allowed to set its width or if we're not. But even before CSS comes into play, you have to remember that there's already rules that govern how your HTML elements should be displayed on screen. So to learn about that and to learn more about CSS positioning, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the last lesson, we looked at how we could change the display property using CSS in order to change the way that our elements stacked against each other. Now, in this lesson, we're going to explore CSS positioning in more detail. But before we do so, the first thing we have to realize is that even without CSS, your HTML element already has predefined rules for how it should be displayed on your web page, even if you don't have any CSS. And we have to understand how things get positioned by default before we can go on to change it, to bend it to our will without getting confused and getting stuck. So let's take a look at these rules. So let's go through those rules quickly. The first rule is that content is everything. Now we know that inline elements only take up as much width and as much height as the content. So if you have a span that contains a long word, then it has a large width. If you have a span that contains a short word, then it has a short width. And with block elements, even though they take up 100% of the width, the height is still determined by the content. So if you have a really super large font for your H1 or for your paragraph, then that box model is going to take up a lot more height than if it was a smaller font. So your content is the first thing that determines how large things get displayed and what the height and the width will be. And this is despite any CSS. The next thing to remember is that the order of your elements on screen comes from your HTML code. So in this case, we have an H1, 3 paragraphs, then an image. This is how we've written our code in our HTML file. And this is how it gets rendered in that order. Now, if we change the order and put the image at the top of our code file, then our website is going to display in a corresponding way. So the default layout order is determined by your code. The third thing we need to know is that children sit on top of parents. What do I mean by that? So here on the left, I've got a div that's colored in red. Now, if inside this div, I add an H1 with some text, then that H1 is going to be on top of the div. So it's more towards the viewer and away from the screen. So this kind of introduces the concept of the Z index. We know that on screen we have an X and a Y axis, but there's also a Z axis, and that determines which element will be displayed on the other one. Because if in this case the div was in front of the H1, then we wouldn't see the H1 at all. So by default, all HTML elements that are children, they will sit on top of the parent element. So if we modify this code even further and we add a span nested inside that H1, then the word inside the span is going to be on top of the H1. So we have three elements here on screen so far: a div, an H1, and a span. And going from the screen towards the viewer, we first have the div, then the H1, then the span. From top to the bottom of the hierarchy, it comes closer and closer towards the viewer. So these three are the default rules for how things get rendered on screen, just based on your HTML code. Now, you can also set a CSS property, which is the position property, in order to position elements on screen the way that you want it to, instead of just going along with the default layout. And in most cases, you're going to want to make changes to the default layout. So let's look at some of the ways in which we can change this position property. Now, these are the four that I'm going to talk about. And the first one, the static position, we've actually already talked about it. All HTML elements are static in their position by default. And static just means go along with the HTML rules and keep to the default HTML flow. And that is what we see when we just have HTML without any CSS, or if we don't change this position property at all. Now, the next one is called the relative positioning. And what this allows us to do is to position the element that we select relative to how it would have been positioned had it been static. So in this case, on the left, we've got our Bacon fan site, and this is just the normal HTML flow. The image is being shown to the left, and it's below all the other elements, abiding by those three rules for HTML flow that we mentioned before. Now, if we select that image element and we change its position property to relative instead of static, which is the default, remember, and in addition to that, we say it should be pushed 30 pixels from the left of the previous position. This is how our image will end up being positioned. So whereas the left edge of our image used to be here, and that would have been its natural position, abiding by the HTML flow, now we're saying give that image 30 pixels of space between its left edge and where the left edge used to be. And there's four of these coordinate properties: the top, the bottom, the left, and the right. And we can set values for them in order to determine how we want to move our element. So let's say that we've got an image that is positioned using relative layout. Then we set the top coordinate property to 20 pixels. That means it will get moved down by 20 pixels. And if we change the left property 20 pixels, then it'll get pushed right 20 pixels. If we change the right property 20 pixels, it'll get pushed left 20 pixels, and the bottom property as well. Now, there's two important things that you have to remember when you're dealing with relative positioning. The first thing is that when you move an element that has a relative position, say in this case, we're pushing it down by 50 pixels, it doesn't affect the position of anything else on screen. It's as if the old position was kept and everything else just flows around it as if it was never moved. It's almost like this element left the ghost of itself where it used to be in order for all the other elements to keep their own positions. Now, the other thing to remember is that when we change the coordinate properties, for example, in this case, we're saying make the top coordinate property for this relatively positioned image 50 pixels. What that really means is that we're taking the top of where that image used to be and we're giving it a 50 pixel margin from the top of our current image. So if you think back to the box model, when we spoke about margins, this is the best way of thinking about these coordinates, because very often students tend to ask, if it's top 50, why is it not going up by 50? And why is it instead going down? And what is it top relative to? So if you get confused, have a look back at this video. So inside this code pen, I've created 3 divs that are colored red, blue, and yellow. And they each have a height of 100 pixels and a width of 100 pixels. So essentially 3 squares inside a body element. I want to show you what changing the red div's position from static, which it currently is by default, to relative does. Now, by itself, changing this position property does nothing. It only starts doing something when you use one of the coordinate properties, like left. So let's push it 20 pixels from the left. You can see that it just got nudged 20 pixels from the left of where it used to be. Now, I can also move it all the way to the right by saying something like left 600 pixels. So it's now got a margin between the left edge of where it used to be and the current left edge of 600 pixels. Now, if I say right 200 pixels, can you predict what will happen to my red square? So let's take a look, see if you got it right. So our red square has completely disappeared off the screen. Now, why is that? Well, because the previous right edge was here. And to have a margin between the current right edge and the previous right edge of 200 pixels pushes our red square all the way over to the left that you can't see it anymore. Now, some people might have thought that by saying right 200 pixels, then it should be somewhere around here because this is the right edge of the screen. But as we mentioned, the relative positioning is relative to where the element would have been displayed if it was just following the natural HTML flow. So it would have been here. And now there's a margin between its previous right edge and its current right edge of 200 pixels. But remember, as we said, that the relative positioning doesn't affect any other element on screen. So if I said top 50 pixels, it pushes it down by 50 pixels, but it doesn't affect the layout of any other element on screen. It doesn't, for example, push this blue square downwards or any other element. It's as if the ghost of the red square's past has stayed where it used to be, and it's only this newer version that's being moved around. So there's a lot of new concepts here, and before we move on, I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with this idea of relative positioning. So as a challenge, I want you to change the display property of the blue and the yellow squares so that they will show up in a row where we've got the red square, the blue square, and the yellow square. And then I want you to move the red square to the right of the yellow square. And this is what you should end up with. Now, don't worry too much about the gaps between the squares. It's more important that you get the order right. So they're all on the same line, and it's blue, then yellow, then red. And you should be able to see most of the square. All right, so did you manage to do it? So the first thing that we needed to change was the display property of all 3 elements. So we're going to change it to inline block so that we can still change its width, but also have them show up in line. So let's add that line of code to all 3 divs. So now they're in the same line. So I want to get rid of this top and make them line up properly. But I now want to nudge the blue square to the position of the red square. So I'm going to make its position relative to where it should be, and I'm going to give it a right margin of 100 pixels. And I'm going to do the same thing to our yellow square. So I'm going to change its position to relative and also give it a right margin from its previous position to 100 pixels. And that nudges it left. Now, the final thing I have to do is to move the red square to the right by 200 pixels. So I can change its left margin to 200 pixels, and that moves the red square over to the right. Now, the reason why the spaces between our squares are inconsistent is because by making it an inline block, there's actually a little bit of space that gets added in by the browser. So we can see that if we get rid of all the position code, there's just a slight smudge of a space between each of the inline block elements. And that's what's making our gaps slightly inconsistent. But the important thing is that you manage to get the order of the blocks correct. So if you manage to get the squares to line up in this order, then that means you've successfully completed the challenge. In order to get the position more fine-tuned, we're going to look at different ways in the future. Now, in the next lesson, I want to show you another way of positioning your elements by using absolute positions. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the last lesson, we looked at how we can give our elements a relative position. So that's a position that's relative to where the element would have been had we followed the natural HTML flow. So for example, in this case, by making the image 30 pixels from the right relative to its previous position, then we're basically saying that there should be a right margin between the image and where it used to be in the value of 30 pixels. Now, I want to talk about a different way of positioning, which is using the absolute position. So in this case, I've got an image that's inside a div. So the div is colored red and it has a relative position. Now, our image is nested inside that div and I've given it an absolute position. Now, if I change the right coordinate property to 30 pixels, it's not going to shift left by 30 pixels. No, in fact, it's going to shift to the right of the screen. And this is because with absolute positioning, we are positioning the element, so in this case, the image element, relative to its parent. And in this case, its parent is that red div. So we now have added a right margin of 30 pixels between the image element and the parent div. Now, admittedly, the naming is a little bit confusing, as I would have probably called absolute positioning relative positioning, because we're always specifying a margin that's relative to its parent. But I think the reason why they called it absolute position is because in most cases, the parent is simply the entire body of the web page. So the position, when you're using absolute positioning, looks like you're giving it a margin relative to the entire page, which looks like you're changing the absolute position of it. But don't get confused about the naming. Just remember that relative positioning means that you're adding a margin relative to where the element should have been. But absolute position means that you're adding a margin to its parent element. So in this case, we've still got our three divs inside a parent element, that's the body element. Now let's get rid of our display and our position for all of our divs, so that we now have three squares that are stacked vertically on top of each other, which are all block elements, so they are resting on different lines. Now, if I set the position of my first red square to absolute, and I give it a left margin of, say, 200 pixels, the first thing that you notice is that by using absolute positioning, it does affect the flow of your HTML. So unlike when we used relative positioning, where we left behind some sort of ghost element where it still kept the positions of everything else the same. But when you're using absolute positioning, you're actually taking the element out of the flow of the document, and it's no longer considered a part of the natural flow of the document. So that's why the blue square and the yellow square have shifted up, because it's as if I've just gone and deleted that div. Basically, red is now dead to blue and yellow. It's like as if they never had a friendship before. But the cool thing is that I can now move this red square anywhere on screen relative to its parent, which is the entire body. So for example, I could say right 20 pixels, and that will just give it a right margin of 20 pixels from the right of its parent, which is the body. And so, as a challenge, I want you to complete exactly the same task, but it's going to be a little bit different this time. Now, this is what you're aiming for. You're aiming for 3 squares, still 100 pixel by 100 pixel, that are touching each other corner to corner. And this time, I want you to make it pixel perfect. So they are right up next to each other, touching each other exactly on their corners. And it should be yellow, then blue, then red. And you're going to use the absolute position system in order to do this. So pause the video and give it a go now. So in order to achieve the design that we want, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add position absolute to all of our divs. Now, the yellow is almost exactly where it's meant to be, apart from one slight problem. And this was a bit of a trick question in there to see if you remembered what we did before. You can see that we're trying to get the yellow to touch with the left and the top edge. Now, I appreciate it's a little bit difficult to see because of how bright that yellow is. But if you look carefully, you can see that there's definitely a margin there between the yellow and the edge of the screen. And the reason for that is because, remember, everything is nested inside our HTML body, and our browser has default CSS rules for the body, and we have to get rid of those if we want to have no margin. So let's first target the body and set the margin to be 0 around all 4 sides so that our yellow square can touch the edge. And that makes our maths a little bit easier when we're trying to figure out how to get the squares touching corner to corner. So we've got a yellow in the right position. The next thing is the blue. So if we're positioning the blue square relative to the parent, which is the body, then all we need to do is give it a left margin of 100 pixels and a top margin of 100 pixels. And now blue is touching yellow corner to corner. And finally, we can go to our red and we can change its top margin to 200 pixels and its left margin to 200 pixels. And we are now pixel perfect with our solution. And we've created the design that we wanted. So how did that go? You would have noticed that it's a lot easier moving things around using absolute positioning when you're just thinking about it being relative to the body. And in this case, if you wanted your squares to be touching each other, pixel perfect, with no space between them, then it's very, very easy to do. Because in this case, all 3 elements are positioning themselves relative to the same thing, which is the body of the web page, and not to different things like where they used to be. And this is usually a much easier way for people to think about layout. Although in most cases, you will find yourself using maybe a combination of both, especially when you want to keep the other elements on screen still in the same flow as what it used to be before you started positioning one element. So they're both really, really useful, and you'll see both of them really commonly across website CSS. Now, one thing to remember is that the parent doesn't always have to be the body. It can also be the closest parent that has a relative layout. So for example, if we put another div around our red square and we set its position, so this is called container, we set its position to be relative and we don't change it, we're not going to touch it. But this sets up this container to be a perfect parent for our absolute positioning. So let's give it a width of, say, 300 pixels, height of 300 pixels, and let's give it a background color of gray. Now you can see this container. Now you'll notice that the design for our web page has now changed, and quite dramatically so, because now our red square is a child of that parent container, and now it's defining its position relative to that gray container square. So if I delete that left 200 and instead I say right 20 pixels, it's no longer having a right margin of 20 pixels from the edge of the body, but it's now relative to its parent container. And even though our other squares, our blue and yellow, are still relative to the body, because we haven't defined a vertical position for it, it's being pushed down by this element with a relative layout. So we can change this by giving it a top property of 0. And whenever you're using 0, you don't actually have to specify a unit like pixels or percent. And let's do the same for our yellow square as well. And let's push our red square over. And let's push our red square over so that it is right 0. And you can see that we've got exactly the same layout, but this time because red is nested in a container, we're using completely different code. And the beauty of this is that you can use containers to fine-tune the position of your elements on screen by using a combination of absolute and relative positioning. Now, the last thing I want to show you before we finish our section on positioning is I want to show you that last value, which is the fixed position. So, for example, if I change the yellow's position from absolute to fixed, and I say that it is fixed to the top, then if I scroll through the web page, it will stay in its current position. Now, I can show you this if I create some H1s in here, just to give ourselves a bit more space so that we can actually scroll through our website. So I'm just going to copy and paste a whole bunch of these. So we've now got a whole bunch of H1s and we can scroll through our web page. And you'll notice that the yellow div stays exactly where it is, fixed in its position relative to the body of the website. And it doesn't move despite all my scrolling. So this is really useful if you have a nav bar that you want to be fixed so that it follows the user as they scroll through your website. Or sometimes you might have a sidebar that will stay fixed, and this is how you would do it. So that's all I wanted to cover for the CSS position property. In the next lesson, we're going to look at how we can further improve our website by using what we've just learned. Now, let's take a look back at what we've got on our website and see how we can use some of the knowledge that we learned about positioning in order to make this website look the way that we want it to. Now, the first thing that we want to achieve is we want to center all of these elements, the image, the mountain image, as well as the text here in the H1 and also this subtitle. So the easiest way of centering elements is by tapping into a property called text align. And that property has to be set inside the parent container. So in this case, either in the top container or inside the body. So I'm just going to go ahead and center everything on screen by tapping into the body selector and saying text align center. If we hit save and we head back and we hit refresh, then you'll notice that all of our images, our H1 and our paragraph is now centered. Now, this works as long as we've got an inline block element, such as our images, or if we've got these full width block elements, like our H1 and our P tag, which are going from left edge to the right edge. Now, if I go into my code and I change the H1 to change its width to say only, I don't know, let's say 10%, then you'll notice that it's no longer being center aligned, despite the fact that it's still inside the body, which is asking for text align to be center. So what do we do in this case? Well, the other way of centering an element is by using the margin. So there is a value called auto, which when applied will center the element either vertically or horizontally. So in this case, if we're looking for horizontal centering, then we can say that the margin top is 0, the margin right is auto, the margin at the bottom is also 0, and the margin on the left is again auto. So I'm going to delete this margin top here and hit save. And if I refresh, you'll see that our element, despite being only 10% of the width of the screen, is now centered in the middle of our web page. And when you look at the box model, you can see that the top and bottom margins were set to be 0 by us, and the left and the right are set automatically to whatever amount it needs to be in order to keep it in the center. So very often, when you're finding yourself trying to center elements, you'll probably end up using one of these methods. So just to recap, text align center inside the container or the parent element will center everything inside that doesn't have a width set. Now, if it is a block element and it has a width set, then you're going to have to center it using this auto value in the margin. So in this case, we can also shorten this by saying that the top and bottom needs to be 0 and the left and right needs to be auto. And that will not change this at all. And this is just one of those circle shorthands that you will begin to learn. And if you've forgotten how that worked, or if you're interested in learning more, then you can always check out the CSS docs on MDN for the margin, where they go through each of these, where if you only have a single value after margin, then that's all 4 sides. If you have 2, then that's top and bottom and left and right. If you have 3, then it's the top, left and right, and bottom. And if you have all 4, then that's just all 4 sides in a clockwise direction. So if you get confused or if you forgot how that works, then have a look over there. Now I'm actually going to undo and I'm going to revert back to margin top being 0 and text align being centered. And you'll see that this is what it will now look like. Now, the next problem we need to tackle is that these 2 images are acting as if they are inline blocks. And the cloud, because it's in the flow of the HTML file, is affecting the layout of the mountain. More specifically, I want this mountain to be right in the middle, and at the moment it's being pushed to the right by that cloud. So in order to fix this, we have to take this cloud out of the HTML flow. And once we've done that, then the mountain will go back to being centered. So can you remember how we can take an element out of the HTML flow by changing one particular CSS property? That is, of course, the position property that we're going to change. And we're going to change it from its current value, which is static, to absolute. And that is how we're going to remove it from the HTML flow. So inside our index.html, I'm going to give a class to our bottom cloud, and I'm going to call it bottom cloud. And while I'm here, I'm going to give a class to our top cloud, and I'm going to hit save. We're going to head back over to our styles.css, and we're going to target that bottom dash cloud, and I'm going to set its position to absolute. Now, if I hit refresh, you can see that that cloud has been taken out of the flow, and it's kind of being placed more or less randomly on the screen. But more importantly, our mountain is now bang in the middle of the file, and this is exactly the layout that I want for it. So the next part is a challenge. And this is what you want to end up with if you manage to complete the challenge successfully. We've got our top cloud that's on the right and a little bit above the H1. And we've got our bottom cloud that's on the left and just between the text and the mountain image. And they are both taken out of the flow of the HTML document. So pause the video and give that a go now. Now, how did that go? So firstly, our bottom cloud at the moment has an absolute position. Now, in order to position it relative to something, one of its parents has to have its position set as relative. And if we don't, then it will be relative to the body. So in our case, I want us to be able to position our bottom cloud relative to this entire top container. So I'm going to set the position of our top container to relative. And I'm going to start off by giving our top container just a little bit of padding at the top so that we can push down this cloud and all of these contents just down by a little bit so that it's not all stuck at the top of the page. So to do that, we can add a padding top of 100 pixels. And that just pushes everything down a little bit. And then I'm going to add our top cloud as well. And I'm also going to take it out of the flow by changing its position to absolute as well. And now if we hit refresh, you can see our two clouds are kind of just floating around without doing very much. So now let's position them properly. So relative to our top container here, I want the top cloud to have a right margin of 300 pixels and a top margin of 50 pixels. And I want our bottom cloud to have a position left margin of 300 pixels and a bottom margin of 300 pixels from the bottom of its parent, which is of course the top container. So it will be from this line. And if we hit save and refresh, then this is what we will end up with. Now, before we do any further positional tweaking, we should really format the text, because by changing the font size, etc., we're going to affect the positioning of our elements as well. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at how we can style our text using CSS. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, one of the most important decisions that you will have to make when you're designing your website is what are the fonts that you're going to choose. And a lot of web designers will start off by figuring out a color palette as well as a font scheme. So in this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can change the fonts for all of our text in our website. Now, there are two major font families, and that is the serif and the sans serif fonts. So you can tell serif and sans serif fonts are apart from each other by looking for these little feet at the edges of all of the letters. And these little feet are called serifs. Now, we can broadly define whether if we want a sans serif or a serif typeface for any text on our website. So let's go ahead and do that. If we go into our style sheet and we change the font family property for our body, then we actually affect all the text on our web page. And you can see that there's 5 major families listed here. Now, only 3 of which are you actually going to use. So we've seen serif and sans serif. Now, monospace is when each of the characters inside the text take up the same amount of width. And that's usually a typeface that we use for coding because it makes everything super easy to read. For example, if this word align was styled in a serif or sans serif typeface, then the I would be squished right next to the L and the G. But because all code is represented in a monospaced font, then you can more easily read each of the letters. So you'll use these two for your normal website styling. And when you do have code on your web page, sometimes people like to style it using monospace. Now, cursive and fantasy are two families that you're never really going to use. Firstly, because they have low readability, and secondly, because they generally don't look that great when used in the body of a website. So cursive is meant to be handwritten style of fonts, and fantasy is meant to remind you of Avatar, basically. So let's take a look at what each of these families look like. So let's first define a font family of serif, and let's head back over to our website and we hit refresh. You'll notice that nothing happens. By default, we already have a serif family. You can see that at the end of the eyes, we've already got these little feet. Now, if we change that to sans serif, however, we will get a noticeable change. And those little feet or those little serifs now disappear and we have a different style. Now, for most browsers, the default serif is the Times font and the default sans serif is Arial. And this is the Arial font. Now, if we changed this to fantasy, then it will still work. It just now looks like I'm producing the next Avatar. So let's head back to a sans serif typeface. And I'm not really satisfied with just an Arial font. What if I want a different sans serif font? Let's say that instead of Arial, I would rather have Verdana as the font for my website. Now, what I can do is, instead of specifying just the sans serif broad stroke family, I can add a specific font or typeface in front. For example, if I wanted the Verdana font, then I can simply type Verdana and then have a comma and then separate that from the sans serif family. And now if we head back over here and refresh, you can see I'm now using the Verdana font. And what this line of code does is that it sets the font family for all the text inside the body, but it first asks the browser to try and render all the text in the Verdana font. Now, if for some reason the browser or the operating system that the user is using doesn't have this font installed, then it will default to whatever is the sans serif font that is installed on their system. Now, that's a little bit scary because that kind of means that I might think that I've designed my website to look like this, and I think it looks perfect just like this. But on somebody else's system or browser, they might be getting a completely different style with different font heights and just a different look and feel. So there is such a thing called web-safe fonts. Now, what this means is that there's a set of font families where most operating systems will be able to render it correctly. And for the serifs, that includes Georgia, Times New Roman. For the sans serif, that includes Arial, Comic Sans, Impact, etc. Although these are called web-safe fonts, and it's basically saying that if you choose these sets of fonts, then you have the maximum chance of getting it rendered correctly as you're seeing yourself when you're designing it. But actually, no font is 100% web-safe. And if you head over to cssfontstack.com, then somebody has actually painstakingly listed all of the fonts that are in common usage and what is the percentage of users who have it installed separated by their operating system. So as you can see, the font that most people have is Arial. So 99.8% installation on Windows, 98.7% on the Mac. Now that is really, really high. But for some other fonts, you'll see a difference between the Mac and the Windows operating systems. And we're not even including Linux users here. So for example, if you look at something like Helvetica, which is an Apple specific thing, then on Windows installation rate is really, really low. And on Mac, it's 100% because it comes pre-installed with all Mac OS. So what can you do if you want to use a font, but you're not sure if everyone has it installed, right? For example, if I want to use Helvetica, then there's only 7% of users on Windows who are going to see it rendered in that font. Well, then you would need fallbacks. So if we click on this little icon here on Font Stack, then we actually copy a set of fallbacks for this Helvetica font. And if I go ahead and paste that and replace our font family, then you can see that we have a stack of fallbacks. So I'm basically saying that I want the font family to be Helvetica Neue if they have it, and if they have an Apple system, then it's very likely that they will have this font installed. If they don't have it, then default to the next best thing, which is Helvetica. And if they don't have that, then default to Arial. And finally, just go with whatever sans serif they've got installed if they don't even have Arial, which is very unlikely. But you can see how we're going from specific to less specific, and all the while ensuring that we're getting roughly a similar sort of typeface and similar sort of feel, no matter which fonts the user have installed or not installed. So if we hit save and we go back to our website, then you can see that on the Mac, I do indeed have Helvetica Neue installed, and that's what's currently being rendered on screen. But say if I was on Windows, then I might be seeing Arial in this case. And you can go ahead and give it a go and have a look at these font stacks and copy them over to your web page and see what you're able to get. Now, what if we were even more picky as designers? What if I really want everybody who looks at my website to see exactly the same thing as I designed it? I want them to see the design that I intended instead of whatever font it is that they happen to have installed. And for example, if I was using Helvetica, then pretty much like 93% of Windows users are just going to see Arial. What if I really hate Arial? What can I do to ensure that everybody has the same viewing experience with regards to the fonts on my website? Well, you could use something called font embedding. So if we head over to fonts.google.com, then you can see that they've got a whole bunch of font families that you can choose from. And these are all fonts that are free for commercial use that you can simply embed into your website. And there's a large choice of font families that you can pick through. So you can choose whether if you want just serif fonts to look through or sans serif. They have these cool articles about which fonts go well with which, and a whole bunch of really, really useful stuff actually. But in my case, I already know what it is that I want. I want the font called Merriweather. Now, before we search for that font here, we're going to make sure that if you did apply a filter, like here that I have, looking only for the sans serifs in the fonts, then you make sure that you just click reset so that we can find all types of fonts, and then we can search for Merriweather. And we actually want this one, not the sans serif type. So let's go ahead and click on it, and then you can take a look at what it looks like. It's got who designed it, what the purpose of this typeface is, and you can also see how your sentence would look like if you decided to change the text. Now, while we're here, we're going to go and find the regular 400 point size font, and then we're going to go ahead and click plus to select the style and add it to our list of selections. Now, I'm going to go ahead and add a few more different fonts before I show you how we're going to incorporate this. So the other one that I'm going to pick up is a handwriting font, actually. It's called Sacramento, and this I'm going to use as the font for my H1. So a very stylish sort of font where we don't really need people to read it that clearly. So it's not like a body font where it would be quite painful to try and read through, 300 words that are all styled like this. So let's go ahead and add that too. So we've got now 2 selected. And the last thing that I want is my main heading font. And that is going to be a sans serif. And one that I'm quite partial to is the Montserrat. So I'm going to go ahead and add that as well. So now I've got 3 font families selected, and I can embed it into my website as easily as copying this link and pasting that at the top of my index.html. I'm just going to paste that link in there. And this specifies a location where if users don't have these fonts already installed or cached on their system, then the browser will take them to this location and grab those fonts for them. And then if we go into the style.css, then I can specify a font family that I want to use. So the one that I want for my body is the Merriweather font, and I'm going to paste that in here. And it will default to serif if something terrible happens, say the internet connection went down in the middle of downloading the font, etc. But you can see it's not a large font stack because in pretty much 99.99999% of the time, this is the font that everybody is going to see because we are embedding it instead of presuming that people already have it. Now for my H1, I'm going to use the Sacramento. And for my H2 and also H3s, I'm going to use the Montserrat. So let's go ahead and put those in there, and let's just hit Beautify to rearrange everything. And let's hit save, take ourselves back over to our website, hit refresh, and voila. Our text is now beautifully styled using the fonts that we chose from Google Fonts. So feel free to have a mess around with the different fonts that you might like or you might want to incorporate to your website, and then simply add them to your selection, include the link in your index.html, and start using them in your CSS like so. Now, in the next lesson, I want to go and do a deep dive on different fonts and different typefaces. What are the different families and how they came about? So just a lesson on one of the most crucial parts of digital design, and that's, of course, typography. So if you're interested, then that is what you will get on the next lesson. If you're not interested, then you can feel free and go ahead and skip ahead to the next lesson where we explore some of the other font and text properties that we can use to style our text on our website. So I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in order to continue styling our text and to change the text properties and learn about different ways of styling our text, then we actually need a little bit more content than just these 2 lines of text. So let's add the rest of the content to our website. Now, if you look inside the resources for this lesson, then you will find a download link where you can get the stub code that I've created for you. Now, once you download it, then you can right-click and open it using Atom. Now, this is what I've created for you. And it's basically just the structure of the rest of our website. Now, what I want you to do is just to copy the entire file and then paste it into your index.html, and you're going to replace your middle and your bottom container, but nothing else. So as you can see, the stub code includes the middle container as well as the bottom container. So we're just going to wholesale put that into your current index.html, and you're going to replace these bits of stub code which I've placed in here. Now, for those of you guys who might be interested in what all of this means or what it is that I've put in here, what is all this mumbo jumbo, it might be good to explain to you. This is something that is used quite frequently in web design. It's used to place text paragraphs in a website before you have any content. And if you go to loremipsumgenerator.com, you can actually find a little bit of history about what all of this is, where it comes from, and how it came to be used in a lot of website styling and web design. So take a look here if you're interested. But basically, you can generate these bits of text that don't really mean anything other than to look like normal English words of different lengths, and you can use that in your website to take up space that your text content is going to go. So you can generate, say, 1 paragraph or 5 paragraphs, And there's even other generators where you can get more specific than that. For example, you can have 4 sentences or specify the number of words. You can say if you want short, medium, or long sentences, and it will generate it for you as well. So that's pretty useful when you're creating websites and you haven't yet got the content for the text yet. Now, the other parts that you will have to update in here are the image sources and the image alt tags. Now, the first image here is for your profile photo, so a picture of yourself, or, if you don't want a picture of yourself, then put any picture you like. And these other images are for your skills that you're going to describe in your skills section. So you can go ahead and add a source to those images too. And at the bottom here, we've got a button that is going to open the default mail app to an email address of your choice. So that could be your contact email. And finally, in the last section, we've got 3 links that go towards any site that you wish. So that could be your LinkedIn profile, your Twitter profile, your website. So go ahead and change all of these links in there to whatever it is that you want, and change this to your name so that you have a copyright at the bottom of your page. So go ahead and paste all of this stub code inside your index.html and update the lorem ipsum and also change the images. Now, once you have done all of that, I want you to go ahead and delete all the code that's inside your middle and your bottom container inside the CSS file. And once you're happy with your content inside your index.html, including all of that stub code, and you've gotten rid of those styles inside the middle and the bottom container in your style.css, then once you refresh your website, this is what you should roughly have. So the top section stays unchanged because we haven't touched it at all, but you should have a profile picture of yourself, a greeting word. You could leave the hello there, or you can change it if you wish. And you've got a little brief bio about yourself. Then you've got the section called My Skills, which is going to have one image that is going to represent your first skill, whatever that may be. And then you're going to find another image that is going to represent your second skill, whatever that may be as well. Now, if you're short on images for that section and you couldn't find any in Google that you liked, then take a look at this website called flaticon.com. Here, they've got more than 500,000 vector icons, which you can search. And some of these are really, really cool. For example, these little profile ones, or you can search for something like computer. And you've got these really nice packs that you can use free for commercial use as long as you give adequate attribution. So then if you have a look at each of these icons, then you can download them as a PNG in whichever size you would prefer. And you can insert those into your web page as a relative URL. Now, if you happen to find a nice looking image on Google, or you found an image of yourself, then you can simply get the URL by just right-clicking and copying the image address and pasting that into the source on your website. Now, if you wanted an image that was an animated GIF, perhaps, then a good source is to head over to giphy.com, and you can search for something that you want to include. And if you select the sticker tab, then you will get these transparent GIFs, which will look a lot nicer on your page because your background color will go all around it instead of it being just a square or a rectangle. And finally, at the bottom, you've got a contact me link that takes you to whichever email that you would prefer to be contacted by. And you've got your social links at the bottom that go towards wherever you want it to. So this is the rest of the content for our website. And for the remaining lessons, we'll be styling this content to make it look more and more like a professional personal site. All right, so now that we've got all of our content together, we can go ahead and style all of the text that we've got on our website. So in this lesson, I'm going to cover a number of font properties so that we can further style and make our website look the way that we want it to. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is the font size. And to begin with, I want my H1 to be a lot bigger than my H2s and my H3s so that it really stands out as the title of this front page. So let's head over to Atom and implement that change. So inside my H1, I'm going to tap into the font size property, and I'm going to set the font size to 90 pixels. So this is equivalent of selecting 90 in the drop-down menu when you're selecting a font size. And now if I hit refresh, then my title is going to get a lot bigger and it's going to fill most of that top page. Now at this point, make sure that you're not zoomed in or zoomed out and that your browser is at 100% zoom. And you can check this by just going to zoom in or zoom out, and you can see whether if you're on 100% or 110%. So we want it to be 100% so we can see what everybody else should see by default. Now, currently, our font size is set to be 90 pixels. So on certain browsers, if the user goes into preferences and they change their default font size for their web page, for example, if they need super large text in order to see, then you'll notice that font size does not change, even though the rest of the text does. And this is because this is not a dynamic size. So in order to make it dynamic, there's two options. So let's head back over here and just go back to the medium size. And if we go into Atom, then instead of using pixels, instead we can use something like a percentage. So 100% in terms of font size is actually a 16 pixel size. And so that means if we want 90 pixels, so that means 90 divided by 16, and that would be equal to 562.5, then we would need 562.5% in order to get the equivalent of 90 pixels. So if we hit save and we go back to our website and I hit refresh, you'll notice that absolutely nothing happens because we're specifying exactly the same font size, but instead we're using a percentage this time. So that means that if we go into, say, preferences and we change our font size to very small or very large, then that font size will scale with it. Now, the other way of specifying a dynamic font size is by using a unit called the EM. For example, if we head back onto our favorite website, techcrunch.com, and we highlight this title here and we inspect it, then if you select this H2 here, you'll see that it's got the class called live title and its font size is specified as 2EM rather than however many pixels they want it to be. Now we've seen EM before inside our HTML and we used it as a tag in order to emphasize a particular section of text, and that stylistically means that it'll make something italicized. Now in this case, this is actually a completely different EM. And the EM in this case is actually the phonetic pronunciation of the letter M. And the reason is because in typesetting in the olden days, the EM, or the M rather, is the width of the capital letter M. And so that means that when you say 1 EM, then you want the font size to be 1 times the width, the capital letter M. And if you want 2, then that's double the size of the M, etc., etc. Now, in modern days, this is no longer true. But what is true is that 1 EM or 1 M is 16 pixels, as we've seen with our percentages. So 16 pixels is equal to 100% when you're talking about fonts, and it's equal to 1 M or 1 EM. And that means that you can achieve whatever size you want dynamically using either of these methods. So for example, as we calculated before, 90 pixels is equal to 5.625 EM. And so that means that if we replace our font size with that number and we hit save and we go back to our site and we hit refresh, then you'll see again the font size does not change because they are all the same. It's just using different ways of specifying the same size. So then the question you might have is, why would you use one over the other? What does it matter? And if you look on different websites, for example, take uber.com, and if we inspect on their title here, then you'll notice that their font size is specified in pixels. Whereas on TechCrunch, it's specified in EMs. And on other sites, you might get percentages. Now, as we mentioned before, if we change the font size, for example, say somebody with accessibility issues, to very large, then these static sized fonts do not change. It stays exactly the same size. Whereas the things that are dynamically sized, for example, things using EM or percentages, they do scale up so that users who have maybe visual impairments, etc., who might want to have a higher font setting, will be able to view the website more comfortably. And that's quite important in terms of making your website accessible to everybody. Now, the argument against that is some web designers say that people with visual impairment these days are more likely to zoom in rather than changing their default font size. And they're more likely to have a higher zoom in order to read all the text on page. And with zoom, it doesn't actually matter whether if your text is statically or dynamically sized, because it will just scale up the website depending on what you're asking it to do. So maybe that's not such an important distinction between statically and dynamically sized fonts anymore, but there is one thing that is really important. And that's the fact that when you're using EM or when you're using percentages, that value is inherited. So if I go into the body here and I specify a font size for everything inside the body, so that's everything on my website, to be, say, 2 EM, and then in my H1, I leave my font size as the previous dynamic size. I hit save, and let's head back to our website and we refresh. Then you'll notice that our H1 has now become absolutely gigantic. And that's because the font size gets inherited and added on top of whatever it got from its parent. So the parent of the H1 is the body here because it's contained inside the body. And in the body, we said that font size should be 2 EM across the entire body of the website. Now, when it gets to the H1, it's already got that 2 EM applied. And then it adds that 5.625 on top of the 2 EM, which is why we end up with something so gigantic. And this is exactly the same with percentages. So if I said, say, 200% in our font size, and I change this to 562.5%, then again, we still get this gigantic font size. But say if I said, the font size should be 20 pixels, and over here it should be 90 pixels, and we go over here, we head back and we refresh, then you see that that font size is staying as 90 pixels. It does not matter what its parent's font size was, because these are static sizes. So that means it can get a little bit dangerous. For example, if you wanted all the text inside your body to be 200%, which remember is 2 times 16 pixels, which is 32 pixels. Now, that works fine until you get to a point and you forgot that you did that. And over here, you ended up setting your 5.625 EM or your percent. And then all of a sudden, oh, what's going on? Why does it look like this? And you have to go and debug and try and figure out where did it get this font size from. So for example, we can inspect in our Chrome developer tools and you see, okay, so it's got font size 5.625. That's what I want. But do I have any font sizes anywhere else? And here in the body, even though it's crossed out, that 200% is still being applied. So in order to avoid this, one of the things that we got in the latest version of CSS, which is the version that we're using currently, or the version that I'm teaching you about, is CSS 3. And inside CSS 3, there is something called the REM. And that refers to the root EM. So that means ignore all of the parent settings for the font size and just set it to this relative to the root. So that means that it doesn't matter what we've done here or in its enclosing containers or parents, it will be 5.625 times 16 pixels as long as we add the R in front of the EM. So if we hit save and we head back over to our website, hit refresh, then you can see that we still get that size that we wanted, which is the 5.625 REM. So the beauty of the root EM is that it does not get affected by upstream size changes. And it means that it's easier to debug and it's less likely that something will go wrong. So when sizing text, my personal recommendation to you is to use REM instead of EM or percentages or pixels, because that is the most adaptable and also the most reliable and least error prone. So now if we head back over to our site and refresh and also change our font size in our preferences back to the medium that's recommended, then you can see that we've got the exact size that we were looking for, which is the same as the 90 pixels that we specified. But this is done using REM rather than EM or percentages. Now, here's a challenge for you. We want to change the size of this part which says a programmer. Now at the moment, a programmer is inside a paragraph tag. Now we've got several other paragraph tags on this page, so we don't want to change the size of all of them. So first, I want you to change this element from a paragraph element into an H2 element. And I want you, as a challenge, to set the font size of the H2 to be equivalent to 40 pixels. But I want you to do that using REM. So pause the video, go ahead and see if you can figure it out. So that's pretty easy to calculate. So our target is 40 pixels for the font size. And we know that 1 EM is 16 pixels. So we can simply divide 40 by 16 and we end up with 2.5. So it'll be 2.5 REM in order to achieve the equivalent of 40 pixels for the font size of our H2. So let's go over to Atom and implement that. So inside our H2, let's go ahead and set the font size to 2.5 REM, hit save and refresh, and voila. We've now got a much larger subtitle and heading by changing the font size. So if that was confusing at all, make sure that you rewind and rewatch some of the parts where we spoke about dynamic font sizing and how it all worked. But now there's just one thing that I want to change about the layout of this website. I would love for this H1 to have a little bit more padding from the top so that it gets pushed down more towards the center of the page. So we can do that by simply adding a 50 pixel margin to the top of our H1 rather than having it as 0 pixels. So let's go into Atom and change the margin top to 50 pixels. This is what we end up with. Now, with margin top and padding and all of those other things where we specify a size, you can also use the EM, the REM, or the percentage values. But in this case, I actually prefer to stick to using pixels because it's more precise and it's much easier to see what's going on when you inspect it in using the box model. So that's just a personal preference and it's a stylistic choice of your own. So if you want to use REM or EM or percentages, that's absolutely fine as well. And it works exactly the same way as we mentioned with the font sizing. So basically, as long as you insert a 50 pixel equivalent margin, then we should end up with something that looks a little bit like this. Now, there's one more thing that I would like to change here after we've specified our font sizes, and that's to have a little bit less space between the H1 and the H2 here, because at the moment, if I hit inspect, you can see that the H1 has a significant amount of margin before and after, and I would just like to get rid of that bottom margin. So instead of specifying the margin top, we can just specify a margin using the circle shorthand. So we start off with the top, which is going to have 50 pixel margin, Then we go to the right, which I'm going to keep as auto to keep it centered. Then we get to the bottom, which I want to be 0. And finally, we have the left, which I'm going to leave as auto as well. Now, if we hit save and we head back and close down our Chrome developer tools, and now we hit refresh, you can see that we've got a little bit less space between the H1 and the H2, and it just looks a little bit more put together. Now, these are all minor tweaks, and it's totally up to you if you want to implement them or not. I'm just adjusting it to my eye. Now, in the next lesson, I've got a number of challenges for you, and I want you to use the developer docs on MDN or on W3 Schools in order to figure out what these properties are and how you should set them. But you should be fully equipped in order to discover some of these other font-related properties that I want to talk about. So head over to the next lesson and complete the challenge. All right, so how did that go? Well, the first thing that we wanted to change was the font color, and we've actually looked at this before, but if you don't remember, it's always a good idea to head over to Google and simply say font color CSS, and if you prefer MDN or W3 Schools, then just enter that as well. And the first thing we get is the color property, which sets the foreground color value of an element's text content. So that is pretty much what we want, right? And we can set it using this particular rule, using the hex code that I provided. So let's head over to Atom, and inside our H1, let's set the color property to that hex code, which was 66BFBF. And we wanted to do the same for our H2. And for our H3, we wanted the color property to be set as 11999E. So now let's hit save, and we can already see the previews of our colors, which is roughly what I expected. So now if we head back to our website, hit refresh, our website is starting to look very, very nice now. And we've styled some of our titles to the colors that we were looking for. So the next one we were looking for was the font weight. So let's search for that and see what we get. All right, so we've actually got a property called the font weight, and you can see there's a whole bunch of ways that you can specify the weight. For example, the keyword values or the actually numeric values. So in our case, we actually wanted the keyword normal simply in order to get rid of this bolding here and to de-emphasize this subtitle. So let's head over to the H2 and let's go ahead and add our font weight over here. And we wanted to set it to normal. So hit save, hit refresh, and there we go. Now it's a little bit lighter in its weight and it looks just a little bit more together. And we've gotten rid of that pre-specified font weight, which was determined by our browser, where it set it to bold. So now the next one is the line height. So let's go ahead and set our line height for our H1 over here. So line height, we can specify it using a number. So 1 would be the default and 2 would be double height. Now, the important thing to remember about line height is that the preferred way of specifying line height is to give a single value without any units. And in our case, we're going to change it to 2. So let's hit save and let's see what that looks like. So that will increase the space between whatever is on top of the text of the H1 here and whatever is below it. Now, in my case, I don't actually really like the way that looks, but if this more spaced out look is what you like, then feel free to keep it this way. But I'm actually going to get rid of this after we've shown exactly how it works. Now, our website is coming along really nicely, and feel free to tweak around the layout or the positioning of any of the elements that you see on our front page here and make it look the way that you want it to. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to learn about the final positioning system, which is floating. And we're going to use what we learn in order to position our skills blocks to make it look much nicer than the way it looks right now. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now we're getting really close to the end result now, and all we need to do is start getting our skills section laid out in a way that looks a little bit better than this. So the first thing to notice is that if I switch on pesticide, you can see that we've got the skill section, and inside the skill section there's two divs. And if you look in the code, then you'll see exactly the same structure here. So this div is the skills div, which contains two further divs, which are the skill rows. And if you prefer to visualize this a little bit easier by seeing which is the opening tag for the div and which one is the closing one, you can actually head into Atom and change your preferences in your editor section to show the indent guides. So now you can see that you've got these lines that show you which div matches with which closing element. Now I actually prefer this off just because I find it too cluttery, but it all depends on how you wish to visualize it. But the important thing is that we've got these two divs that represent two skill rows. And I want you to make each skill row have only 50% the width of the screen. So at the moment it's 100% because it's a block element, but I want you to change that to make it only 50%. So pause the video and complete the challenge. All right, so this shouldn't be too hard. If we head into our styles.css and we go ahead and add our skill row, and just make sure that you check to see if you've got any typos between the way it's named here in the class attribute and the way that you've targeted it over here. So we want to change the width to 50%, and we can hit save and refresh, and you can see that even though our width for the div is now 50%, because it's no longer 100%, it's no longer centered in the middle of our website. So how can we fix this? We've seen this before, and as a challenge, I want you to restore this skill row to the center of the web page. So pause the video and see if you can figure out how to do that. So as we've seen before, the way that we achieve this is by setting the margin to be auto on the left and on the right. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can set the margin for this skill row to be auto, and that just means auto on all four sides, which will center it if we refresh our web page. Now, at the moment, that div is a little bit too close to the top heading and to the next div. So how can you change the margin property so that we end up with a 100 pixel margin at the top and a 100 pixel margin at the bottom, but keeping this margin auto on the left and right? Pause the video and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so this goes back to the circle shorthand. So if we start from the top, as we always do, we're going to add a 100 pixel margin at the top. Next, we come clockwise to the right, which we want to keep as auto. Next, we go down to the bottom, which we said again we want 100 pixels margin. And finally, we have the left, which we are going to set as auto. So the left and the right are auto, the top and the bottom are 100 pixels. Let's hit save and let's refresh, and we can see that margin now in action. Now, the next thing that I want you to do is I want this text, both the part for the design and development as well as the description text, to be left aligned. So can you figure out which property you need to change and where in order to make that happen? So pause the video and complete the challenge. All right, so all we need to do is to go into the skill row and change the text align property. Remember, we changed this previously to make the text center aligned for most of the body, and that in itself aligned the images to be centered as well as all of our text. But in this skill row here, we want the text to be left aligned. So we can change that value to left, and that will override the center text align in the body. So now if we hit refresh, you can see that our text inside the skills section is now left aligned, but outside of it, it's still center aligned. Now, the next thing I want to do is to make the paragraphs, so the text in here, a little bit more spaced apart by changing the line height. So can you double the line height by changing the line height property? So pause the video and complete the challenge. All right, so in this case, we're again going to be inside the skill row and we're changing the line height property to 2. And remember, in this case, we don't actually have any units and we're simply specifying a scale. Let's hit refresh and you can see that our text is now a lot more spaced out and much easier to read. Now, the last thing I want to do before we look into the positioning of our skill row is we need this image to be a lot smaller. So go ahead and change the width of the image to 25%. All right, so in order to target the image, we need to specify their class names. So one is called code-image and one is called chili-image. Now, this is just the classes that I've added for my own images. You might have named these classes differently because you might have different images. Just check what you have as your class name before you start implementing this and make sure that it works. So I'm going to cluster that with the other images. And the first one is called code-image. And I want to change the width to 25% of its parent. And the next one is the chili image. And this again is going to have a width of 25%. Let's hit save and let's refresh. And you can see that they are now the same size, even though they weren't before, because they're now scaled down based on the width of their parent, which in this case is actually the skill row. So it's now a quarter the width of the skill row, which itself is only 50% the width of the entire page. So now comes the really interesting thing. How can I make my text wrap around my image? So I want this skill row to be a lot stouter, so less in height, and I want this image to be on the left, but I want my text to be on the right of the image and wrapping around the image as necessary. Well, this is where the topic of this lesson comes in, and that is, of course, floating. So we can make the image float to the left of the text and make the text wrap around it by simply changing one property, and that is the float property. So if we go into our code image and we change the float property to float left and we hit save, once we refresh, you'll see that our image is now on the left of our skill row and our text is now wrapping around the image in order to display both of these on the same line. Now, it looks a little bit odd having the text right up next to the image. So can you figure out a way of having 30 pixels of space between this text and this image? So pause the video and see if you can complete the challenge. Now, there's a couple of ways that you can do this. You can think about padding or margin. In this case, in order to apply a margin to the text, it would be kind of difficult because they're completely separate at the moment. We've got an H3 and we've got a paragraph. Now, you could add a div to wrap them together and add a left margin to that div. But what's much easier is to simply add a margin right to our image. So let's head into our code and change the code image margin right property to 30 pixels. And once we refresh, you'll see that our image now has a bit of space between it and the text. And the text, because it's wrapping around and now it has less width to be displayed, it's actually taking up the full width of that div. And this looks a lot better than previously. Now, as a challenge, I want you to use the same principles of floating to make this image appear on the right over here, and for the text to wrap around that image and to have the same amount, so 30 pixels of space between the image and the text. So pause the video now and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so pretty much the same principles here, but in this case, we're not floating left anymore because we want it to be on the right of the text. So in that case, we have to change the float property to right instead of left. And that will mean that the text will wrap around the image on the left. And then we just have to add in that margin left of 30 pixels on the image in order to get it to have the same amount of space as we had up here. So this is looking pretty sweet, and we're getting very, very close to our end result that we're looking for. Now, sometimes when you float an element, you might not want all of the text to be wrapped around it. So, for example, say if we only wanted that title to wrap around this image and to be on the right of the image, then we can actually use another property to make sure that this text does not wrap and end up at the bottom over here below the image. And that property is called clear. So if I target the paragraph here, let's give it a class, let's call it maybe code skill description, and I'm just going to copy and paste it down here. And if I use the clear property to clear its left side, then that prevents it from wrapping anything on the left. So let's go ahead and try that. Clear left, hit save, refresh. You can see that that paragraph is now pushed to below the image, which is floating. But that heading, that H3, is still wrapping around the image that's floated to the left. If you think about clear as almost like the anti-float, then that starts to make a little bit more sense. So we're saying that float this image to the left and all text will wrap around it on the right. But for this paragraph, we said to clear its left, which means make sure that that left margin is clear and not wrapped around anything. Then that basically prevents it from carrying out the default behavior. Now, as a challenge, can you make this paragraph appear below this image rather than wrapped around it? Pause the video and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so it's exactly the same concept here. Now, let's go ahead and just give that paragraph a class. Let's call this chili skill description. And again, I'm going to copy it, save the file, and paste it down here. And of course, remember that dot in front because it's a class. And in this case, I still need to use clear, but I have to clear its right side in order to make sure it doesn't wrap around the image. Because you can see that if I tried the same thing and I cleared its left side, nothing changes because it's not wrapping anything on its left. But if I change this to right, then you'll see that it now appears below the image and it's prevented from wrapping the image that's floated to the right. Now, I'm actually going to go ahead and clear both of these CSS rules because I actually prefer the look that we had previously, and I'm going to get rid of these classes as well. And this is the final result that we want to keep. Now, as they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Float is one of the most commonly used and abused CSS properties. The thing to remember is that it has a whole bunch of corner cases, and I recommend to only use float when really, really necessary, and only use it for what it's meant, which is wrapping text around a certain element. And don't use it for positioning. Instead, use what we learned about positioning, like relative or absolute positioning, or using the margin and the padding for the layout and the positioning of your website, and to leave the float property only for the cases of wrapping text. Then you will surely get into less trouble and less problems than if you try to use a float just as a sort of free-for-all layout property, which you see a lot of people mistakenly do. Now, looking through the Q&As, one of the issues that students often have is that their design is not being laid out correctly like what you see on screen. And one of the most common reasons is because they're using different text, more specifically a different length of text. So here you can see there's quite a lot of text. And based on that, our CSS styling is making it appear like this. But if you had only one sentence or only a few words, then you might see the images being slightly out of place. Further, if you display this on a larger screen size, or if you actually just grab the corner of your browser and you toggle it around, you'll see that as you shrink or expand the browser, your design is going to break and it's not going to look like it should, as you see here. Now, the reason for this is because our website is not yet responsive. And I'm saying not yet because in the coming lessons, when we learn about Bootstrap, when we learn about more advanced CSS, then we're going to be able to fix this problem and make our designs look the way we want it to in all screen sizes and in all dimensions. So don't worry too much about that if you're having trouble fixing the layout. Just try to make sure that you're using the same content for your index.html as we have here in the lessons, and try to make sure that you've got your CSS code matching. And it should look right on most screen sizes. I'll need to toggle it a little bit. So we are really close to the end of this module. And in the next section, I've got a challenge for you to look at a specification of how we want the website to be finally laid out. And instead of me guiding you step by step through all the little properties that you need to change, I want you to figure out what you need to change in order to achieve the layout that I've specified. So in the next lesson, you'll see text instructions for you to complete the final big challenge and get this website looking beautiful. So for all of that, I will see you on the next lesson. All right, so in the last lesson, there was a PDF that you could download which showed the end result of our website. And it shows how things would be laid out, what is the rough spacing between each of the elements, and how everything should look and feel. Now, I've also specified the hex codes for the colors that I'm using here, and I also showed you how you can go about getting hold of this button code. Now, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how I implemented this, adding in the rest of the CSS code that we need to achieve this look. Now, it might just be that your code, based on what you estimated visually, is a little bit different from what I'm going to type. That's not a problem at all. Now, you can either follow along with what I'm doing in the solution, or you can simply watch it just to see if you got the broad strokes right. For example, how did you implement the horizontal rule, or how did I get this bottom footer section to look like this? Now, it doesn't matter if your website looks similar to mine or not. In fact, I encourage you to personalize your website, but I want you to be able to achieve the layouts that I've specified. So after you're able to look at a specification like this, now I admit this is a very rough spec and I haven't given you the specific margins and paddings, etc., but it's a great skill as a web designer to be able to look at a sketched out layout or a mock-up and to be able to implement that in code inside your CSS and HTML. So let's get going, and feel free to follow along with me or just watch the solution video to see how to do something that you couldn't figure out. So the first thing that I'm going to change is that I'm going to change the body text color to a slightly off black, and that's the color I've specified here, 40514E. So let's head over to our body and let's add that font color here. So that's going to be changing the color property, and it is 40514E, and that's this sort of dark grayish color that we're going to implement for the text inside our website. And that just makes it look a little bit more designed than previously, but it's still highly readable. So be careful about using really light grays when you're changing the body color, because if there's not enough contrast with the background color, then it can make it really difficult. Not just people with visual impairment, but even normal people, it'll be a strain on their eyes. So always go for something dark and high contrast. Now, the next thing that I want is to have a little bit more padding between the H2s and the text below them. So for example, I want just a bit more space between the hello and this bio, and also the my skills and the skills section. So let's head over to our H2 and add that padding bottom. And I'm going to add only about 10 pixels to achieve that. So you can see the effect is really subtle, but it helps to space things out a little bit. Now, the next thing I want is a bit of space between the middle section and the top section. So I'm going to add again 100 pixels of padding to the top and 100 pixels to the bottom to space it out between the middle, the top, and the bottom containers. But I don't want to add any further margin to the left and right. So I'm going to leave it as 0 so that it's stuck to the left and right sides of the viewport, which is the screen. So in order to do that, I'm going to use the shorthand where I say it's 100 pixels for the top and bottom and 0 for the left and right. So let's hit save and refresh. You can see we've now got a good bit of space between the top and bottom containers, and that looks a lot more natural than before. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I want to format this little bit of bio here so that it's less in width and you can have a few more lines rather than this long line that's quite hard to read. And so I can do that by changing its width. So if I go into my index.html and I already have this class for that paragraph, which is called intro. You might have called it something else, or you may or may not have this class. Just check to see what you called this class over here, and then we can target it inside our styles.css. And I'm just going to put it below the pro class. So it's called intro. And I'm going to change its width to only 30% of its parent container, which is of course the middle container. So let's hit refresh and you can see it's now a lot less in width, and it's now taking up 3 lines, which is much easier to read rather than one long big line. So, but the problem is now it's left aligned and it's no longer in the center of our web page. And that's because it's no longer edge to edge, and we now have to set the margin to auto in order to get it to be centered in the web page, which is exactly what we want. So I'm going to go ahead and add a margin property and just set it to auto on all 4 sides. And now you can see it's perfectly centered and it looks a lot nicer than before. So one of the things I added here was to make the line height double what it used to be, and that spaces out the text and makes it a lot easier to read. Now I'd like to do that consistently across my website, so for the intro as well as the other parts of text. So instead of having that line height down in the skills row section, I'm actually going to cut that and add that to a paragraph level CSS rule. So I'm targeting all the paragraphs inside my website and I'm changing all of their line heights to double the height that it used to be. And this makes it a lot more spaced out and a lot easier to read. Now, finally, I just want to adjust my clouds a little bit, just based on what I prefer it to look. So I'm going to change the top cloud to have 40 from the top rather than 300, to make it go up a little bit. And then I'm going to make the bottom cloud only have a left of 250, so make it go further to the left. All right, so that is pretty much the top sections done. Now the next thing we need to look at is this horizontal rule, and at the moment it's looking a little bit ugly, but as we did previously, we managed to get these little gray dots to show up as the horizontal rule, separating the sections instead. And that's what we want to do here also. So let's go ahead and target the horizontal rule. So remember, because it's a HTML element, we're going to put it with the other HTML elements. And we're going to first change the border so that it has a dotted style. And I'm going to change the color to a light gray, so an EAF6, F6. And I want it to be 6 pixels in width. So let's refresh that. Now you can see that there's now 2 borders, one above and one below, and enclosing a 0 pixel height horizontal rule. So if we now go and set the border bottom to none, then we can get rid of that bottom border to only have a single line, which looks the way that we want it to. So the next thing is to change its width, and I want it to be a lot narrower than that. In fact, I want it only to be about maybe 4% of the width. And it's important to use percent here so that it scales when my website scales. And finally, I need to give it some margin, because at the moment it's far too close to everything else. So I want it to have 100 pixels of margin top, 100 pixels margin bottom, and I want it to be centered in the middle. So we're going to go for that good old margin property, and we're going to say top and bottom should be 100 pixels, and left and right should be auto, so that we keep this centered in the middle. And that is looking really, really nice. And I know it's a very, very light color, but it's fine because it doesn't need to be red. It's just there to visually separate some of our section. Now, the next section that we get to is, of course, this contact me section. And the first thing I want to do is, similar to this intro or bio bit of text, I need to make this contact me message a little bit less wide. So let's target that and change its width. So the contact message currently has a class called contact message. So let's go ahead and target that inside our CSS. So dot contact message, and we're going to change its width. And I'm going to change it to just 40% in this case. And that will make it go onto 2 lines, but it will also make it go to the left. So let's change the margin so that we have 40 pixels from the top and 40 pixels from the bottom, but the left and right should be auto. Now, the shorthand way of specifying that is by using the 3-element circle rule. So that's 40 pixels from the top, auto for the left and right, and 60 pixels for the bottom. Again, if that confuses you at all, make sure you take a look at the MDN developer docs for the margin property. So hit save, and we've now got more margin here than here, and it's also spaced so that it's automatically centered in the middle. Now, the final thing in this section is, of course, changing that contact me button from this horrible, ugly looking thing to something that looks a little bit more like a real button. And as we mentioned in the challenge, we're going to use the CSS button generator website. So the text I'm going to change to contact me, all caps. The font family will leave as Arial for now. The font color is just going to be white. And the font size we're going to leave as 20 pixels as well. Now, we're not going to change anything in the box, but we are going to change the border, and specifically that's the border radius. I'm going to change it down to 8 so that it's a little bit more square looking rather than rounded. And it's not going to have a border, but it is going to have a gradient background. And the starting color for our gradient is going to be 11 CDD4. And the end color is going to be 11999E. And for our hover or rollover state, we're going to start the gradient at 30E3CB, and we're going to end at 2BC4AD. All right, so now you can see that when you hover over it, it's a little bit lighter to shade of green. So that looks pretty nice to me. And this is the automatically generated CSS code based on all of those options that we've selected. And we can now just copy it wholesale and paste it into our CSS over here. Now, if you take a look at our anchor tag for our contact button, you can see it has a class of btn, and that matches perfectly with the class that we get back from CSS3 buttons generator, and that means that it will be able to target it without a problem. Now, the only thing that I want to change here is I want to change the text so that it fits in with our font family that we've set for the entire website. So I'm going to change the font family from Arial to Montserrat. And now if we hit save and we go ahead and refresh our page, then you can see that we've got that beautiful button that we've implemented without very much work at all. All right, so now we're finally ready to tackle the bottom section, which is basically our footer that you'll see on most web pages. Now, the first thing that we want to do is we want to change its background color so that we can see the difference between the footer and the middle section. So find the bottom container and let's go ahead and change its background color to the color that we've been using for a while now, which is 66BFBF. And let's hit save and refresh. You can see we've now got this bottom section highlighted and separated from the rest of the content. Now, why is there this gap between the bottom of our page and the bottom of our footer? Well, the reason, if you inspect, is that you can scroll it all the way up to the top, and if you hover over that paragraph for the last copyright message, you can see that it's got a pretty large margin, 16 from the top and 16 from the bottom. And remember, that came automatically from the user agent style sheet, which comes from the browser, and that's 1 EM top and 1 EM bottom. So we have to either get rid of that padding, or we can pad out our footer a little bit more and make it a little bit taller so that it encompasses that padding for the paragraph tag. I'll show you what I mean. So if we go into our bottom container and we change the padding to 50 pixels up top, 0 left and right, and 20 pixels at the bottom, then that should be more than enough to cover the 16 pixels, which is the 1 EM padding for our paragraph. So if we hit refresh, you'll see now our footer goes all the way down to the bottom, and there is now enough space for that padding to be included inside the footer rather than outside the footer. So next, let's style our anchor tags. Currently, they're a little bit too squished up together and it's not looking very nice. So let's go ahead and target them by targeting all of the anchor tags. And let's first change the text color to what we have in the rest of our document. And the text color that I specified was 11999E. And let's add the property, of course. And let's hit save and refresh. You can see that we've now got a slightly lighter color than before, but it's still relatively readable against the background. Now, you can of course make that contrast more if you wish to, but I usually think that the text in the footer, you don't want it to distract from the main message, which is either contact me or whatever it is that you want to highlight to people. So I want to have that a little bit more muted. Now, let's make this text look a little bit more in line with the rest of our text. You can see that the anchor text is actually styled in a different font from the rest of our text. So we can change that to what we've got for the rest of our body, which is Montserrat, by just copying this line over here. Or, as you probably should to get more practice, just type it out. So let's update that, and we've got something that fits in with the overall look and feel of our website. And now all we need to do is just space them apart a little bit so that they can be easily distinguished from each other. So to do that, we're going to have to add a little bit of margin to it. And I'm going to add a 10 pixel top and bottom margin and a 20 pixel left and right margin to give it more space away from each other. And this way we can click on each one individually without having them all mushed together. Now, the final thing that I don't like about this look is that by default, all anchor tags have an underline that shows you that this is clickable. Now, I want to show that in a different way by changing the hover state. So I want to get rid of this underline. And I can do that by changing the text decoration, which, remember, the browser automatically makes it underlined for all anchor tags. And I'm going to change it to none. So now we update that, that's gone, and that looks a lot nicer, and it doesn't look like a 90s website anymore, right? So as we said, we want to show that these links are clickable by making it have a different color when I roll over it. So I can target that using the hover state of the anchor tag. And if you remember that we spoke about these pseudo classes a few lessons ago, and if you're confused about this at all, then be sure to check out those previous lessons on the CSS selectors. So for the hover state, instead of having a font color of 11999E, we instead want to have a EA F6, and that will just be a little bit lighter so that when we hover over it, it looks like it's definitely clickable, and that gives the user enough clues as to what to do with it. Now, the very, very final thing that I'm going to format is the copyright here, and I'm going to change its color to make it less assuming and also make it a little bit smaller. So let's go ahead and see what we used for that copyright message. We used the class copyright. So let's go into our styles.css, find the part where we had the text, and let's go ahead and select the copyright message and change its color to the same as we had for our anchor tag rollover state, which is EA F6. Hit refresh, you can see it's now this lovely light white color, and then we're going to make it a lot smaller. So we're going to change the font size to 0.75 rem, so that's 75% of 16 pixels, and it's now less important and it's taking up less space as well. Now finally, I want to give it a little bit more padding from the top and the bottom, so I'm going to change its padding to maybe 20 pixels top and bottom and 0 pixels left and right, so that it goes all the way to the end, and that way it's got a little bit more separation from the top, and this looks a lot nicer than before. So that's all the changes that I had to make in order to fully recreate our specification here. Now, if you had any problems, such as implementing the buttons or changing the horizontal rules, then be sure to try and fix it using this solution. Now, at this stage, if you're happy with everything that we've spoken about, feel free to go ahead and completely change or personalize this website, change the color schemes, change the layouts to whatever it is that you prefer. But this is the live website, and the next step is, of course, make it hosted on GitHub so that your personal site is live and you can share it with your friends and your family, or show it to anybody who might want to employ you. So that's all for this section. But in this module, we learn a lot about CSS and styling and positioning and layout, changing the text, changing the colors, making text wrap around images, how to create hover states, and loads more. So if any of this is not apparent immediately, it might be worth reviewing some of the more difficult concepts, for example, the positioning and the difference between absolute and relative. Or you can simply just go ahead and start creating a web design of your own fancy that you've designed pencil and paper, and try to solve those problems by doing. So that's all from me in this lesson. I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, guys, it is a new week and we are on to a new topic. So for all of you guys who are still sticking with me, a big pat on the back, because we are now going to do more and more exciting things as we learn more and as we go along. So today I'm going to talk about Bootstrap, and this is what's called a front-end library. Now, you'll hear these words quite often: front-end, back-end, interface. What does it all mean? So this cartoon, it's one of the ways that best represents this concept. So the front end is basically what the user sees. It's the beautiful mermaid, it's the face of your website or your mobile app. Now the back end tends to reside on the server and is basically behind the scenes sort of business logic of how your website or how your app is going to work. So things that it has to do. So this is where you code a lot of the functionality of the website or the app. So you've got your websites and your apps that can be designed to have a beautiful user interface and, things like animations or buttons or basically whatever the user sees is the front end. Now in the back, you've got the server, you've got the databases, probably, less exciting, less pretty, but nonetheless, it's a really, really important part of any website or app because it's going to determine how everything is going to work. These two parts will need to talk to each other in order for data to be delivered. So for example, if you're Airbnb, then in the back end, you've got your listings, you can search and query for them, and then you can deliver them to the front end, say the website or the app. Now, this division is the front end, back end division. And usually you'll see different languages being used for the front end and the back end. So on the front, we'll be using things like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and this is a lot of the stuff that you see in web design. Now on the back end, you have slightly more powerful languages like C#, Ruby, PHP, Java, Node.js, or SQL if you're dealing with databases. And this is what will enable your web apps. And it will give your website functionality, business logic, data storage, and a whole bunch of really exciting things that we're going to explore later on in the course. Now, Bootstrap is very firmly on the front end. It's a bunch of code that was written to be reusable that you can drop into your site, and it'll make designing the website much, much easier for you. Now, Bootstrap was originally developed by Twitter in order to try and get more consistency across websites that they design. But since then, they've made it free and open source. So that means you can see all of the source code on GitHub. And in fact, if you go there, you'll notice that it has a whopping 122,000 stars. And it's in fact the second most starred repository on all of GitHub. So that just shows you how popular it is. And this is definitely the most popular front-end framework or library that you will ever come across. Now, what does it allow you to do? Well, one of the most important things is that as the number of users are moving away from desktop towards mobile, a lot of websites need to be responsive. Now, this is probably not the best term for what this means because when people think responsive, they think, oh, it has to be fast or, it has to load up immediately. But actually, that's not what responsive is at all. Responsive just means that it responds to the viewport. So that means if you're looking at the same website on mobile or on iPad or on desktop, it should have a different layout to be able to best take advantage of the size of the screen real estate. So I think a better word would almost be something like adaptable layout. So your website changes its design depending on where it's being displayed. And Bootstrap makes this super, super easy, as we'll see in the coming lessons. Now, the other really awesome thing about Bootstrap is that you get access to a whole bunch of pre-styled elements that you can simply just drop into your code with very, very minimal effort. So let me show you how it works. Now, remember how in the last module, in order to create a button that was styled and it had a hover state and it looked generally nice, we had to go to CSS button generator and put in the requirements that we needed. And it generated a whole bunch of CSS code that either we had to write or we had to find somewhere like CSS button generator where it would generate this code for you. What about things that are not buttons? What if you wanted a slider or a navigation bar? Then, if there isn't a generator out there, then you would have to write all of this code yourself. Now, if we copy this code and we go over to CodePly, and the reason why we're using CodePly and not CodePen is because they are a playground that allows you to include a number of these frameworks, for example, Bootstrap and a number of other ones. So let's go ahead and click create a new ply. And then inside this new ply, I'm going to create a button as we did before. And we're going to give it a class of btn to match what we had over on the other website as the selector. And then I'm going to give it some text. And then I'm going to click run, and you can see it here. And this is a plain HTML button. And in order to make it look nicer, we had to copy all of the CSS code and paste it into the CSS section of our website. And when we hit run, you can see it's now being styled, and it's got a hover state as well. Now, I want to show you what you can do with Bootstrap. You don't need any of this. You don't have to write your own CSS code, or you don't have to find it somewhere and paste it in. All you have to do is add in the Bootstrap framework. So go ahead and search for Bootstrap and find the latest version. And if you click save, you can create an account on CodePly in order to save your current workspace. Or alternatively, just as what I'm going to do, is just simply hit close, which you'll see applies the Bootstrap 5 framework to our CodePly, but it's an anonymous CodePly. So it means if you close this down, it will be discarded. But we're just playing with code here, so it doesn't really matter. So now that we've selected our framework, and now what we can do is we can add classes which are predefined by Bootstrap to start styling with Bootstrap. So for example, we can say this is a button, and it's also meant to be a button primary. And if I go ahead and run this code, you can see that Bootstrap has generated this button for me with no CSS at all. And all I had to write is 3 words to activate all those selectors and to style my button. You can see that it's got a hover state, it's got rounded corners, and it's got a color background. So this is really, really powerful. Now we can do other things as well. For example, if I didn't want the blue one, I could say button, and instead of button primary, which is blue, I can say button dark. And when I hit run, you can see this is now a black button. Now there's a whole bunch of other types of buttons. For example, button outline dark, which gives me an outline button, and when I hover over it, it gets filled. I can make it bigger by saying button large. That gets me a larger button. So let me show you how Bootstrap works. Now, in order to do that, we can go over to the Bootstrap website, which is getbootstrap.com. And I want you to just go ahead and download the source code for Bootstrap. So click on this button, and it should initiate download. Now, once you unzip the file, now inside this downloaded folder, you should see a folder called CSS, and I want you to click on bootstrap.css and open it inside Atom. Now, if you scroll through this code, you can see that it's got a whole bunch of predefined styles for our HTML elements. For example, the body or the horizontal rule or the H1 through to H6. And this isn't new for us. We've seen that inside the browser, we've got this thing called user agent style sheet, which is the CSS that gets applied to our websites by the browser. Now, in addition to that, if you include Bootstrap on your website, then it will change the style of your elements. So if you use a horizontal rule while using Bootstrap, then it will look like this, and it will override some of those browser-based styles. But more importantly to how Bootstrap works is that it's got a whole bunch of classes that they have styled and specified code for. So that means that if you add a particular class name, then it will automatically style it in the way that has been specified by the Bootstrap code. Now, let's take a slightly closer look at one of these components that Bootstrap gives us. So I want you to go ahead and hold down Command F if you're a Mac, or Control F, and bring up the search. And I want you to search for the navbar. Now you can see that the navbar is this class that Bootstrap has defined inside bootstrap.css, and it's specified already the position, display, padding, a whole bunch of things basically. And there's subcomponents like the navbar brand, the navbar text. So let's see how we can implement this in our little code playground. So I'm going to revert back to the original button, which is just btn, then btn-primary, and I'm going to hold this inside a div, which, as you remember, is just a container. So let's put that div around the button, and when I hit play, you can see nothing really has changed. But let's go ahead and give this div some Bootstrap classes. So the first one is the navbar, and I'm going to run every single time I add something to this div. And you can see that a little bit of padding has been added, which basically just applied all of the CSS in here. Now the navbar has actually been applied and it is here, but we can't really see it because it's a white navbar on a white background. So let's change its background with another Bootstrap class, which is bg for background dash dark. And this is going to make it black. And now you can see our navbar show up, and you can see that our button is nicely placed inside and padded. So with just 2 words, basically, we've created a navbar, we've styled it, and it looks beautiful because Bootstrap is, of course, doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes. Now, one of the great things about these components is they've already thought a lot about how the layout should be, so you don't have to do a lot of work. So, for example, let's say that I wanted to add a image as a logo to our navbar instead of having this button here. So I want the logo on the left, and all I have to do is just add it before the button, and I'm going to add an image. And this image is going to have a source, and the source that I'm going to use is this little image from Bootstrap itself. So here I'm inside the Get Bootstrap docs, and I'm inside the component section here, and I'm looking at the navbar documentation, which is a great place to start whenever you want to use any of Bootstrap components. Just read through and you can see they've got examples of what each thing does. Now, what I want to do is I want to add an image inside my navbar. So I'm going to copy this image address, and I'm going to use that as the source as well. So now if we hit play, you can see that we've got this giant Bootstrap image placed inside our navbar, but it's kind of taken over our entire page. So let me just specify a height to actually make this a little bit smaller. Let's say maybe 35. And you can see we now have a pretty normal looking navbar with our logo, our brand, our button inside, and later on I'll show you how to add more padding or using containers through Bootstrap. Now that's not all. If you go to Bootstrap and you go to examples, you can see that they've created more extensive components using Bootstrap. For example, if you ever wanted the Apple website designed, you can simply look at their product example. Now, let's say that you decided to create a Apple ripoff website that you wanted to call Grapple or whatever. Then you can actually simply take the example that Bootstrap has given you here, built with Bootstrap, and simply modify it. So if we just go back to the previous example page, we can download the examples, which will give you the code for all of these examples. And inside this folder, if you just find the one that you want, so this one was called product, and you can see that inside this folder they've got the CSS and the HTML that's required to build this website. So if you open that HTML inside Atom instead of using your browser, then you can actually go and modify it to create your custom website. So instead of punny headline, we're going to make this our shop. We'll call it Welcome to Grapple. Hit save and refresh this page. You can see we've already started building a Apple ripoff that is surely going to get you sued, but nonetheless. So you can modify a lot of these examples very easily, or you can simply add these components by copying the code into your website. But instead of just modifying these examples, let's take it step by step so that we really understand what we're doing. And I want to show you exactly how Bootstrap works so that you can not just, rip off these designs, but you'll be able to design any sort of layout or design that you want by fully understanding this framework. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to know how we can install Bootstrap onto our websites when we're not using something that's preloaded up like on CodePlay. So in the next lesson, we'll be showing you all the different ways how you can install Bootstrap onto your own websites. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the last lesson, we spoke about all the amazing things that you can do with Bootstrap and how generally awesome it is. So in this lesson, I want to show you how exactly do you get access to this awesome library? How do you install it into your website projects? So to do that, let's head into Atom and let's add our web development project folder in here so that we can create a new folder called Bootstrap Installation. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.html. Now that we have this new website, we can go ahead and create the HTML boilerplate and give our website a title, Bootstrap installation. And under the title, which is usually where we put in our links that linked to our style sheets, for example, this is where we can add the Bootstrap framework. So if you head over to getbootstrap.com, you can see that they've got a whole page that's dedicated to how you can install Bootstrap. And it's super, super easy. So the simplest way is just to copy the Bootstrap CDN and paste it into here. And all that this does is that when your browser reads through this code to try and load up the website, once it gets to this line, it goes over to this URL and downloads the Bootstrap files if the user doesn't already have it cached on their browser. So I just want to quickly explain firstly what a CDN is. So CDN stands for Content Delivery Network, and the concept is really simple. So do you remember how previously we looked at how the internet is delivered through all of these submarine cables, right? So for example, if the server for my website is in the US, say in the West Coast, and I try to access my website from the UK, then I would probably need to go through one of these transatlantic cables, and then there'll be some more wires that goes across the land, and that request reaches my server over here. And then once that request is received, then it has to send back all of those files, the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript, back through all of those routes and back to me, to my browser, so that it can be displayed on my website. Now, as you can imagine, if that is the only location where your website exists, then that's quite a long route to travel. And even though these are pretty fast cables, still generates a delay of, maybe a few milliseconds, or if there's a lot of data that I need to fetch over, like images or videos, then it might be a delay of a few seconds. And I don't know about you, but I generally don't wait for a website to load beyond maybe like 2 seconds, at which point I presume, it's probably down or there's probably some problems. So this is where a content delivery network comes in. So instead of hosting your website just in a single location, say over here, you actually have a whole bunch of points where that website can be accessed. So that means that if my request starts off from the UK, then it will look for the location that is of the shortest distance to get that website delivered. And that dramatically cuts down on the latency or how long it takes for your website to load up. And in terms of Bootstrap, they've hosted their Bootstrap CSS files on Max CDN, which has a whole number of routing points across the world. So that means when your users are trying to load up your website that's using Bootstrap, then it can access it relatively quickly, no matter where in the world they are. So that's a quick lowdown on CDNs. And that means that when your browser reaches this link, it'll look for the shortest route to download this CSS file if the user doesn't already have it. Now, because Bootstrap is one of the most popular frameworks that a lot of modern websites will have, then it's very, very likely that your users will have already downloaded this CSS file because they've loaded up a website that uses the same file. And when that happens, your browser actually caches it, so it saves the local copy so that you don't have to download it every single time. And that's one of the other advantages of working with Bootstrap. Because it's so common, because it's so popular, your users will probably already have this file on their browser cached, then it will again cut down on the latency. So now this is one way of installing Bootstrap onto our website. And now if I go ahead and add a H1, for example, then you'll see that it gets styled using the Bootstrap framework. So let's copy the full path, go to our browser and paste this in. You can see that this font is different. So say if I go ahead and comment this out, so I'm going to highlight this line and select Command/ or Control/ on Windows, hit save, and we go back over here and we refresh, then you can see this is our default HTML styling, which is this serif font that looks kind of ugly. But with Bootstrap, it looks a little bit nicer. Now, the other way that you can add Bootstrap to your website, especially if you're creating a website from scratch, is to just copy and use their starter template. You can see that it's got the HTML5 declaration, it's got all of the things that you normally need in your website, the character set, the Bootstrap CSS, it's got a title already added for you, the body, an H1 which you can delete if you don't need, and then at the bottom it's got some Bootstrap JavaScript and jQuery. Now, we're going to be learning about JavaScript and jQuery in the next modules, but for some of the components in Bootstrap to work, they actually need some JavaScript. So for example, if something has to change in appearance on your website, so for example like a drop-down menu, then this actually needs a little bit more code than just HTML CSS, because this is kind of a functionality, right? And that's what this JavaScript and jQuery is going to help achieve. So if you wanted the complete set, and for everything that you'll implement in Bootstrap to work, then the easiest way is just to simply paste in the starter template, and now you will have everything that you need in order to start using Bootstrap. Now, the third way of installing Bootstrap is to simply download the CSS and JavaScript source code so that you can include it into your website. So instead of pointing to a URL on the internet, you can point to a relative URL that will be included with your website. So for example, you might say, go into this CSS folder and find bootstrap.css. And this is what I want to use for my website instead. Now, the downside to this is that this negates any sort of caching that a user will have. Because this is a completely separate file, the browsers will not recognize this and will not know that it's already been downloaded and already been cached. So it will have to download all of these files when it tries to load up your website, which leads to possibly a little bit more latency. So throughout this course, we'll be working with the easiest way of using Bootstrap, which is simply to get it through the CDN. And usually I tend to advise, just when you're starting out creating the websites using Bootstrap, is just to load up the example code. And this means that you'll have everything in there ready to go, and it was only one copy and paste away. So that's my recommendation, but of course it's completely up to you how you decide to do it. In the next lesson, we're going to look closer at how we can design our website and start replicating the designs using Bootstrap. So I'll see you there. Now, we've seen how to install Bootstrap and what it can do, but before jumping headfirst into designing our website, the first thing I want to talk about is what the workflow of a web designer might look like. And a lot of times, if you're working as a web designer, one of the first things that you will do before touching any code, any CSS, or even creating your HTML structure, the first thing that you need to do is to wireframe. Now, wireframes are a low fidelity representation of your design. So it's meant to be done with a pencil, a piece of paper, and it's meant to be really quick. The idea is that, say if you're an architect and you wanted to build a house, you wouldn't go ahead and just build the house straight away, right? You might then discover that, oh, actually I created the roof that's too big for this room, or the windows are too big for the wall, and you end up with a whole bunch of problems that's going to be very, very costly and time consuming to fix later on. And this is exactly the same with websites. Before you write down any code, you want to be able to get buy-in on your designs and be able to iterate through your design process. So you might want to create one version using your wireframe, see if, other people like it. If you're working for somebody, that'll be your boss. If you're not working for anybody, then it might be friends or colleagues. But essentially, you want to be able to settle on a design before you go ahead and implement it. And that's what wireframing is perfect for. Now, it's meant to be low fidelity, so it's meant to look really, really simple, and it shouldn't take you too long to produce. Now, the opposite of this is what's called a mock-up. Now, a mock-up is meant to be a high fidelity representation of your app or your website's design. And it's almost like you've gone into the future, you've taken a screenshot of what it looks like while it's in action, and you've brought it back into the present to try and show people what it looks like. Now, the great thing about mock-ups is that they are really pretty much what you see is what you're going to end up getting. And if you are getting somebody else to create your website, then it's nice to have a mock-up to show them exactly how you want it to look. Now, the problem with this is that if this is the first thing you start messing around with, you end up getting really stuck on choosing the colors or the icons or which images to include in the mock-up, and it really bogs you down. So the classic workflow is to start off by looking at other people's websites, which will give you a good idea about the layout and the structure, and then looking at some UI patterns. So going to a website like ui-patterns.com and looking at their design patterns. And you think about, the problems that you're actually trying to solve as you're designing your website. So for example, if you needed to have a carousel or basically a slideshow, because the user needs to browse through a set of items and possibly select one of them, then you can see some of the examples that they've picked up, for example, from Amazon or from other places, and look at, the solution and the rationale. And this is a really, really good website for understanding how other people have solved problems using web design and to be inspired for your own designs. Then the next step is to create a simple sketched wireframe for planning the layout and seeing where everything is going to be. Then the optional next step is to create a mock-up. So to go into the Sketch app or use something like Photoshop or Illustrator to create really sort of photorealistic versions of your future website. And finally, if you really, really wanted to go the extra mile, then you can actually create what's called a prototype. So an animated version of your website that really shows off what exactly it's going to look like. Now, a really good resource for looking for inspiration on all of these fronts is a website called Dribbble, which is a place where designers put up their portfolios. So, for example, if you just search for something like website, you can come across some really, really beautiful designs that people have created as a part of their job. And also there's prototypes and there's a whole bunch of animations, and it's just a really, really nice place to get inspiration. And a really cool thing about Dribbble is that you can even search Dribbble by color. So you can specify a tone that you quite like, and you can narrow down all of the designs by that particular shade. So this is a really, really cool place where you can get lost for hours and hours, and it's a fantastic starting point to get inspiration for your web design. So let's do the same for our website. Let's start off by creating a wireframe. So how would you go about doing this? So in order to create wireframes, the easiest thing that I tend to recommend is just to use pencil and a piece of paper. Now, if you want, there's a website called Sneak Peek It, and they have these beautiful templates that you can download and print out for browsers or for mobile or for tablets. And you can start drawing on these printouts in order to wireframe your website. And they're free to download. And once you click on download, you get a zip file which you can open up and print out and start wireframing. Now, if you want to be a little bit more advanced in wireframing, then pretty much the industry standard tool is Balsamiq. And I've been using this for a number of years, and it's really, really nice. It's quick, it's really, really easy. And the best part is that it's really collaborative. You can share your designs with, say, somebody who commissioned you to design the website, or you can share it with friends and family or your colleagues, and they can add notes and add comments or change the designs as they need. So it's really, really cool. So we're going to create a wireframe for our upcoming website for our startup so that we know exactly what we need to do when we start coding. So go ahead and either sign up for a free 30-day trial if you want to use Balsamiq, or if you don't, then just go ahead and download and print out some of these wireframe sheets so that you can follow along with me. So I'm just going to log in and I'm going to create a new project. So this is my new project and this is my new wireframe, which is what I'm going to edit. So I'll click on that to open up my canvas. And it's pretty easy to get going. I can just hold down R and start creating a box. I can change the box from rectangle to maybe a browser window. And now I've got a lovely browser window that I'm going to start designing. So on my website, I would first like to have maybe a header section. So let's create a rectangle up here. And this header section is going to have a nice bright color. And then here I'm also going to have maybe a mobile phone, maybe over here somewhere, down here. So let's change that to a phone, iPhone maybe, looks good. So we'll use that to show off our app that our startup is developing. So we can put that on the right over here. And then maybe I'll have a section that's maybe some menus over here. So let's just go ahead and search for a link bar. So here's our link bar and we can put it up here on the right. And then maybe we want the link bar to be a little bit more in so that they're aligned on the right. And on the left, maybe I'll add a brand, so maybe like the logo for my company. So I'll just hold down Y and create a large text that maybe looks a little bit like the logo. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then down here, maybe I'll have a little bit more text. So like a large sort of telling people what my app is all about over here. Let's make that maybe left aligned, maybe make that all aligned together. And then finally at the bottom, I probably will want to have some buttons. So let's look for a button and drop it down here. Maybe one will be download on Android, the other one could be download on iOS, and let's use their guidelines to put that in. So that's the top of our page, and we can just keep extending this browser by dragging it down and start designing the next parts of our page. So maybe we would have some images down here that shows off our features. So let's just go ahead and add some of those images in. So we can change our rectangle to an image, and we can copy and paste a number of these into the website. And then we'd probably need a little bit of explainer text underneath. So I'm just going to hold down T and start dragging. Maybe we would need like 2 lines, something like that. And then we can copy that as well and get a few of these for each of our images. And this would basically show off the features of our website. And basically you'll just continue designing your website until you're happy with how it looks. So you can search through here for whatever you need, like buttons or images or menus, or you can just navigate through these little different tabs to see what it is that you need. And I want you to create a wireframe for your ideal startup website so that in the future, if you create a website, you'll know how to wireframe it so that you have a guide as to how you should design up your website when you start coding it up. So I'm going to do the classic thing where I show you, here's one that I made earlier, and this is the mock-up for our Tin Dog project. And basically I've split it into sections so that we've got maybe a header section, a features page, maybe some testimonials, maybe some press that we've had for our startup, pricing table, another call to action at the bottom to try and get people to download it, and finally you've got your social icons, etc. And this took me maybe about 10 minutes to create. So it's very, very quick, and it's meant to be rough and ready to show you the layouts. We don't want to focus too much on the sort of mock-up side of things where we get everything looking pixel perfect, because we're going to do that anyways later on when we create our website. Now, if you want, you can create your wireframes in Balsamic. Alternatively, if you don't want to give them your email, then you can just print out the templates from Sneak Peek It and draw it by hand as well. So if you have designed anything particularly fantastic, I want to see it in the Q&A section so that we can judge who has the best designs for this theoretical startup that you're going to make. And points are awarded for not only great web design, but also for how crazy your startup ideas can be. So pause the video and give this challenge a go. Now, in the next lesson, we're actually going to go about implementing all of this design using Bootstrap by hooking it up with various components. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. So now that we've designed our wireframes and we're happy with the layout and the structure of our website, then it's time to turn this design into the real thing. And through building this website, I'm going to show you all of the cool features of Bootstrap and how you can customize it and change it to your needs. So in the coming lessons, we're going to be recreating this entire page and its design using Bootstrap. So the first thing I want to tackle is this navigation bar up here. So I want to put in a nav bar at the top where we have links to the different sections of our website. So that, for example, if I clicked on a company or something, it would scroll down to that section where it's relevant to. And this is usually the navigation that you see in these single page landing pages. And in order to put in that navigation bar, we're going to be using Bootstrap. Now, because Bootstrap is a library, which means that it contains reusable bits of code that we want to put into our project. Now, sometimes with libraries, you might have written them yourself. So, for example, if you particularly liked a button that you created in CSS, then you might want to reuse that bit of code by putting it into a separate file and dropping it into your project when you want to use it. Now, because this library is created by a third party, so it's somebody that we don't know, it was originally made by the team at Twitter, but since then it's had a large number of contributors, and you can actually take a look at their core team as well as how many people contributed to this library. But the point is that in order to use this library that somebody else created, then we need to look at the documentation and we need to see what are the guidelines and what are the rules that we need to know about in order to use their components and their features. So the first thing that we're going to do is head over to documentation, and we're going to go over to components, and you're going to navigate to navbar. And this is what we're going to add into our website, something that looks similar to this. And we're first going to create it and test it out in a CodePlay playground. So I'm going to create a brand new one. Now inside HTML5, there is an element called the nav element. And this is kind of similar to a div, but semantically it's more clear what it is that you're creating and what it is that this section of code does. So that means if somebody else comes along and they see the nav section with the nav element, then they're going to know this is probably going to be the code that's related to the navigation bar. So if I run it right now, you'll see that nothing happens, because similar to a div, if the nav doesn't have any content, it doesn't have any dimensions. So let's change that. Let's create a new unordered list inside which we're going to have a single list item. And this list item is going to be one of our menu icons. So maybe we'll want a contact link inside our navigation bar. So now if I run the code, you can see I've just got a single bullet point that says contact, and this looks nothing like a navigation bar yet. So we can start using the Bootstrap classes, and we're going to add those classes to our nav element, just as they've shown here in their documentation. So the first one that we're going to add is the nav bar. And if we have a look inside that bootstrap.css file that we downloaded earlier, and let's search for nav bar, then you can see that by adding that class, then we include all of these CSS rules and apply it to this navigation element. And you can see what it does is that it changes the position to relative. It makes the content justified. It adds a little bit of padding, and it also adds some alignment and further positioning rules. Now, in addition to that, we're going to apply some other styles to the other elements inside our code. So we're going to change the UL to have a class of navbar-nav, and the LI is going to have a class of nav-item. And you can see that this is all from the documentation here, where you can see that UL has that class navbar-nav and the LI has the class nav-item. And you can also check over here in the actual source code to see what applying each of these styles actually does. And now that we've done that, let's go ahead and hit run. And we can see that we've now got a completely different style based on those 3 different classes that we just added. Now, the text in our navbar is probably going to be a link, right? We want to be able to click on it and to scroll to a particular section in our website. For example, contact, maybe we'll go down to the bottom where we've got icons for Twitter, Facebook, email, etc. So this can't just be plain text. And instead, we should change it into an anchor tag. So let's create an anchor tag that has the class of nav-link. And this will make our text look more like a link so that when I hover over it, it changes color, etc. So we've got the class and we need an href for this to be a valid anchor tag. And I'm just going to leave that empty. And now if I run the code, you'll see that Bootstrap has styled this completely differently. And that when I hover over it, it appears as a link by changing the color and also showing that little pointer. So we've managed to create a very simple navigation bar just by adding a few classes and following the structure that Bootstrap wants us to use. So let's go ahead and add a few more links. So I'm just going to copy these link items and paste 2 more in here. So let's say that the second one is pricing and the third link in our menu is just download. And now let's run our code. And you can see that the strange thing is that it's made our navigation bar vertical. So each navigation item is vertically stacked on top of each other. Now, that's not really what I designed it to be. I wanted it to be horizontal like this, and also like this. So in order to do that, we need a class called navbar-expand. And this will expand the navigation items depending on how large the screen is. So let me show you that by adding the code. So we're going to add navbar expand and we're going to say large. So when I run this code, you'll see that in the current viewport, which is kind of the desktop size, so laptop or desktop, where you've got quite a lot of width, you can see that all the links are horizontally displayed next to each other. Now, when I go into a smaller size, say on iPad or on iPhone, then it stacks vertically so that it uses more of the real estate and it's easier to see. Now, as they specify here, you can change that, whether if it's large or medium or small, to specify at which point it should go into the vertical. So for example, if I change this to medium and I run, now you can see that on a desktop, on a laptop size, it is horizontal. Tablet size, it's still horizontal, but smartphone size, it goes into vertical. So you can change that by just changing the keyword here. So in my case, I'm going to stick to large because we're going to add a drop-down menu a little bit later on. Now, the next thing I want to show you is that our navbar is not very obvious at the moment. It just looks like I've got 3 links. I don't actually see any sort of bar. Well, you can add the style of the navbar to make it look something like this by simply adding a background. And we're going to use background light here. So let's add a background light class and hit run. And you can see now our navbar has this light background and it shows more clearly where the navbar is and where the rest of the content is. Now, in addition to that, you can change the actual style of the navbar so that it's not blue. And we can change the navbar to have a light style. Hit run and you can see that this looks more similar to this because we're using the navbar light style of navbars as they showed in the documentation. Now, Bootstrap by default has a number of colors, and you can see it most obviously if you go into the buttons documentation and they show you all the names of the colors. So you've got primary, which is blue, and that kind of comes from the Twitter days where their primary color was always light blue color. Secondary is gray, success, danger, warning, info, light. So we can use any of these colors just by using those words. So for example, if I wanted the background to be red, then I can say background danger, hit run. You can see it turns red. Or if I wanted it to be yellow, then I can say background warning, hit run. And I can change them to all of these colors that you see here just by using their names. Now in our case, I want to use a navbar dark, and I want to change the background to dark as well. Now let's hit run, and you can see we've got this black background with a white-ish navbar. So that style comes from these two classes. Now, what if, like over here, I want to have a brand, say the name of my company or the logo? How can I implement that? Well, we can read through the documentation and you'll see that all we need to do is add a class called navbar brand. And it tells you that it can be applied to most elements, but an anchor tag is the best thing to apply it to. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. So outside of the unordered list, I'm going to add a new anchor tag, and it's going to have a class of navbar brand, and it's going to have an href of empty string, and then I'm going to close off that tag and call it TinDog after our brilliant company. So let's hit run, and you can see that we've now got the brand, which is styled slightly differently from the links to be able to differentiate it. And that and all of this styling and all of these components comes free from Bootstrap just by adding these classes in. So I hope you're getting the hang of this. So now that I've got all the items on my navbar, but if we take a look at our design, we wanted the brand to be on the left and we wanted all the links to be on the right. So there's a little bit of space between them. But in our case, they're all kind of huddled together and that doesn't look very nice. So how can we shift all of these links over to the right? Well, let's first identify the container that holds all of these links. And it's not hard to see that that would be the unordered list, which separates this group from this part, which is our navbar brand. Now, in order to move this unordered list over to the right, all we need to do is just to add another class. And we're not going to need to write any CSS of our own to style this navbar. So what I want is for there to be a margin at the start of this unordered list so that it will push this group over here. And Bootstrap, if we take a look inside the utilities, you can see it's got something that allows us to add spacing. And we can do that using margin or padding. So in this case, we're going to choose to add a margin to the start of a class, and we're going to add a bit of margin to the left of the UL. So we can do this by simply adding a new class to our UL. So it's M for margin, S for start, and then we're going to add dash auto. And what this is going to do is it's going to set the margin to auto, which means it's going to fill up as much space as it can possibly insert. So it's kind of like a spacer. And now if I hit run, you can see we've successfully managed to add that margin over to the left or to the start of this unordered list group and gives us this two-sided look. So this is looking a lot better and a lot closer to what we've got in our design here. Now there's just one thing that's not quite ideal. At the moment, when we go from laptop to tablet, our navigation bar changes into the vertical format. Now, wouldn't it be so much better if when it gets too small to show all of these 3 links, to simply have a drop-down menu where we can see all of these links rather than have them take up so much space in the navigation bar? Well, how would we do that? Let's take a look at the documentation on Bootstrap. So we can scroll or simply select the toggler. Now, what the toggler does is that if you watch as I reduce the size of this navigation bar, then you'll see that eventually it gets to a size where it's so small that it can't actually fit all of these links in the same line. Now, you could either make the text smaller or make it vertically stacked on top of each other, as we've got at the moment. Or the more intelligent way is having this button show up, which is called a hamburger menu because it looks, or somebody once thought it looks like a hamburger. Personally, being a hamburger connoisseur, I think it looks nothing like a hamburger. There's only so many fights you can fight. So let's go ahead and click on that. And you can see it creates this drop-down menu where we can now view all of those links that are hidden. And this makes the design really, really clean and also makes the best use of the size of the screen. Because on a mobile phone, you probably don't want a bunch of tiny links bunched up in the same line. It'll be really, really hard to read. And instead, you want to have this nice drop-down menu. So how can we implement this in our code? Well, let's see what they did. They added a button, which is going to act as that hamburger menu button. And when you click on it, it's going to target something called navbar toggler demo 02, which you can see is this thing here. So they've created a div that contains everything that is collapsible and put it inside that div. And they've given it the class of collapse, navbar collapse, and given it an ID that can be targeted by this button. Now, let's see if we can do the same thing in our code. So I'm just going to straight up copy this button over to here, and I'm going to put that just below our nav element. And the next thing I want to do is create that div. Now, the location where you create the div is really, really important. So first, I'm going to show you what it looks like when I create the div here, and I'm going to surround the brand as well as all of our links. So the div is going to have a class of collapse, navbar collapse. Now, sometimes you realize that Bootstrap really could have made their class naming a little bit more succinct. You end up writing a lot of navbar, navbar collapse, but this is just the way that Bootstrap works. And there are other frameworks which have more succinct names for their classes. But once you understand how Bootstrap works, it's quite easy to pick up any of these other front-end frameworks. They all work in a really, really similar way. So now we've got this div class called collapse, navbar collapse, and I'm going to put the closing div just after our unordered list, so that the unordered list, so all of these 3 links, as well as our brand, is enclosed in the collapsible section or the collapsible div. And the final thing we need to add before our navbar is going to work is that we need that ID, because the button is targeting this specific ID. So it knows that when you click on this button, which div to collapse or uncollapse, because you could have many of these collapsible sections on the same website. And you need something specific so that the code knows which parts to collapse and which parts not to collapse. So let's add that ID over here. Now, of course, you can name your ID whatever it is that you want. As long as it's the same as the data target in your button, then it should work just fine. So let's hit run. And you can see now, if I switch over to the phone sized, all of the content in my navbar disappears, including the navbar brand and all 3 of my links, because we have enclosed all of them inside this collapsible div. So now if I click on this button, you will see a drop-down menu and a nice little animation that shows everything that's contained in that collapsible area. So in my case, I would actually rather like my brand to still show up when it is in the mobile size. So I'm going to take out my navbar brand, or rather this anchor tag. So I'm going to cut. So it matters a great deal where you place that navbar brand, because if you paste it below the button that is our toggle button, then when you hit run, you'll see that the brand appears on the right and the toggle appears on the left. Now, if you place this anchor tag for your brand above the button, however, then you hit run and their positions get swapped. So the first thing that gets rendered is the navbar brand, then we render the button. So this is something to be aware of. And in our case, we actually want the brand to be on the left and the menu icons to be on the right. So this is the format that we're looking for. So now we've got this brilliant navbar where it expands to have all the links on the right when it's in a large display, so a laptop or a desktop. And when we're on a smartphone or a tablet, then it shrinks down into a toggle button, which we can show or unshow our navigation menu. Now, there's a number of other things that you can do with the navigation bar. So for example, you can have a drop-down link like so, just by adding the class drop-down to your list item and have a link that is the drop-down toggle. And then you have a div with all the items that will be inside the drop-down. So you're basically just copying this list item and modifying it to your needs to specify how you want your drop-down to look like. Now, you can also affect the position of the navbar by changing it to navbar fixed top. So that means when you scroll through your website, it will stay at that position and it won't disappear off the screen. Or you can have it fixed to the bottom so that you've always got it at the bottom, and you can just copy this code to get this positioning and placement behavior. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at the grid system, and we're going to start to build up our Tindog website. So there's a lot more fun stuff yet to come, and I look forward to seeing you on the next lesson. Now, you've heard of Tinder, but have you heard of Tindog? That is the question that we're going to answer in the coming lessons. So in the coming lessons, we're going to be using Bootstrap and more advanced CSS to create this beautiful startup landing page. It will have a title section, as well as features sections, a carousel to browse testimonials, a pricing plan section, and a call to action where you get your users to download your app, and finally a nice little footer with your socials. So this is a startup website fit for any startup, and by building it, we'll get to know all of the cool features that Bootstrap offers, and we'll learn some more advanced CSS along the way as well. So I hope you're excited, because I'm super excited to show you how to create this. Once you're ready, head over to the next lesson and we'll get started. Now, before we continue, we should really save all of this good work that we've done here in our code play. Now, in the previous lesson, you should have downloaded a file called Bootstrap, inside which we have this folder called Tindog Start Here. And this is a skeleton project that I've created for you so that you don't have to go through the tedious process of finding your own images or creating the blank styles.css or putting in the HTML skeleton. Now, it's a good idea to have this file inside your development folder, wherever that may be. And once you've got it saved in there, then I want you to right-click on index.html. I want you to open it inside Atom. Now, once you've got this file open, it's a good idea to just take a quick look through it to see what we've placed in here. And essentially, you've got the HTML boilerplate, so with the character set, the title, the link to the style sheet, which is in the CSS folder in the same Tindog Start Here project folder. And then in the body, we've got a number of sections that will eventually become the sections in our one-page website. And I've commented out areas where we're going to be interacting with, for example, where we're going to place the nav bar. Now, I want you to go into your code play and to select all of this code that we created earlier on in order to have this nav bar using Bootstrap. And I want you to paste it just below this comment where it says, this is the nav bar section. So just in here. Now, if you keep scrolling, you'll see that there's many sections, and all I've done is to create the skeleton HTML. So some of the content for our website, for example, some text, some buttons, where buttons should be. I've incorporated some images, and our job in this module is to style this website using Bootstrap so that it begins looking like the way that we want it to. And because we've studied our HTML in the previous modules, I don't want us to have to spend a lot of time creating these H1s or H2s or H3s. I'm confident that by getting to this point, you already know how to create images or how to create H2s. And we're going to save you a lot of typing by using skeleton projects from now on. Now, if you don't want to use this and you prefer to create your own from scratch, then you can always open up the index.html inside your browser and you can look at what we've added here, all of the text and images, and you can create the HTML for yourself. But I strongly recommend you to use the skeleton project because that will allow us to focus on one new thing every module, and it will markedly accelerate your speed of learning. So now that we've added our navigation bar into our code, now the next step is for you to add Bootstrap into our project, because as you can see right now, even though we have that nav bar here, it's not really doing anything, right? This is just plain old HTML. And it's because our CSS file that we've linked to is completely devoid of any code. I've only just included a blank file and named it and linked it up, but it doesn't do any styling yet. Now, I want you as a challenge to add Bootstrap into your project. So pause the video now and give that a go. Now, how did that go? Let's go through it step by step and see if we can make it work. So we'll head to the Bootstrap documentation and we'll go to Get Started. And you can see that there's Quick Start, right? Where we can just simply copy and paste the style sheet link into our website. So we can put that just above our own style sheet and hit Save. And let's refresh our page, and you can see that we've now got all of our wonderful Bootstrap styling. Our H1s have been styled into a sans serif font. Our navbar is looking exactly the way that we saw it over here. And when we shrink it down, it becomes a button instead of all of these links. Our download buttons look different, and everything is now styled using Bootstrap. Now, there's a lot more work to be done, but that's for the lessons yet to come. Now, for the keen-eyed amongst you, you might have noticed that something is still not quite right with our project, even though we've enabled Bootstrap. And the problem manifests itself when you go down to a tablet or a mobile size screen. Now, we do have this button that appears, but if you click on it, you'll notice that absolutely nothing happens. Now, if we go back to our code play, you'll see that we have the same code for our navigation bar. But here, if I toggle this, it works perfectly. So why is that? Well, the reason is because in order for the Bootstrap collapsible menu to work, you actually need some JavaScript. And in our case, we actually don't have any of that, and we only have our CSS file from Bootstrap. So what you can do to make it work is to scroll down on the Bootstrap page, and we can copy these JavaScript to add to our project. So let's go ahead and add that just below our CSS file. Now, in the coming lessons, when we talk about JavaScript and jQuery, we'll dig into these script tags and the optimal ways of adding JavaScript to our website in a little bit more detail. But for now, we're just going to leave our script tags here. And if we hit save and go back to our website and refresh it, you'll see that now our collapsible menu works. And if you remember, the reason is because JavaScript is responsible for any behavior or anything that your website can do. And the CSS is only for the style or the appearance of the website. So this is why we need those few extra lines of code in order to make our website do something, even though it's very simple. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to learn more about the Bootstrap grid system, and we're going to start styling up our website using some of these Bootstrap components and layout tools. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the CSS module, you might have realized that one of the biggest annoyances of using CSS is actually layout. We've looked at all the ways that you can lay out items, from changing the position to the display to floating, and you would have noticed that it can get very complex very, very quickly. And often all that you need to do is just lay out things very simply according to very simple rules. So let's take a look at the Airbnb website. And I've pulled up the listings for where to stay in Bali. This has kind of become like my spiritual home. So if you take a look, they have this very, very simple format of 4 listings per row, right? And if we go onto a smaller screen size, say on an iPad or an iPhone, it doesn't make sense to have 4 items in a row because they'll get crushed and they become really, really tiny so that you can't actually see the image or read the text properly. So what happens is that if you do go onto this website and you start going from the desktop size to make the jump to the iPad size, you would have noticed that there is a little step just about here where 4 items in a row turns into 3 items in a row. And this makes each of the listings more visible and more easy to read on the iPad size. Now, there's one other jump when you get to about the smartphone size, which is around here. And this size only has 2 listings per row. Again, using more of that width and allowing you to be able to view the images more easily. Now, this is very, very easily done using Bootstrap. And this is one of the biggest reasons why people like using Bootstrap. It's because it makes creating responsive websites very, very easy. Now, a lot of people think that responsive means it's fast or it loads up quickly, but it actually doesn't. It means that the website responds to the size of the screen or the viewport. So that means that it looks slightly different when it's on iPad or when it's on desktop or versus when it's on mobile. So let's take a look at how we can implement this super easily using Bootstrap so that we can use it for our website's layout. And more specifically, I want this title, this big title where it says meet new and interesting dogs nearby, plus the 2 download buttons to show up on the left side of the screen, taking up roughly half of the screen. And then I want this mobile phone image to take up the right 50% of the screen. And then when it goes down to maybe say iPhone sized, for everything to be stacked up one on top of each other, taking up 100% of the width. Now let's load up the documentation for this. So if you go into documentation and then layout, and then we're going to go into grid to look at the grid system. And you can see that we can create these columns as easily as by using some divs and specifying a few Bootstrap classes. So let's see that in action by launching a new code play. And I want you to follow along with me just so that you can mess around with the code and really fully understand what's going on. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change our framework to Bootstrap 4. And at some point in the future, once a lot of people begin using Bootstrap 4, it will become the default selection. So you might not have to do this step. But for now, there's still a lot of people who haven't learnt this new framework and the rules for it. So you might see that the default might be Bootstrap 3. But we are going to sit at the bleeding edge of technology. So that is why we'll always be using the latest version of Bootstrap in our course. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new div and we're going to give it a class of row. Now inside this div, I'm going to create another div, and this one will have a class of column. Now I'm also going to add some inline styles just so that we can see it more clearly when it gets rendered on screen and we can differentiate it from other columns or other rows. So I'm just going to set the background color to red, and then we'll give it a border of 1 pixel solid. So now let's close off that div. And of course, remember that divs don't appear unless they have some content. So we're just going to give it the name of this class, which is the column that we used. So now if we hit run, you will see that I have this full width column that is taking up the entire width of the screen. So I have basically a single row. Now, the interesting thing about this class column is that it will divide up the row to as many sections as it needs in order to equally distribute all of the columns. So that means that if I have two divs that are both class equals column, then they will both only take up 50% of the screen. And equally, if I add a third one, then each of these column divs will take up a third of that row's width. Now, what if I wanted a column that only took up half of the width of the screen? So you might think that, okay, the way to do this is to delete that third div so that we have two column divs resting side by side in the same row. Well, you might think that, okay, you could probably use some CSS and, make this div appear white or not there. Well, there's actually a much easier way using Bootstrap. So let's create a new row just so that we can keep a reference to this and we can see it on screen. So again, we're going to create a new div with the class row. And inside here, I'm going to create a div that has a class called column-6. And again, I'm going to basically add the same style. So background color, and this one I'm going to make green. And then again, border 1 pixel solid. And I'm going to close off that div. And inside here, I'm going to call this column-6 so that we can see it when we run it. Now, you'll notice that in this case, my column only takes up 50% of the width of the screen without the need for anything else on the right. And the cool thing about this is that you can use a number to specify how much of the row do you want to take up. And the total for a single row is 12. So that means that if you add a div that has a number, say column-3, then it will only take up a quarter of the screen. So remember, 12 divided by 3 equals 4, right? So column 3 only takes up 3 units inside 12 units, so therefore it's only a quarter of the screen. And you can repeat this code so that you actually fill up the row. So for example, you could have a column-2, so that's a sixth of the row. And then you could have something like a column-1, right? Go all the way down to the smallest unit, which means this is a 12th of the row. And now with the 6 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, we get 12. And so now we fill up the entire width of the row. Now, that's all very well and good, but the only problem with this is that as you change the size of the viewport, say if we go down to a tablet size or a mobile size, none of these columns change in width. So what if we want something similar to what Airbnb has, where we can say that maybe on the desktop size, we would want 4 columns, right? Taking up equal width. But maybe on iPad, we only want 3 columns. And on iPhone, we only want 2 columns. So how can we do that? So let's go ahead and add another row where we add a responsive column. So I'm going to create a div that is going to have a class of row. So all of these columns use the div class row. And then I'm going to add a div that has a different class. And this class is going to be column-md for medium-6. And then I'm just going to paste in our style over here. And I'm going to change the color to blue just so that we can see the difference. And we're going to close off that div, and I'm going to call this column-md-6. And now if we run our code, you can see that similar to the column-6, this column medium-6 also takes up 6 units, so half of the screen. But say if I add another div, you can see that we've got 2 columns inside our row currently, the blue ones. But if I switch to a smartphone size, you can see that they each now take up 100% of the width of the screen. But on tablet, they still take up half of the width. So what this column medium 6 means is that we should have a 6-unit column on any size from medium size or tablet size upwards. So that means tablet, laptop, large desktop, they all will take up 6 units. But anything smaller than the medium size, namely on mobile, they will take up the full width. So let's delete these 2 divs in the non-responsive sort of section, and let's change this to a column 6. So we now basically have 2 6-column divs. Now let's change this blue actually to a yellow, because I think it'll make the text a little bit more visible, so that you can see it slightly easier. Now you can see that we've got essentially the same thing in 3 rows, right? These 2 are 2 columns that are taking up 50% of the width each, because the entire row has to take up 100%. Now the second one, each column is only taking up 6 units, but it's non-responsive. And the third one, each column is only taking up 6 units as long as it's tablet sized or larger. So let's switch to the laptop size. You can see there's no difference. But now let's switch to the smartphone size. And you can see that the third type of columns actually are responsive. So you can use this code and play around with it to see the difference by specifying that medium keyword and not doing so. Now, what if you wanted to be more specific than that? What if you wanted to recreate the Airbnb experience? So you have 4 items per row, or 4 columns rather, on desktop, but then on tablet to only have 3, and then on mobile to only have 2. How would you do that using Bootstrap? Well, let's modify our third row so that we have something that works in a similar way. So the first thing is that we need 4 divs to play around with. So I'm going to add another 2 divs to the bottom. And now we have 4 divs that are in this responsive kind of mode. Let's start from the simplest, which is I want there to be 4 columns on desktop. So 12 divided by 4 is 3. So we need a 3-unit column. And we can specify this by changing the keyword to large. So now we have column large 3, and if you run that, you can see that we've got a 3-unit column on desktop. So let's go ahead and change all of the other divs to this kind of format. So if we run now, you'll see that we have 4 columns, each taking up 3 units on desktop. But anything smaller than desktop, they will take up 100% of the width. So on tablet and on mobile, they will take up 100%. So that's not quite what we want, because on tablet, we want it to take up 1/3 of the row. So 12 divided by 3 is 4. So let's add another rule in here where we say on the medium-sized screens and above, we want to have a 4-unit column. So now let's again replace all of these other divs with this new format. And if we run our code, you'll see that on the tablet sized, each of these columns now take up 4 units when we're on the tablet or the medium sized. And on desktop, it goes to that column large 3 rule and becomes a 3-unit column. And similarly on the large desktop, it's also the same. Now, what about mobile? Well, it's still taking up 100% of the width, unless we specify another class. So on the smaller size screen, we want each column to take up only 50% of the width, so that we end up with 2 columns per row. So 2 columns per row means 12 divided by 2, so that's a 6-unit column. So let's add this to our text, and let's delete these 3 other divs so that we can make a copy of this first one and paste it in. So we now have 4 divs which take up a quarter of the width when we're on the desktop size or larger, but only a third of the width when we're on tablet, and only half of the width when we're on mobile. So you can see that when we're on tablet, because we can't fit all 4 of these on the same row, it actually pushes it to the next row automatically. Now, there's a lot of new ideas in this lesson, and in order to really fully understand this concept, you will need to have a play around with the code yourself. So as a challenge, I want you to create another set of responsive columns, but this one's going to have slightly different rules from the previous row. So if you've already followed along with the code, you should have your own version of this code play. Now, if you haven't, I'm going to include a link in the resources for this section so that you can open up the code play and you can copy the code in my HTML section and paste it to your own code play. Now, what I want you to do is to create another row below these 3, and you can give it a different color. Now, it doesn't matter what you choose as long as you can see the difference from the previous rows. Now, for this particular set of columns, I want you to make it responsive. So on the larger sizes, so desktop and also on laptop, you should have 6 columns per row. Now on tablet, you should only have 4 columns per row. And on mobile, they should each take up 100% of the width. So pause the video now and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so how did that go? Well, in order to complete the challenge, you really need to understand how the grid system works. And if you get stuck, you always remember that there's always the documentation to go back to. Now, once you've read that and it all makes sense, then we can get started. So we're going to create another div, of course, and this will be the row, which is going to contain our columns. And inside this row, we're going to create a new column. Now, here we have to think carefully. What we want is that on the larger sizes, so on the laptop and desktop, we want there to be a 2-unit column because it's going to take up 1/6 of the width. So that's going to be column large -2. Now, the other thing we want to happen is that on the medium sizes or on the tablet size and above, we want to have a 3-unit column. So that's column -medium -3 because 12 divided by 3 is 4. So that's 4 columns per row, which is what we wanted. Now, for the smaller size, you can either say column small -12 for the column to take up the full 100% of the width, or you can actually leave that out because by default, all the columns should take up 100% of the width. So now that we've got our classes, let's add in our style so that we can see it and make it more visible. So in this case, I'm going to change my background color to gray. Now, it doesn't really matter what you choose. And then I'm going to add the text here into my div so that my div actually shows up because it has some content rather than just style. So now let's hit run. And we've now got this column that takes up 1/6 of the width. Now, in order to make that a little bit more visible, I'm going to copy this and paste in another 5 copies. And we can count that there's now 6 columns in our row on the laptop and on the desktop sizes. Now, the next step to check is what happens on tablet. And you can see that our rule of column medium -3 means that we have 3 unit columns. So 12 divided by 3 is 4 columns per row on the tablet size. And on the mobile size, we have 100% of the width because we've only specified that anything above medium should be 3 units and anything below automatically becomes 100%. So if you didn't manage to get it, create it now and see if it makes sense. And also just mess around with the layout, try to make a row that has maybe 12 items on large sizes, or maybe only 6 items on the smaller mobile screen. But basically the key to understanding this is trying to get the code to do what you want it to. And that way you'll understand how all of these classes work. And if you get confused, there's always the grid system documentation to fall back on. Now, the next step is applying what we learned here to our TinDog website. And we need to make this section a 6-unit column so that it takes up half of the screen, and this image to be another 6-unit column so it takes up the right side 50% of the screen. But when it goes on to a smaller size, say tablet or mobile, we want it to take up 100% of the width so that we can see the image and the text and the buttons more easily. So let's go ahead and do that now. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I want to add a background color to our first section, just so that we can see it more easily and visually divide it from the rest of the content so that we know exactly what we're working on. So in order to do that, you can see that we've got a number of these sections inside our body, right? And the first section includes the navigation bar as well as the title section. And this section has an ID called title. So let's go ahead into our styles.css and target that title section. And I want you to see if you remember what the selector was in order to change the background color of that title section. And the background color is going to be the hashtag or the £, and then followed by FF4C68. So see if you can change the background color of this title section by using the right selector. So pause the video and give that a go. What you should remember from our CSS section is that in order to target the HTML elements, we simply add in the name of the element. So for example, body. Now, in order to target classes, we simply add dot in front of the class name. But in order to target IDs, as we've got over here, we need to use the £, or the hashtag sign. So we have to say hashtag title, which is the name of that ID. And then we can start specifying our background color property. And we're going to change it to $FF4C68. And let's check to make sure if that worked. Brilliant. So that first section now has this kind of reddish color, which means that it's working exactly as we want it to. Now, I want this navigation bar to not have its own color. I want it to just be a light colored navigation bar. So we can go ahead and remove the Bootstrap class that gives this background a dark color, which is of course the background-dark class. So now let's hit save and refresh, and you can see that our nav bar now looks like it's a part of that first header title section. Now here comes a challenge. I want you to use what you learned just now about the Bootstrap grid system to make the title and the download buttons take up 50% of the width on the left, and the image of the phone take up 50% of the width on the right. And this is on the large desktop size. When we get to the tablet sized, then they should each take up 100% of the width of the screen, and the same for the mobile sized. So pause the video and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so how did that go? Well, the first thing that we need in order to use the Bootstrap grid system is to have that div that encloses the entire row that we're going to use the grid system on. So we've got this div here already, which includes the heading, the buttons, as well as the images. So we can simply give that one a class of row. Now, the next thing that we need is to separate the other parts of the content into two separate divs. So that means that our H1 and buttons will have a div, and the image will have a div. So let's create a div here and put our heading and button inside. And now we should have two divs that are going to help us separate out the content using the grids. So the first one, we're going to give a class of column-large-6, which means that on any size, that's the large size, which means the laptop size or bigger, so laptop or desktop, then we're going to have a 6-unit column that's going to contain this content. But any size smaller than that will take up 100% of the width of the screen. So that's tablet and mobile. So we're going to do the same thing over here to the div that contains the image. So it's also going to take up 50% on the large sizes and 100% on the smaller sizes. So let's hit save, and once you refresh your page, you should have something that looks like this. Now, remember from our previous code that you don't have to specify the medium 12-unit or the small 12-unit because it's by default 100%. And you should read this code as on any screen size that's on the large size or bigger, so laptop or bigger, it should be a 6-unit column, and anything smaller than that will take up the full width of the row. And now we have this responsive title section where we're using the screen real estate with the maximum efficiency. So the last thing that I want to do before we finish off this lesson is I want to add some text styling, namely to change our fonts here. So I want you to go over to the Google Fonts and to embed the Ubuntu and the Montserrat typefaces into our website. So pause the video and do that now. All right, so you've done this before, so it shouldn't be too difficult. So we're just going to go to fonts.google.com and we're going to search for those two fonts that I mentioned. So one is the Ubuntu font, which we're going to use for our logo. And the other one is the Montserrat font, which we're going to use for the majority of the body of our website. So now we've got our two families selected. Load time is still relatively fast, so we can just copy that link and head back over to our index.html and add it into our header section. So now let's hit save, and we're going to use some of those font families. So the thing that I want to change the most is the style of the H1, because it's going to determine the size of it, and that will affect our layout. So I want to do that as early as possible. So I want you to change the font of this heading to a Montserrat-black, and I want the font size to be 3 rem and the line height to be 1.5 so that we get a little bit of space between it and anything else around it. So pause the video and try to complete this challenge. All right, so the first thing we need to do in order to change this text is figure out what is the element that we need to target. So the easiest thing here is we've already got an H1 and we only have one H1 on the whole page. So maybe we can just target the H1. So let's go ahead and target the H1. And then we're going to change its font family to Montserrat Black. So if you want to see what these fonts look like, you can always click on the font and scroll down to the different styles, and you can see what those different styles may look like. So if you wrote Montserrat-thin, for example, then our text is going to look exactly like the style specified here. But in our case, we want Montserrat Black, which is the heaviest weight that this typeface has. And the other thing we wanted to change was the font size. We wanted it to be 3 rem, so massive. And then we wanted to change the line height to 1.5. Remember, line height, you don't usually specify a unit because it's 2 times or 1 times, and you don't actually need to add pixels or rems or anything like that. So now let's hit save and let's look at our updated style of our title. And that's looking pretty nice. So in this lesson, we've learned about grids and how to use it to make our website responsive so that it uses the available screen real estate to the max. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to learn about another Bootstrap layout element called the container. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, the next Bootstrap element I want to talk about are containers. So if you head over to documentation and go to layout, in the overview section, you can see that the first thing that they talk about are containers. And containers are a basic building block for a lot of the components in Bootstrap. And it's actually required when you use a lot of Bootstrap components. For example, when you use the grid system, as we saw previously, you can see that all of these grids were in fact contained inside a container. And this is really, really useful because it allows you to horizontally center or to pad out your content by simply using this container. So let's take a look at containers in more detail. So I've created a new code play that I'm just going to call Bootstrap for container. And I'm going to change again the Bootstrap framework to 4.0, hit save. And now I'm going to create a new div that's going to have a class of container. And inside the div, of course, I need a little bit of content for it to be visible. So in this case, I'm just going to copy the lorem ipsum that I've got from this website so that I can use it to pad out my div. So the last thing I want to do is add a little bit of background color to maybe red again. Let's hit run, and we've got this container that contains all the text that's inside. Now, of course, you can contain anything you want, for example, divs or buttons or tables, anything you need. But this component, what it does is if I pop this out as a window, you can see that we've got our container that's colored in red. Now, it's automatically responsive. So what that means is that as I go through, so going from desktop to laptop to tablet to mobile sized, you can see that the maximum width of the container jumps through different values. And you can see these values if you just simply inspect on the container. So let's select the container and let's watch this max width value. So at the moment, we're on the largest size. So this is the sort of laptop size. And as the width goes down, so let's make that first jump to the smaller desktop size, you can see that our max width is now 960. Let's go to the tablet size. You can see it made another jump to 720 max width. And finally to the mobile size, which is now max width 540 pixels. So this allows anything that's contained inside your container to be fully responsive relative to the size of the viewport. Now, for some people, this might seem a little bit jarring as it jumps around a bit. So the other type of containers that you have is what's called a fluid container. And fluid containers take up 100% of the width. So let's copy this container and paste another one below and change this one to a container fluid. Let's change the color to yellow and let's run that. So let's pop this out as a full screen. You can see the difference now as I go through the different breakpoints. So as we go from the large desktop to the smaller desktops, you can see that the normal container is jumping through the different widths. But the fluid container is simply adapting to the width of the screen and always taking up 100% of the screen width. So I want to use a container inside our website to be able to add padding and centering to our content, but I don't want that jumpiness from the normal container. So instead, I want to use a fluid container. So let's head into our index.html, and I want to include the navigation bar along with the title and the images in the same container. So let's add a div just around here, and let's give that class a container-fluid. And we're going to put the closing div just before the closing tag. And now if we go ahead and beautify our code, and then you can see that that div now wraps around our nav bar as well as the title section. So now we can go ahead and select that div and style it in our CSS. So the class that we're going to select is the container-fluid. And even though Bootstrap already has some pre-added styles to this, we are going to make it a little bit more personalized to our purposes. Namely, we're going to add some padding, and we're going to add it to all 4 sides. So we're going to add 3% padding to the top and bottom and 15% to the left and the right. And now if we hit save, we can check out what it looks like with that container. If I switch on pesticide, you can see that we've got this large box that goes all the way around, including the navigation bar, as well as all the stuff in the title section. So now we can group everything together and start working on our components inside the container. So in the next lesson, we're going to learn about another Bootstrap component to style up our title page further, and that is going to be the Bootstrap buttons. And we're going to use it to style up our download buttons to make it look nice. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, we're steadily getting closer to our final design for our front page header. But one of the things that you notice is that our download buttons still look extraordinarily out of place. They don't look like they've been styled at all, even though they are using Bootstrap. So in this lesson, I want to talk about another Bootstrap component, which is the Bootstrap button. Now, if you head over to the documentation for the Bootstrap buttons, so just go to documentation, components, buttons, then you can see that there's a whole bunch of buttons that we can choose from. And they come with the Bootstrap palette, which allows you to simply use one of these classes. For example, button-primary for a blue button and button-warning for a yellow button, etc. Now, there's also other types of buttons. For example, you can have outline buttons, which become filled in as you hover over them, which looks pretty nice. Now, you can also have larger or smaller buttons, or buttons that take up the entire width of the parent. Now, because we've seen this before and we played around with this in a previous lesson, I want you as a challenge to add a dark and light button to style our download buttons here. And it should look somewhat like this as the final outcome. So these are large buttons, and the left one is dark and the right one is a outlined light button. So pause the video and see if you can complete that challenge with the help of the Bootstrap documentation. All right, so how did that go? All right, so let's head into Atom and let's find the relevant section first. So here is our title section with our little comment here, and we've got our 2 download buttons. Now, they are button elements of type button. So all we need to do here in order to implement these Bootstrap styles is just to add a class. So after the type, I'm going to add a class, and the first one to make it into a Bootstrap button is btn. And the next one specifies what type of button I want. So the left one, I wanted a dark button, and that's filled in already. So I will go for the
button dark, so btn dark. So let's hit save and let's check to see if we got what we wanted, which looks pretty close, right? And then the next one we wanted was a light outlined button for the one on the right. So let's scroll down to the outline buttons and let's find that light one, which is almost imperceptible because the background is white, but we can see it when we hover over it. So this is the one that we're looking for. And this requires the class button outline light, which is a little bit longer. So let's head over here and again add another class, and this one is btn-outline-light. Hit save and refresh, and we've now got our button styles down. Now you notice that we specified that we wanted the larger buttons here, so let's head into Bootstrap again and look at the sizes section of the button component. And you can see that just by simply adding a class called button-large or button-small, we can change the size of our buttons without touching the CSS. So let's go and add yet another class to our button, which is btn-large or LG, both of them. And let's hit save. Let's head back and refresh, and now we've got some lovely Bootstrap buttons, making our website look a lot nicer than before. Now, one thing you might notice that I've got here in our final version of the website that we don't yet have over here are these pretty little glyphs or icons on the left of our download buttons. Now, these things come from a website called Font Awesome, and it is really, really awesome. And the reason is because they have over 900 icons, which are free for commercial use. And they have a really, really generous license, which means that the icons are open source and completely free for use in any of your websites. So head over here, and we're going to go over to the icon section in order to try and find our Apple and Google Play icons. So let's search for Apple, and the first one that comes up is the one that we want. You can see that this is the full vector that they've drawn, and you can see it in the various different sizes or how it looks with different backgrounds. And they've even styled it and put it into, some common usage scenarios so that you can imagine what it might look like. So in order to use it, all we need to do is just to copy this line, and you can see that similar to Bootstrap, it's implementing these glyphs by adding a couple of classes. So firstly, you've got the Font Awesome button, fab, and then you've got Font Awesome-Apple, which specifies exactly which glyph or which icon you're looking to insert. Now, before we can use this, however, similar to Bootstrap, we need to add Font Awesome to our website. So let's head over to Get Started. And the first thing you see is use the Font Awesome free CDN. So similar to what we had with Bootstrap, Font Awesome has a CDN that distributes the resource, so the Font Awesome icons, and allows you to embed this into your website so that any users who've never opened a website that required Font Awesome, they'd be able to go here and download it. So let's go ahead and copy this and insert it into our website. So just below where we've got our CSS, I'm going to paste this in. And this is probably a good time to start commenting on what some of these things are. And as you find your code getting more lengthy and more complex, it's a good idea to start commenting on things so that you remember later on when you come back what everything is all about. So the first one, we've got our Google fonts. So the way that I prefer to do it is just to type out plain text, highlight it, and then hit Command or hold down Control in Windows and hit /. And that basically comments that particular line of text. So those are the Google fonts, and these are the CSS style sheets. And then we've got our Font Awesome. And finally, we have our Bootstrap scripts. Put that in as well. So now when we come back to this, we can see easily at a glance what we've got over here. And it's a good idea to sprinkle these around in your code so that it's really clear to yourself or anybody else who looks at your code what everything is all about. And also, as you're doing the tutorials and you're learning about these different components or how you use selectors in CSS, etc., all of these new concepts, once you understood what they're all about, you can add a comment to remind yourself in case you come back to it at a later date. So let's hit save. And let's go ahead and go back to that icon that we found, which was Apple. And let's copy this line of code, and we can now insert it wherever we want to use it, because we now have that CDN where we can download and derive any icons that we want to use. So let's go back to our download button, and just in the text section, so between the button elements, I'm going to insert this icon, and then I'm going to insert a space in between. Now you'll notice that by default, Font Awesome likes to use the I tag. So this is the italic tag, which is not that great in terms of HTML best practice. But the reason that they can use it is because glyphs and icons are not italicized, so it doesn't become slanted. And they say that they use it just because the I tag is pretty much the shortest tag that can be used for this purpose. So you can use what they recommend, which is the I tag, or if you prefer to have a more semantically understandable HTML code, then you can change that into a span as well. And you'll see either the I or the span when people are using Font Awesome out in the wild. So I'm just going to leave it as it is because it is short and it is quite easy to spot. Now let's hit save and see what this looks like. So let's hit refresh, and you can see we've now got a little Apple icon, a space, and then our download text. So as a challenge, I want you to go into Font Awesome and find the Google Play icon and implement that in your code so that you have the second button that looks a bit like this. So pause the video and complete the challenge. All right, so that shouldn't be very hard. We just had to go back to the Font Awesome page and search for Google Play. And now we've got our icon showing up, and this is exactly what we want. And we can just copy this line of code and paste it where we pasted our last icon, which is just before the download button. And then we hit space. Now make sure that you're not pasting it into the actual button element, because it's actually a separate piece of text that belongs between the element tags. So now let's hit save and let's go back and refresh. We've now got an Apple download icon and a Google Play download icon. So it's looking pretty good so far. Now, in the next lesson, I want to finish styling up the title section of our website so that it looks more like this. Now, if you want to give it a go before I start walking you through the step-by-step, then you can just simply pause this video right now and look at the design that I've got on screen and try to use a combination of documentation, so CSS documentation, along with Bootstrap documentation, and maybe sometimes you might need to search for something on Stack Overflow, especially how you might get this image to rotate. So there's quite a bit of styling involved, and this is completely optional, but I do recommend giving it a go yourself before watching me go through the solution, just so that you start thinking and challenging yourself on how you might do this yourself. So pause the video now and make a copy of your project as it is now to mess around with and try to complete this challenge. Otherwise, I will see you on the next lesson. All right, so in order to get to where we are right now, we've learned about a number of Bootstrap components. For example, the navigation bar, the Bootstrap buttons, Bootstrap containers, grids, and the responsiveness that we get using Bootstrap for layout purposes. Now, before we carry on, I want to add some more CSS code, so normal boggled standard CSS, so that we can customize all of our Bootstrap components and make our title page look a little bit more like our design on Balsamic. So let's get started. Now, the first thing that you may or may not have noticed, there are some different fonts going on here. The navbar uses the Bootstrap default font, as does the navbar brand, as does the text in our buttons, and also, of course, the rest of our unstyled web page. Now, instead of going into the button and going into the nav bar and adding CSS to each of them, changing the font, I want you to think if you can figure out a way of changing all of the text to the Montserrat font that we got from Google Fonts. So pause the video and see if you can complete this mini challenge. All right, so this shouldn't be too hard because we've done it before. Now, what is the one thing that encompasses all of our content for our website? Well, it's the body element, because all the content is embedded inside it. And we can simply define a global font for the body in order to apply it to all the text on screen. So I'm going to target the body element, and I'm going to change the font family to Montserrat, and I'm going to close it off with a semicolon. So let's hit save and let's go back and refresh. You can see that all the text now has changed to our chosen font, which makes it look a little bit more unified and gets us closer to our final design. So the next thing that I want to change is I want this title text to have a white color so that it matches with the color palette that we've got going on here, which is this kind of red and white kind of scheme for our imaginary tin dog product. So one way of doing this is going into the H1 that we've already selected here and adding a color property and setting it to white. Now, the other way of doing this is adding it to the title section, which, if you remember, the H1 is residing inside. So this line is inside our title section. And by changing the color of all text in the title section, if later on I decide to add a subtitle or, a little bit of explainer text or whatever it may be, it will still keep to our current color scheme. So it's a little bit more encompassing. And that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to add our color property and I'm going to set it to white. So as a shorthand, remember that the color hex codes for $FFF is always going to be white and $000 is always going to be black. And you can see our pigments add-on showing you that. So I want white. Let's hit save and let's refresh. You can see we've now got our white big title, which looks brilliant. Now, don't worry if you added your color to the H1. It's perfectly valid, and we can always refactor our code later on if we see we're duplicating any part or, if we want to make our code more succinct. So that's completely acceptable, and it's not wrong at all. So now that we've styled the text on our page, the next thing I want to look at is this nav bar, because you can see that the text is a little bit too small and this brand should really be a little bit more prominent. And also I want to make it look a little bit more like the Tinder logo, because we are making a copycat product here after all. And the closest logo that I found on Google Fonts was the Ubuntu font, which we already incorporated when we embedded our Google Fonts into our website. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, before I do that, I want to add a new section, and I'm going to say navigation bar. And I'm going to use that good old trick of highlighting it and command / to style it. I find this much easier than typing a bunch of asterisks and /. Now here we're going to first target our nav brand. So nav bar - brand, and I want to change the font family to Ubuntu. So font family, and that's going to be Ubuntu. Now let's hit save and refresh, and you can see that that T looks a lot like the T for Tinder now, but it's still too small. So let's increase the font size as well to 2.5 rem. And maybe while we're here, we can make the font weight to bold as well. Hit save and refresh, and you can see that now we've got this big navbar brand, which looks a lot better, and it makes us seem like we're more proud of what we're called rather than as if we're trying to hide it with our tiny text. Now, with the bigger font size for the navbar brand, you start to notice that it's a little bit awkward having it so close to our title text and image. So ideally, I would like to push down any content and have a bit of padding at the bottom of our navbar, because it would make it look a lot nicer. So I don't really want to add any padding to the top or the left and right. So can you think of a way in which we can set the bottom padding to 4.5 rem without touching the padding on any other side of the navbar? So again, mini challenge. Pause the video if you want to complete it. All right, so I'm going to put this just above our navbar brand because it's more broad and it targets the navbar instead of any component inside the navbar. So it's a higher level div. So I tend to add my selectors in that kind of order, going from less specific to more specific as you scroll down. And also I try to keep the CSS styling roughly in the order that you see on the page. So the title section will go first, then the next section, then the next section. It just makes it a little bit easier to change and to fix later on. Now, in the navbar, we want to change the padding. And we only want to touch the padding bottom, and we want to set it to 2.5, and we want to set it to 4.5 rem. Hit save and refresh, and now we've got a little bit more space in between that navbar and the title text and images, and it makes the whole website look a lot less bunched up and a lot more designed, if you will. Now, the next thing we should address in the navbar are these nav items. They need a bit more space between each other. So I'm again going to add some padding. I will keep this as a fixed size just because we've got that responsiveness. So I don't really need it as a percentage or as a rem. So I'm going to put in probably 18 pixels of padding left and right of each of these nav items. So we're going to go below the navbar brand, we're going to target the nav item, and we're going to say padding 0 top and bottom, and then about 18 pixels left and right. Hit save, refresh, bit more spaced out, looks a lot nicer. We won't accidentally press on the wrong button, but they still need to be a little bit larger. So I'm going to dig even deeper inside the nav item. I'm going to target the actual nav link to style it. So we're going to target the nav link. So in this case, I'm going to change the font size, the font family, as well as the color, so that we get a little bit more like this. So a little bit larger. And I'm also going to change the font weight to the Montserrat Light font, so it's not so prominent on the page. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's change the nav link's font size. Can change it to maybe about 1.2 rem. You can see it's just a little bit bigger, but it's a little bit too heavy in terms of weight at the moment. So let's change the font family to Montserrat Light, and this will thin those letters down and make it less prominent and blend in a bit better. Now let's take a look at how our navbar looks by activating pesticide. And you can see that this is the entire section, this blue section. And you can see that we've still got a bit of padding, it seems, left over from the top, the left and the right of our navbar, which is why that text is not aligning on the left with our title text here. So that is just a little bit off. And I suspect the reason is, if we inspect on this, is that the navbar actually has some padding in addition to the padding bottom that we added. So let's try and get rid of this padding, which came from probably the bootstrap element. And we can do that by, instead of using padding bottom, to add padding and then add 0 to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 4.5 rem to the bottom only. So now if we refresh, you can see that our navbar brand now aligns perfectly with our title text and our buttons. And when you're designing websites or apps or whatever it may be, try to minimize on the number of lines that you can align things to, because it will usually make your designs look more together. So now I'm pretty happy with my navbar. So the next thing I'm going to deal with are these buttons. They're far too close to this title text, and they need a little bit of a margin to push it away from that text. So let's go into our CSS and add another section. Let's call it buttons. Maybe more specifically the download buttons. And let's comment that out so that we have our new section. Now, in order to target the button, I have a choice of either using the Bootstrap BTN class and customize the Bootstrap style, or I can add in my custom class. Now, in this situation, if you start getting lazy and using the existing classes from Bootstrap, you often find yourself in a situation later on when you want to use this button, but you don't want it to have the same amount of margin as you do in the title section. So usually it's much better to just add in a custom class, which is what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to call this our download button, and I'm going to apply that class to our Google Play button as well. So let's hit save, and now we can target it over here. And our download button needs a margin that is, I've sort of been tweaking around with it, and the one that I find to work the best is about 5% on the top, 3% on the right, 5% on the left, and 0 on the bottom. So let's hit save and refresh, and you can see that that provides a large enough distance between the two buttons to make it take up roughly the amount of space that we've got for our title, and it makes our button aligned perfectly with the navbar brand as well as the title text. So that's what I quite liked when I was messing around with these numbers. But of course, feel free to play around with it yourself. So it's usually easiest if you just inspect on it and then just go into the box model and try changing some of these numbers and see what it ends up being for the design that you want. All right, so the very last thing I want to change is this image. That's all that we have left in our title section. And firstly, I want to make its width a little bit smaller, because at the moment it's kind of taking up as much width as it can. It's like full size right now. And I want it to be maybe 60% of its parent. So this is its parent, which is the containing div, which is our column large 6 on desktop, and column and 12 and a full width on iPad or mobile. But I want it to take up only maybe 60% of this width to make it a little bit narrower. So let's go and do that. So again, I'm going to add a new section. This is called title image. And let's add a comment there, and let's find out what class we need to use to target that image. And you can see at the moment our image is devoid of all classes. So let's go ahead and add that. And I'm going to call the class maybe title image, and we can hit save. Now here I can use that class called title image, and we can make its width only 60% of what it used to be. Hit save, refresh. You can see it's now a little bit smaller and less sort of assuming and less in your face, which makes a much better design, I think. Right, so the last and final thing that you might have been struggling to figure out is how do we get it to be rotated to the right? And this is the part where I said to you that you might need to search for it on Google. So as I've been saying, a lot of times getting good at development or programming is very often getting good at Google and knowing the right things to search for in order to get your answer. So in our case, we want to rotate an image using CSS. And let's see what we get with this search query. So we are getting some results from W3 schools as well as MDN, and they seem to point towards something about transform, something about rotation. So I tend to prefer the MDN docs, so let's just take a look at what they talk about. And you can see that there is a CSS function called rotation. Now, we haven't really spoken much about functions, but we will do in the next section when we cover JavaScript. But for now, let's just see what we can do using this rotate function. So they've got a very simple bit of CSS code here where they're changing a transform property by using the rotate function, and then you specify the degree, the amount that you want to rotate your element by. And you can see in this case, the pink one, which is what this targets, is rotated 45 degrees to the right. So let's just open this in CodePen and have a mess around with it to fully understand what is happening. So let's take a look at the CSS section. So we've got this div, which is normal, which nothing really changed about it. And then we've got this div called rotated, with the class of rotated, which is what we are editing here. And what we've changed is the transform property using the rotate function, and we're specifying 45 degrees. So when it's positive, it rotates by 45 degrees to the right. If it's negative, it rotates by 45 degrees to the left, or rather anti-clockwise. And as you expect, 90 degrees is 90 degrees right rotation, 180 degrees is 180 degrees clockwise rotation. So this seems pretty simple, and we can probably figure out how we can use this to achieve what we want, which is something like this. So let's go into our CSS, and we're again targeting the title image in this case, and we're going to use what we just learned, which is changing the transform property to use the rotate function, and we're going to specify how much we are going to rotate by. Now, with repeat sort of experimentation, changing this number a few times, I found that 25 degrees tends to work quite well. So if you add 25 degrees in the positive and you refresh, you can see that we've now got that lovely right-sided rotation. So we are almost done here. The last thing that I want to do is just do a final sort of sense check, looking at this layout and seeing if we're happy with how it looks. And the one last thing that's a little bit niggling for me is that this title is kind of competing with this navbar brand. And whenever you're designing websites, you want to think about what is the first thing that you want the user to look at. You want to establish some sort of visual hierarchy. And you can do that using size, or you can do that using weight. So font weight, or you can do that using highlighting or outlining, a whole bunch of things basically. And in this case, even though this one has a much higher font weight than the navbar brand, it's kind of competing with it because it's about the same size. So let's just increase the title text size just by a smidge, and I'll show you the difference. So let's go ahead and change that font size from 3 rem to maybe say 3.5 rem. And let me show you what happens when I refresh. You can see now on this website, it's pretty obvious that the biggest, boldest thing is this heading here. And it's pretty much guaranteed that if you get a user to load up this website, the first thing that their eyes will be drawn to is this biggest, boldest title. And that's exactly what we want. We want them to immediately know what our product is about. And then the second most important thing should be maybe the download button, which are highlighted and outlined for them to start taking action. And then maybe the third most important thing is for them to know what our company is, and what other things they can explore over here. So now that we've more or less finished styling our title section of our page, in the next lesson, we're going to move further down and continue with the other sections. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so how did you manage on that mini challenge? Well, if you haven't given it a go, then this is a good time to pause the video and just give it a try before I go through the solution with you. It's really, really important that you try and do this yourself because I can't be here with you every single time you try to make a website. So it's really, really important that you pick up on these skills by yourself. And remember, I'm watching you, but not in a creepy way. Just like, I haven't hacked your webcam or anything. I'm just, saying like metaphorically, Anyways, moving on. So, I presume that you've already given it a go and you've struggled and maybe you failed, maybe you succeeded. So we're going to run through the solution now. So essentially what we're trying to achieve is this outcome. We've got 3 features which each have a fun, awesome icon above them and they are responsive. So when we're in the iPad and the iPhone sizes, there's only 1 feature per row and they take up 100% of the width. Plus there's also the fonts and the colors, and also when you roll over these icons, they change a color. So we've learned how to do all of this before, and it's a matter of remembering it, giving it a go, and searching Google if we get stuck. So let's get started. So I'm going to keep the final piece over here just to compare, but the site as we have it up to now looks much less interesting and a bit more like this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to give each of these features their own div. Because as you can see at the moment, if we scroll down to the right section, I've got these 3 sets of features and they each have an H3 title and a paragraph just explaining the feature. And in order to get the responsiveness and to style each feature individually, I'm going to need to give them some form of identification. And that in HTML CSS is going to end up being a div. So I'm going to create 3 new divs and I'm going to give each div a custom class name. So I'm going to call them feature box, which seems to make sense to me. Doesn't really matter what you call them as long as they are the same because we're going to apply the same style to each feature box. So let's create another div, feature box, and I'm just going to copy this and paste it, and we can now transplant these lines over to here. All right, great. So now we have our feature boxes and each set of features belongs in its own div, which we can style separately or apply the same style to each 3. So now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make each div take up 1/3 of the width of the screen on a large desktop or a laptop size screen. But when it's on an iPad or when it's on an iPhone, I want it to take up 100% of the width. So I can do that by applying some bootstrap classes. So we remember that we have to use the column class and then we specify the size that we want it to be responsive to. So we're going to say column large, so that means laptop size and above is going to take up 1/3 of the row. And remember, each row is split up into 12 units, so 1/3 of 12 is 4 units. So column large 4, and let's just go ahead and paste this in the other 3 places. And if you load up your website right now, you'll see that nothing has changed. And that is because the Bootstrap grid requires that you nest it inside a class that has the name row. So we can specify which ones should go into the same row, essentially, so that your responsiveness can happen across different rows, for example. So something like column large 4 in 3 separate rows will be very different from all of them in the same row. So let's hit save and let's check it out and see if it worked. Okay, cool. So they are now laid across the same row and they're taking up 1/3 of the screen each. And if I go into iPad size, you can see they're now taking up 100% of the width, as does anything smaller than that, so mobile size, still taking up 100% of the width. So we have succeeded. Ka-ching! I was planning on getting our sound designer to create these nice UI sounds for the video, but he is sick, so you will just have to live with my terrible sound effects. So it's like Angela SFX from now on. I've recently been trying to challenge my friends on what is the most realistic lightsaber activation sound you can produce without any instruments other than yourself, your own body. I have found that many people are very bad at sound effects, myself probably included. Anyways, let's move on. I think I've had too much coffee today. I really apologize. All right, let's get back to work. The next thing I need to do is that you can see that at the moment our features are right up to the edge of both edges and they're taking up a bit too much space. In order to get it looking a bit more like this, we need to add some padding. So the first bit of padding I'm going to add is to this feature section. So that's this big box here, and you can see the 3 parts highlighted. So we can go into our CSS and we can select the features section. So we are now down to title, image, and let's add features section. And let's just comment that out. So we can now target our features. And remember, it's an ID, so we have to use the hashtag or the pound sign. And I'm going to add a padding around all 4 sides, and it's going to be 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right. So basically almost double the amount of space on the left and right as there is on the top and bottom. So now let's hit refresh, and you can see this is looking pretty nice, right? So each of our feature boxes are now centered in the middle of our feature div. And you can see that with that little bit more white space, it's much easier to read, a lot more organized, and it's getting close to what we want as our final outcome. So the amount of padding that you might have added might differ from mine, but as long as you've got a similar end outcome, then that's absolutely fine. There's many, many ways of skinning a cat. It's probably not very vegan friendly. There's many ways to peel a carrot, maybe. Let me think on that. Oh boy, this video is going to need a lot of editing out. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is you can see that over here, our text is nicely centered inside each feature box, making them feel quite together. But here they look a bit weird, especially when you're using icons like this. You tend to want to have your text centered around the middle of the icon. Otherwise, if it's all left aligned, it looks a little bit strange. So let's go ahead and do that. So remember that previously we added this feature box class, which goes around each and every feature. So now we can target that feature box class, and we can say something like, all the text inside each feature box should be aligned to the center. So let's check it out. Yep, looking pretty good. Now, each line is still a little bit too long, so we can add a bit of padding inside each feature box so that we push it closer together so that the width goes down a little bit and we push all the text onto 2 lines, but it's very easy to glance and read rather than having these long lines. So I'm going to go ahead and add maybe around 5% of padding. And now our text is looking a lot shorter and a lot easier to read. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to change the fonts of these H3s that we've got over here. So you can see that each of the titles for the features are these H3s, which we can target quite easily up here. So we can say, let's change the font family to, I think we can change it to Montserrat Bold. And this is to establish the visual hierarchy so that when a user looks at this website, the first thing that their eye is drawn to is usually the blackest, the boldest, the biggest thing. And we want that to be the title first and then the subheading. As a web designer, very often it's kind of like you're a visual tour guide and you're guiding people through your website. So you want them to read, for example, a big title first, then maybe your brand, then maybe what all these buttons are about. And you can do that quite easily using the font weights and also the font size. So this is something that you can be aware of the next time you come across a well-designed website. See how they're establishing visual hierarchy and guiding you through the website. So I've already made the title very attractive to the eye. I'm going to tone down the subtitle, the feature text, by changing its color to a gray color so that we make it even lower on the visual hierarchy scale. So the feature text is contained inside some paragraph elements. So I'm going to go ahead and select the paragraph elements, and I'm going to change the color to this grayish color, which is 8F, 8F, 8F. Let's hit save and refresh, and you can see now that visual hierarchy is now unmistakable. There is no way that somebody's eye is going to be drawn to this line before it is drawn to this one. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Now, the next thing is we need to add some icons, right? And as I told you, we're going to get that from Font Awesome. So let's head over and let's search for those images. So I've got the heart one and the target and also the check mark, which is in a circle. So we've got these 3 icons and we're just going to copy them in there. So it was check, target, heart. So let's just rearrange this a little bit. So the first one is the check circle. So I'm going to copy that and place it inside our HTML, inside our feature box div, so that everything inside each feature is all grouped together. So that one was circle, the next one was bullseye, so that's going to go here, and the last one was the heart, which is going to go here. All right, so now you'll see that we have our tiny icons here, but that's a little bit too small to see, and we need to make it a little bit larger. So rather helpfully, the Font Awesome icons all come in different sizes. And in order to get a different size, for example, the 3x size, all you have to do is just add the class 3x or 5x or 7x into your Font Awesome icon. So in our case, I'm going to go for maybe the 4x. So we can go ahead and add, so this is Font Awesome symbol, Font Awesome check circle, and Font Awesome 4x. Now, if you refresh, you can see that is now a much larger size, and it's a lot easier to see and actually looks like a feature icon rather than just something very small. So let's go ahead and add that to all 3 other classes. Hit save, and now we have our icons sized and looking pretty good. All right, so now we need to style these icons. We need to give them a color. So in order to style the icons separately from the title and the feature text, then of course we need to give it a custom class. Now, of course, you can use any of the classes that has already been applied to it. But for example, if you pick this class, FA check circle, then you'll have to add more styles to these other 2. Now, if you pick something that's common between all 3, say FAS, that means if you use any Font Awesome symbol, then you're going to be applying the same style to that feature icon as well. So it's always a good idea to apply custom classes when you're trying to style it inside the CSS, unless you're just trying to customize some feature of Font Awesome or of Bootstrap. So in this case, I'm just going to give it a class of icon, and I'm going to paste it in all 3 places, and that allows us to now go into our CSS and style our icon. So our icon is going to be colored in this orangey color, and when we hover over it, it's going to be the same color as this background. So I've already provided those hex values to you. So the normal color is going to be EF8172. Let's hit save and check it out. Looking nice, right? So it'd be nice if there was a little bit of space between this icon and this title, because at the moment they're a bit too squished together. It's kind of sitting right on top of that feature and it doesn't look very good, a bit too mushed together. So let's add a margin bottom to the icon of maybe say just 1 rem. And you can see with just that little bit of space, it looks a lot nicer. Very often small touches can produce really dramatic effects. So the final thing that we want to do for our challenge is make it change color when we hover over the icons. And the color is going to be this same red color in our color palette. So do you remember how to change hover states? Well, we have to use a pseudo class called hover. So we select the icon, we use a colon, and we select one of these pseudo states. And the one that we want is called, I'm never going to get to it. All right, I'm just going to type it in. It's called hover. And we've seen this previously when we looked at classes and pseudo classes and selectors in CSS, but we're going to put it into action in this case. And when our icon is inside the hover state, I'm going to change the color to FF4C68, which is that pinkish color that we've got at the top. So now, dun dun dun, it's changing color every time we hover over it. And that wasn't even very hard, was it? All right, looking nice. So how did you get on with this challenge? If there was something that you couldn't implement or something you just found out about, then don't worry, go back, change your CSS code, change your HTML code in order to make it work. If you got it all right and it's all looking pretty good, other than maybe you got slightly different values for the margin or the padding, that doesn't matter. You're guessing by eye, right? So that's not a big deal. But it's all about knowing how to use those Bootstrap classes in order to make our features responsive, and also things like, the hover states that we learned before, and knowing how to change the font weight, what to select to change the font color, etc., and all of that good stuff. All right, so in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at another Bootstrap component, which is the carousel. And this is like a slideshow that we're going to implement so that we end up with a really, really cool testimonial section, which allows us to go between all of the different testimonials. So you have all of that to look forward to and more. So I will see you on the next lesson. All right, welcome back. We've already styled our title section, our features section, so it's now time to style our testimonial section. And we're also going to learn about a Bootstrap component called the carousel, which is going to create a sort of slideshow of all the testimonials that we got from our wonderful customers, like Pebbles over here. But first things first, let's style this section so that it looks nice before we start implementing the carousel. So similar to the feature section, we need to have a bit of padding here. It doesn't look very good to have long lines of text and images and text going right up to the edge. It feels very pure HTML. So let's go ahead and go into Atom, and we can see that in our testimonial section, we've got a section with the ID testimonial. So we can go in here and we can create a new comment. So this is going to be the testimonial section. And I'm going to comment that out, and then we're going to target that ID called testimonial, and I can't remember if it was testimonials. Okay, this is really, really important. If your CSS isn't being carried out or something's not going right, always make sure that you check you've got the right selector name and you've spelled it completely correctly. It's very, very easy to make typos, and none of the properties that you set inside here will work otherwise. So firstly, I'm going to add some padding, and it's going to be the same as we had in features. So it's 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right. So now it's a little bit more squished in, and it looks very uniform with the feature section, which I quite like. Now, the next thing is we need to have this text center aligned. It looks weird to have only one line of text that is on the left, and also to have our images on the left as well. So let's go ahead and go into testimonials, change the text align to center, and there we go, looking pretty nice. Now we're going to change the background color. So I want to have the same color as this kind of orangey red color so that we keep to our uniform color palette. So I'm going to style the background of this section to that color. And it's nice when you're creating these kind of one-page websites to have alternating white and colored sections, because at the moment we can't really see where the feature section ends and where the testimonial section starts. So if you're not going to have explicit pages in your website and you're only going to have sections on a one-pager, then it's really, really important that you have some sort of way of giving the user a cue that this is not the same section as this one. So I'm going to change the background color to the same one that we had before, which is this EF8172. And now you can see that that is obviously clearly a different section than this one, right? It's pretty good. And our text can't really be black. It looks very, very odd. So in our colored sections, we tend to have white text, and in our white sections, we tend to have black text. So that works out well. So we can easily change that by just changing the color to FFF and refresh. Nice, looks better. Now, this is way too small for a piece of text that occupies the entire section, so we have to make some changes there as well. So that text is inside an H2, so we can go ahead and change the H2 up here, and I'm going to change the font family to Montserrat Bold, and I'm going to change the font size to maybe 3 rem, and then the line height to 1.5 just to give it more space. And now voila, we have a very, very proper looking heading for this section, which is our testimonial text. And that is going to draw all the attention of the user so they can see how much people love our product. Now, the next thing I want to change is this image. Firstly, it's way too big, and also I kind of want it to be a round circle profile image. So in order to do that, we need to target this image, and in order to target the image, we of course need a class. So the class is going to be called testimonial image, and hit save, and we're going to copy this over to our styles.css. Now, in most situations, I never recommend copy and pasting, but there's one exception. When you have long class names or something that's a little bit difficult to spell, then it's a good idea just to copy it over and use it as the selector so that you know you definitely haven't made any typos, because this is a very, very common cause of your websites not working the way that they should do when your selector is spelt differently from your class. Even small adjustments, say one letter is capitalized and it's not in the HTML, then it's not going to target the right thing. So now that we've got the testimonial image selected, we can go ahead and make it smaller by changing the width, let's say down to 10%, looking a lot smaller. Then we can make it rounded by, if you remember, changing the border radius to 100%. And that makes it a circle. And we need a little bit of space between this image and basically everything else, too tightly packed with everything else around. So I'm going to give it just maybe a 20 pixel margin all around. And now it's looking a lot nicer. Now, while I'm here, I'm also going to style this press section, which is basically sitting at the bottom of the testimonials. This is kind of the cred section, right? This is when a user lands on your website and sees how much cred you have based on how much other users love you, how much coverage you've had in the media. And so I'm going to group it together in the same section, and I can do that by giving it the same background color. So let's go ahead and check out our press section. It's also got an ID, and we can use that to change some of its styling. So I'm going to target the press section, and I'm going to give it the same background color. And you can see now they look like they belong in the same section. Now I need these images to be center aligned and not aligned all to the left and bunched up like this. So I'm going to add the text align property, and I'm going to change it to center. So now they're all center aligned. And then finally, this section cannot just end so suddenly like this, and we need to basically give it a little bit of a padding from the bottom. Let's add maybe just padding bottom of say 3%. And now it's lifted up a little bit and it doesn't look like it's so sudden. Now, last thing we need to do is that these logos are way too big. It's kind of stealing the show here. And remember what we spoke about earlier on about visual hierarchy. They can't be as important as the testimonial. So we need to make them smaller. So in order to change the press logos, we need to change these images. And I want to apply the same style to each image. So I need to give them the same custom class. And this is where one of those packages that we installed earlier on really comes into use. There is a package that we installed called Sublime Style Column Selection, and this comes from the Sublime text editor. And this is a feature that I really like, especially when you're working with HTML and you have these large stacks of elements and you want to apply the same class to it. I really don't want to just write it, then copy and paste. Nice feature here is that you can hold down the Option key and you can click and drag, and now you have a single cursor that is going to apply the same text to all 4 lines, which is really powerful, and I really like it. So I'm going to add class to all 4 lines, and I'm going to call it press logo. So now I have this class press logo that's applied to all 4 images, and that didn't take very much effort from my part at all. So let's go ahead and target the press logos, and let's change their width to make them a little bit smaller. Let's say maybe 15%. Yeah, that looks a lot nicer. And finally, I'm going to add a little bit of space between each of these images so they don't look all so bunched together. So we can add a margin of, say, maybe 20 pixels from the top, 20 pixels from the left and right, and then 50 pixels from the bottom. And this will give it a bit of space between each logo, but also separate it from the testimonial section and also the bottom of this colored section. So I'm quite happy with that design, and we can now proceed to look at something a little bit more exciting. It's a little bit boring just to have a single testimonial, right? That seems like only one person ever used our app and actually liked it. So I'm sure there's more than one person who likes our product, right? I hope so. So we're going to use something called the Bootstrap carousel. And this is kind of like a slideshow that allows you to go through different content. And you've got the ones where it's kind of automated, like you've got over here. But you've got another one which is more manual, which is the one that we're going to use, where you can toggle through all the different slides. And in our case, each slide is just going to be a new testimonial from a new person so that we can show off how many people love our product. So let's first have a play around with it using code play. So if you go to the first example where there's slides only, and copy the code here into a new code play playground, and of course remember to change your framework if you need to, and paste that code into the HTML section. So now let's hit run. Now it is working, but in this case there's no source for the images, so they're not really showing up. Instead of looking for images and messing around with this, I'm simply going to select the carousel item, which is the class that is the div that contains each slide. And I'm simply going to give it a height of, say, 500 pixels. And I'm going to go into the div and I'm going to add an inline style. So style equals background color, red. And I'm going to add this inline style to all 3 slides. And the first one's going to be the red, second one's going to be yellow, third one is going to be blue. Hit run, and now let's pop it out to see what this looks like. So this is our first slide, which is red, and it says first slide. Our image is not working because we couldn't be bothered to find a valid image, but if you did put one in there, then it would work just fine. And now, after what seems like forever, our second slide has just slid into view. This one's yellow, this one says second slide, and if we have the patience and do not fall asleep before the third one comes along, then there we go. We've got a third slide as well. Now, it's a little bit slow, isn't it? And if you're on an actual website, it's probably not a great idea to have very fast carousels because it's kind of annoying. But how can you change the speed? Now, if we go into the Bootstrap documentation and we look at the usage options, which you can get to by clicking down here, then you can see that there's quite a few different options that we can actually change about these carousels. We can change, for example, the interval, which is the amount of time delay between cycling the items. Now, the default is 5,000 milliseconds. That's the unit here, even though it's not really said here. So 5,000 milliseconds is basically 5 seconds. Now, if we wanted to speed it up, we can change that interval to, let's say, maybe every second. So we go into the div that is our carousel, which is here. And as it says here, you have to append the option name, which is called interval, to data dash. So for example, data interval equals this. So we're going to go in here and we're going to add that attribute data dash interval. And we're going to set it to equal to 1,000, which is going to be 1,000 milliseconds, or basically cycling every second. So let's hit run. And now every second our carousel is changing its slide. Now, before I blind you, there's a whole bunch of other options that you can change. For example, should the carousel react to keyboard values? So for example, going left and right. Should it be paused when the cursor is hovering over the carousel? So let's go ahead and see what some of those things might look like. So let's, for example, add the one where we can pause on hover. So let's add the attribute called data dash pause, and it's going to equal to hover. Now, if we hit run, our slides will continue going at the speed of light. But once I put my cursor inside it, then it will pause, which is quite a nice feature. And some websites are too lazy to implement this, which is really frustrating when I want to read what's on that particular slide in the carousel. Now, another thing that we can change is the slide class here. So if we removed that from the carousel class, then you can see that it no longer slides, but just changes to the next carousel item. But I quite like this sliding animation, so I'm going to put it back in. And the final one I want to show you is how do you stop this autoplay? Well, you can change ride. So data ride over here, if it's equal to carousel, will just autoplay. If it's set to false, then it will only play if you tell it to, through maybe the keyboard buttons or through some carousel buttons. So it's not autoplaying anymore. So how do we change the slides? How do we go from slide 1 to slide 2? Well, if we have a look in the docs, there's another type of carousel which has controls. So it has these buttons that lets us go between the different slides. And that's what I want to implement for our Tindog website. So how can we do this? So I want to have a static carousel that doesn't autoplay. So I'm going to leave data ride equals false. Now, I don't need a data interval anymore because that only applies to the animation of auto scrolling between the different slides. And data pause on hover I also don't need because it's stopped by default. So now if we look inside this example which has the controls, then you can see that the difference between this one and the previous one that didn't have controls is that it has some buttons down here. It has a carousel control previous and a carousel control next. So let's go ahead and copy these two buttons over to our code play. And you can see down here, they've put in it just above the last div. So we're going to do exactly the same. So now if we hit run and we pop it out, you'll see that we now have buttons, but they don't work yet. Now, the reason is because as with all of these Bootstrap buttons, they have a href that targets the carousel. And it needs to be the same name as the ID of your carousel. So for example, in this case, the ID is carousel example slide only, but this href is targeting something called carousel example controls. And that's because in the second example, the ID was called carousel example controls. So let's change this. Let's make it target something like just called testimonial carousel. And we can make that the same href for the previous as well as the next buttons. And of course, we need to change the actual ID of the carousel over here. So now, whenever each of these buttons are pressed, they target the carousel that we've got in place. And now if I run our code, you can see that when I press on the buttons, it actually changes through the slides. And it works both for the next and the previous buttons. Now, let's go through each and every line of this code just so that we understand fully what it's all about. So the first thing is a div that has the ID of the carousel. And this, of course, remember, needs to be unique across your page. Next, we add some custom Bootstrap classes, which is carousel, which says that this div is going to be a carousel, and slide, which, if you remember from earlier on, says that our slides should animate in from the right or left rather than simply just appearing. Data write equals false means that it doesn't autoplay, so we've got that line sorted. Next, we've got the carousel inner, and this is going to contain the contents of the carousel items, so the slides that will be changed. Inside carousel inner, we've got 3 carousel items. And the first one, the first page that you want to show on your website, so when you load up your website, the first slide is marked with an active class. And you have to have one of these carousel items being marked as the active class. Now, the next thing is some inline style that we put in just to be able to distinguish the 3 slides from each other. And then inside each of these, we've got some content. So you can have an image or you can have, say, an H1. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything about the carousel. And in fact, later on, we're going to be putting our custom testimonials inside here as the carousel item content. So we can ignore these images like here and here. Then we get to our 2 buttons. So the first button has the class carousel control previous, and that is this left button over here. And it has an href to know which carousel to target, because you can have multiple carousels in your HTML, right? So it needs to know which one it should affect. Then the role of it is the button. Now, ideally, you want to use an anchor tag as the HTML element that's going to be the button, but it doesn't have to be. It could be something like an H1 that you might want to assign the role of button to, right? So this is what it's all about. You have to add this role equals button to change our anchor tag into a button. Next is data slide previous. So this says which direction should your carousel slide. So this is going backwards and this one is going forwards. And the next line is a span, and this is the button icon. So this little arrow over here. And this comes from Bootstrap by adding in that class. And aria hidden equals true. Now, this is something that we saw in the nav bar as well, and we didn't really talk about it too much. But aria hidden basically means that when a visually impaired person comes across your website, they usually have something called a screen reader, which goes through the website and reads what is on there so they can hear what we can see. Now, for things like buttons, you don't really want the screen reader to read out left button, right button, or, previous button, next button. So you have this thing called aria hidden, which basically means make the screen reader skip over this button span so that the visually impaired person doesn't have to listen to what all the buttons are. And this goes towards, making your website more accessible and friendly to people with disabilities. And this is actually a really, really big topic and a really, really important topic as well. So you can either keep it in or you can delete it. But just remember about your users who might be visually impaired. Now, the last span that we see in here is called SR only. And this stands for screen reader only. And that is what we said before, right? So instead of telling the user that there is a carousel control previous icon button, instead it just says previous. on the screen reader. So you can either delete this if you're not planning on being accessible to people who have visual impairments, or you can include it and make sure that your website is more inclusive. Now, in our case, I'm actually going to get rid of it just because we're learning something new and want to keep the code as clean and pure as possible. So now this is what we've got as our carousel, and this is what we would like to implement in our website. So I like to test out the code in something like CodePlay before I put it into the website when it starts interacting with everything else, and it could lead to issues. So I want to have a pure version that's just working exactly as I need it to, and then I can transplant it into the website. So let's go ahead and copy all of this HTML over here, and we're going to put it into our index.html for our Tindog website. And I'm going to place it inside the testimonial section, of course. So now you might notice that there is this section that has been commented out. So if you select it and you hold down Command on Mac or Control on Windows, then you press the / button, then it will uncomment it and take it back into the flow of our website. So we now have 2 testimonials. So we can change our code to have 2 carousel items. So I'm going to delete the third one basically. And the first one is no longer going to have the H1 of hello, but instead it's going to have this first testimonial with pebbles that we saw earlier on. And the second one is going to be from Beverly from Illinois. I feel like I'm on a game show. Beverly from Illinois, you have just won. Not very much. So now that we've updated that, let's just check to make sure that everything else is in order. And one thing that we've transplanted over that we don't really want or need are these inline styles. So we can get rid of our inline styles that changes the background color because we have a beautiful background color already. So let's hit save and let's hit refresh. And you can see we now have a testimonial. And if I go left or right, then you can see that it's scrolling through the 2 different testimonials I've got. And obviously, if you have more, then you can keep adding them in, right? And the nice thing is that all the styles that I added previously, because I've got all the classes in place in the second testimonial, I didn't have to add or change any styling at all. Now, there's just one last eyesore that I want to fix before we finish off this section. And that is, I'd really like these buttons to be further out here so that they're not so close to my testimonial text because it looks a little bit weird to my eye. Now, the reason why that's happening is because our padding is applied to the testimonial section. So this entire section is the testimonial section. And if you have a look on Chrome Developer Tools, then you can see that it has quite a lot of padding around all 4 sides. And that is squishing in these buttons here. So in order to change that, we can apply the padding to only the parts that we want to be padded. So what we can do instead is we can apply that padding to each carousel item so that the content inside the carousel items are padded. So the H2, the image, and the EM, they're all bunched in the center. But to have the buttons outside of that padding so that it has more space and it's more visible and more easy to click on. So to do that, all we need to do is to target the carousel item, and we're going to move the padding from the testimonial section, which is section wide, to only inside the carousel item. So now if we hit save and refresh, then you can see our buttons are now all the way out here. And if you take a look at pesticide, you can see that the buttons are now occupying a much larger space and it's hard to miss. So if you click anywhere in this section, it will scroll through the testimonials. But our padding for our carousel items are still in place and it still looks exactly the way that it did before. Just we now have more logically placed buttons. So I hope you enjoyed this section of learning about the Bootstrap carousel, and it might be worth for you to have a play around with some of the other examples that they've shown inside your CodePlay playground. But in the next lesson, we're going to learn about another Bootstrap component, which is really, really useful, and that's the Bootstrap cards. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so it's looking pretty good as we are already. We've got our title section styled, our features page, our testimonial part styled, and now it's just a matter of styling the pricing section down here. And this is a commonly used component on many websites that you go to. You'll see a pricing table, so you don't always have to reinvent the wheel. And in fact, if you remember from earlier on, if we have a look at the Bootstrap examples, you'll see that one of the examples is just a pricing page that was built using Bootstrap. So we can actually just copy this component and put it into our website and style it up and then customize the style to our liking. So let's see how we can do that. So if you open up the Chrome developer tools and you click on this arrow, then we can start selecting the parts that we want. Now, there's quite a few different divs around here. For example, there's this top pricing header, there's this part which is the entire body, and then there's like sort of down here, which is a container that contains the footer as well as the pricing table. But if we navigate to around here, we've got this card deck that includes nothing but just the pricing table. So that's basically what we want. And if you click on the drop down menu, you can see that this is what it contains. So let's take a closer look at this. So if you right click on this card deck and you hit copy element, and we head over to, again, CodePlay, and we start a new playground, we can paste it into here and of course change our Bootstrap version, and now hit run, and you can see that we've got a ready-made pricing table that we can just paste into our project. Now, of course, you can change the code as you wish. So for example, this button down here, it's a button large outline primary, so that's the blue color. So what if we wanted it to be outline dark, for example? Then we end up with outline dark, a black button. And you can go through this and modify the parts that you want, and of course change the relevant bits of text to what your company is going to advertise. But essentially, this is a really, really quick and easy way of importing and using components. And it's not just Bootstrap examples that you can look at the code from. There's a website called Bootsnip, which I recommend you to take a look at, where they've got snippets of code for all sorts of different components that you can look at and refer to and see how they were created. So for example, if you wanted to look for a, I don't know, maybe like a login screen, then you can see that there's many, many different things that people have styled up and created the components. And you can look at the HTML and the CSS that was needed to create this. And you can, of course, incorporate it into your own project, depending on the licensing for each of these components. But, you know, in our case, we're learning about Bootstrap. So as always, we want to understand what we're doing before we start just blindly copy and pasting code. So let's try and understand how this pricing table was constructed and create our own using the same underlying Bootstrap components. So in the example code that you see here, the word that comes up the most often is this word card. And this is because what they're using here in order to create this pricing table is a Bootstrap component called Bootstrap Cards. And this provides a container that looks something like this. So you can have an image at the top, a title, some text, and a button. And because in most cases, a lot of websites need something like this, they've made it easy for you to incorporate this using Bootstrap. So the cards are a little bit like your HTML. They have a header, they have a body, and they can also have a footer if you so wish. So let's head over to our CodePen and just hit Command A, and we're going to delete all of our existing HTML code. Now let's create a card from scratch with a header, a body, and a footer. And we can do that by following the documentation code over here. So the first thing that we'll need is a div with the class that's card. So this is going to be a card. And inside here, we're going to have a card header, a card body, and a card footer. So that's going to be 3 divs. And the first one is going to have the class of card header. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this. And I'm going to create the other 2, which is going to be card body and card footer. And then if I hit run, it's actually quite hard to see what's going on here. So I'll add some text. So for example, this is the card header, card body, and card footer. All right, let's hit run. And you can see that this is what our card currently looks like. It's taking up the full width of the screen, which is why it's going from edge to edge, styling the different sections slightly differently. So the header has this little shadow up here, and it's highlighted in a sort of light gray color, and the body is white. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this last div, which is the card footer, which we don't really need. And I'm just going to copy the rest of the code so that we can, again, transplant it into our website. So in the pricing section, just below the title section and the subtitle, I'm going to paste our card in here. And I'm going to delete where it says card header and card body. Now we're going to need 3 of these because we have 3 pricing plans at the moment, and each of them are going to be a single Bootstrap card, just as they did over here in their pricing example. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this twice more so that we have 3 cards. And I'm going to move some of this content over. So for example, Chihuahua is going to be in the card header. That's the name of the pricing plan. And the rest of this content is going to be inside the card body. And we're going to do the same for the other 2 pricing tiers. All right, so let's just go ahead and beautify, and we're done. All right, so let's hit save and see what this looks like as it is. And you can see that similar to what we saw on CodePlay, they're actually taking up the full width of the page at the moment. Now we need to change that to make them stack side by side like so. Now in the case of this Bootstrap example, what they've done is they've used this class called a card deck. So let me show you what that does. So all we need is a div that is going to go around all 3 of our cards, and it's going to have the class of card deck. And then I'm going to move this closing div all the way down to here so that all 3 of our cards go inside the card deck div. So now if we hit save and we head over to our website and refresh, then you can see that automatically by wrapping all of our cards inside a card deck, they get distributed evenly across the width of the website, and they also end up with the same height. Now, there's just one problem with card decks. They're not quite as adaptable as the Bootstrap grid system. Now, if we take a look at the Bootstrap docs for cards, you can see that they've already got you sorted. So under using grid markup, you can see that you can actually place these cards inside our beloved Bootstrap grid system in order to size them accordingly to how responsive you want your website to be. So we should really know how to do this. But here's something new to challenge us. How can you make the 3rd card become 100% at the iPad width, so basically medium and below, but keep the other 2 only 50%, but only when you get onto the full mobile sized do you make all 3 100% the width of the screen? So at this point, you've already seen and know quite a lot about Bootstrap grids. So I'm going to leave this to you as a challenge. So pause the video now and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so this is a little bit different, so it might have been quite challenging, but let's see if you got it right. So let's go through the solution now. The first thing that you need for any sort of grid system to work is you need a div class of row. So I'm going to replace card deck with row in this case because it's a little bit easier to work with in our case. Now, the next thing that we need to do is to wrap each of our cards inside a bootstrap grid. So I'm going to create another div and I'm going to give this a class of column large 4, because by default, when we're on the larger sizes, so laptop and desktop sizes, I want each card to take up 4 units, so that's a third of the page. And that behavior I really want to have for all 3 cards, so I'm going to add the same for the other 2 as well. Column large 4 for the second card, and also for our last card. Let's just beautify that. All right, cool. So now that means that on laptop and desktop, it should take up a third of the width. Now let's drill in a little bit deeper and specify what we want on iPad, which is the medium size. So on the medium size, we want the top 2 to take up half of the width. So that's going to be column medium 6. And I'm going to apply that to this one as well. So these 2 are going to be 50% on iPad, but the last one is either going to be column medium 12 to say that on the medium sizes it should take up a full 12 units, so the full width. Or if you remember, if you don't specify any columns, it just defaults to 100%. So that means any size that's below large is just going to be 100%. And in this case, any size below medium is going to be 100%. So now if you hit save and refresh, and we start going down to our iPad size, you can see that we've got 1, 2, and 3. And then finally to our mobile size, 1, 2, 3. So that's looking pretty neat. Now, the next challenge I have for you is I want you to make these buttons match the Bootstrap example styles. So have it the same as these buttons. So namely, they're going to take up the full width of the card. The first one's going to be an outline button. The second 2 are going to be solid buttons, and it's all going to have the dark theme. So pause the video and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so this one should be easy because we've done this quite a few times. So let's head into our HTML and start adding some more Bootstrap classes. So our button currently doesn't have any classes, so we need to add some. And we're going to add btn so that it styles it as a Bootstrap button. And then we're going to have btn large to specify that we want the larger button. And then we're going to say btn block so that the button takes up the full width of the card. And finally, the first one is going to be a btn outline dark button. And the other 2 buttons are going to have pretty much the same classes, apart from the fact that they're not going to be outline buttons and they're going to be just btn dark, as in the solid buttons. So let's hit save and let's refresh, and voila, our beautiful buttons have appeared. So now all we need to do is just to change the CSS a little bit to customize the layout and the text. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add a little bit of padding from all sides. So let's head into styles.css, and the part that I'm going to put the padding on is this pricing section. So I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to add the pricing section. And here I'm going to target the pricing selector. Let's just check the spelling. Pricing looks good. And then I'm going to add that padding, which is going to be roughly around 100 pixels all 4 sides. And that gives it a little bit more space and it looks a lot nicer. Now, it's rare that you want this kind of static amount of padding on all sizes, but I find that with the pricing plan, even on mobile, you need a little bit of space all 4 sides, so I think it works quite well. Now, of course, if you feel different to how I feel, then feel free to change it to however you want it to, but I quite like the way that this is spaced out. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of padding around each of these columns that holds a card so that we push it down away from this title section and also give them a bit more space from each other. So let's go ahead into index.html and give each of these columns a class name. So I'm just going to call this pricing column. And I'm going to paste this class across all 3 cards. All right, so now let's hit save and we can go ahead and select that pricing column. And then we're going to add some padding in here. So the amount that I'm going to add is roughly around, I think 3% from the top and bottom, and then just 2% from the left and right, so from each of the cards. So now if we refresh, you can see that there's a healthy bit of space that moves the pricing table away from this title. And also we have a little bit more space between each of the cards. Now, the last thing I want to do is just to make all the content inside the cards center aligned, because our buttons are center aligned and it looks kind of weird when it's all left aligned and it's not lined up with the button. So in order to do that, I can go into the pricing section and change the text align property to center, hit save and refresh. And this is our beautiful pricing section. And you can see that took really very little effort at all. And you should now understand how each of these cards work and all of the components that we put inside, for example, the button or the card header. So this is a very, very simple pricing page that we've created ourselves without having to rely on the example code. And you can see that we're pretty close to what theirs look like. And that didn't really take very long at all. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to talk about some more advanced CSS rather than Bootstrap. And it's so that we can try and get our image to go behind this feature section so that it can cut it off at around this point. Because at the moment, this is a little bit too big. And I want the section to end right about here. So we have to move this image behind this feature section. So we're going to talk about the Z index and the CSS stacking order. All of that is yet to come, and I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so this is looking pretty awesome already, but we can make it look even better. So one of the things that bothers me a little bit is the fact that this image takes up so much space that our top title section is a lot bigger than it needs to be. So what I would like to happen is, what if we could make this image show up behind this features page, and thereby making this top section more compact and makes our website look a lot more together. So in order to achieve this look, we have to understand a more advanced CSS concept, which is the Z index. So we know that each element on screen has a X and Y position, so we could move this image up or to the right or to the left or downwards. But it's also got a Z position or a Z index, i.e. whether if it's more towards you or if it's going away from you. So in order to make this image go behind this features section, we have to make the image's Z index lower than this section's, so that it goes behind this section. Now, this is an advanced CSS concept, which is why we're covering it only now. And it's something that even fully fledged web designers and developers understand poorly. So we're going to tackle it at this stage when we've already pretty much gotten to grips with the basic CSS and Bootstrap. So I'm going to create a new code play so I can show you fully how this works. And I'm going to create 3 divs. Let's call the first one, give it a class of red, and we'll call this one red. And then we'll have a yellow and a blue. So I'm going to make all 3 of these divs have a height of 100 pixels and a width of 100 pixels. And then I'm going to give them all a border of, say, 1 pixel solid. And now I'm going to add some different colors to each of these divs. So let's say red will have a background color of red. And then yellow, same thing. And finally, blue. All right, cool. So now if I hit run, we should see 3 squares that are red. Oh, I should have renamed this red, yellow, and blue. So we've got red, yellow, and blue, 3 boxes that are showing up one on top of each other. Because at the moment their position is by default static, so they stack and they don't combine into the same line. Now, the easiest way of making something show up on top of another thing is nesting it. So say if we put the yellow div instead of next to or at the same hierarchical level as the red div, let's say that we put it inside the red div. Now this yellow div becomes a child of the red div. And as we learned from before, children sit on top of their parents. So the yellow div is currently sitting on top of the red div. But other than this, if they were positioned at the same hierarchical level, all the HTML elements have a natural stacking order. So that means that whatever comes first in the HTML code, so closer to the top of the file, will be closer to the back. And as you go down in the HTML file, we come further and further forwards towards ourselves and away from the screen. So I can show you that a little bit better if I made all the divs position absolute. Because at the moment, all our divs are not overlapping. They're occupying a full row all to themselves, and that's because they are by default positioned static. Now, if anything that I've just said about positioning is confusing to you at all, make sure that you go back to the CSS section and check out the lecture on positioning, where we talk about absolute, relative, static, and all of those things. Now, for this part, I'm going to assume that you know what absolute does, which is basically take out the elements out of the HTML flow. So if I run it right now, you see that all we have is a single blue div, and that's not true. It's actually the blue div sitting on top of the yellow div sitting on top of the red div, but because they're all the same size and they've all been taken out of the HTML flow, they're now currently all positioned exactly on top of each other. But say if I go into the yellow div and I add a, left 20 margin and a top 20 pixel margin, and then I maybe go into and maybe I put, let's say we'll probably need 40 pixels left and 40 pixels from the top for the blue div. And now if I hit run, you can see that we've got 3 divs stacked on top of each other. It's much easier to see the natural stacking order, which is, if you remember, that the things that come first in the HTML will be right at the back, and then as we go down the HTML file, every other element becomes stacked on top of the previous elements. So this is the natural stacking order, just based on the order in the HTML code. So one way of changing the stacking order, for example, if we wanted the yellow div to be on top at the same position as it is right now, we can move it further down in the HTML code. So if I hit run, you'll see that now yellow is on top. It's still at the same position in terms of the X and the Y, but in terms of its stacking order, it's now the most in front because it's at the bottom of the HTML file. Now let's just undo that, because there's other ways of changing the stacking order. You don't really want to have to go into your HTML and move bits of code around just in order to change how it's stacked, right? You want to use CSS. And in order to use the CSS to change the stacking order, we have to use the property called the z-index. So for example, if we change the z-index of the red div, which is currently the bottommost div, if I change the z-index to 1 and I hit run, then you'll see that the red div is now brought in front of all the other divs, and it's now the closest to the user and furthest away from the screen. Now, what if we change the third div's z-index? Let's make it -1. So before I hit run, just remind ourselves that blue is currently second in the stack. It's yellow, then blue, then red, yeah? So now if we watch this, now that I've changed blue's z-index to -1, you can see that it now stacks at the bottom. It's below the yellow. So from this little experiment, you can see that the default z-index for all your elements is actually 0, because by changing one div's z-index to 1, 1, we've made it show up above everything else. And by changing another one z-index to -1, we made it show up behind everything else. But you have to remember that the z-index is just one of many things that affects the stacking order. For example, let's say that we change everybody's z-index, so every single element, into -1, so they all have the same z-index. You can see that we revert back to the original stacking order that is based off the order of our code in the HTML file. So red, then yellow, then blue. So this is why the stacking order and using the z-index is such a complicated thing, because many things affect how your HTML elements stack on the screen. And just to make things even more complicated, you have to remember that the z-index only works if your elements are positioned, so it has a position. So if I delete that position property, so all the divs now become positioned statically, i.e. they don't have an explicit position set, and then I go into here and I change the z-indexes from, let's say, make this one 1, change the middle one to 0, and the last one to -1. So what you would expect with this code is that the red div should show up on top, then it's yellow, then finally it's blue right at the bottom. So basically reversing the current order. But you can see, because I deleted that position property setting to absolute, it doesn't actually stack. And even if I forced it to stack, it will not obey this order. Now, you might think that it's not working because at the moment my divs are not overlapping, but that's actually not true. So let's say that if I only make the first div, my red div, positioned absolute. So my red div is now positioned absolute. I'm going to delete the z-index from the last div, so making it revert back to 0. And then I'm going to make the first div have a z-index of 1, but the second one to have a z-index of 10. So if the z-index for the yellow div in fact worked, then it should be stacked on top of everything. As you'll see, if I hit run, it doesn't. And the reason is because it's not positioned. It doesn't have a position relative or a position absolute. It's still static. And what I'm trying to show you is that when you have an element that is not positioned, where you haven't set it to absolute, relative, or fixed, then the z-index does not apply. But as long as we give it a position, let's say relative, if I hit run, you can see it's now on top. If I change it to absolute, you'll see that it's still on top. If I change it to fixed, it's still on top. So the only one that doesn't work is position static, which is the same as no position defined. So as you can imagine, when you're trying to affect the stacking order of your elements on your website, it can get pretty complicated pretty fast. But I'm going to help you through this. I've made a flowchart to help you figure out which element is on top. And you can use it to ascertain between two elements which one is going to be on top of the other one. And you'll find that this is going to be pretty helpful as we get onto the challenges. And let me introduce you to the first challenge. I want you to use the flowchart and what you've learned about the z-index and stacking order to make our phone image hide behind the feature section. And I have to give you a hint. Remember that this section is actually not white, it's see-through by default. So you need to make this section's background color white explicitly if you want it to be able to cover the image. Now, with that hint and all of your knowledge that you've gained up till now, plus this PDF that you're going to be able to download in the resources section for this lesson, I want you to try and give this challenge a go. So the outcome that you're aiming for is the image hidden behind this feature section. So pause the video and give it a go. All right, so in order to change this, we of course have to go into Atom and head over to our styles.css. Now, the image in this case is called title image, And the second section, the feature section, has an ID of features. So the first thing that we said that we needed to do was to change the feature section's background color to white in order to make sure that it's not transparent at all. So if it does sit on top of another element, it will obscure it. Okay, so that's the first part, and at this point, nothing really is going to change. Now, the next part is that we have to make the title image go behind the features. So what if we changed its z-index to -1? Because remember, all the elements by default have a z-index of 0. So by making something -1, it will make it go behind the other things. Now, remember that in order for the z-index to work, we need to do one more thing, and that's of course setting the position to absolute so that that z-index actually gets activated and will actually work. So the next thing is making our feature section go on top of the title image. So we can do that by, of course, first changing its position to absolute and then changing its z-index to 1. So now 1 is greater than -1, so features should sit on top of the title image and we should achieve what we're looking for. Let's hit save and see what happens when we hit run. So a couple of things just happened. The first thing is, remember that we said every element by default has a z-index of 0. By giving the title image a z-index of -1, we've effectively moved it behind this title section. And now we can no longer see it because it's behind everything else. So we can't have that, so we have to delete that line. So what if we just changed the z-index of the feature section to make it go on top of the title image? Well, the other problem that you might spot around here is that our feature section is actually behind here. And the reason is because we've changed the position of the feature section to absolute. And remember, that takes any HTML element out of the flow of the document. So it's no longer stacking and following the natural order. So we can't have that either. So why don't we change this to relative, which we know will keep the element in the HTML flow, but it will allow our features to have a position and we can give it a z-index in that case. So let's check to see if this configuration would work with our flowchart. So are they both positioned elements? Yeah, they are. They're both, one is absolute, the other one is relative. Do they both have a z-index? No, in this case, because we had to remove the z-index from the title image. But does one of them have a z-index? Yes, features section has a z-index. Does one have a z-index greater than 0? Yes, 1 is greater than 0. So the element with a z-index greater than 0 is going to be on top. So this should work if everything else is okay. So let's hit save and let's go and refresh. Ah, look, it's now working. Our image is partially hidden behind our feature section and everything else still looks exactly the way we left it. So that's pretty good. And if you got the solution right by using this particular set of CSS properties, then well done. That's pretty good. You've understood how the z-index works, and I hope the flowchart has been useful. Now, just for bonus points, if you take a look at the flowchart, you'll notice that positioned elements that come later in the HTML flow are on top, even if they don't have a z-index. So what that means is that we can remove the second z-index here and simply leave it as positioned relative. Because if we check our flowchart with this current configuration, are they both positioned elements? Yes. Do they both have a z-index? No. Does one of them have a z-index? No. Actually, in this case, neither of them have a z-index. So we go down to here. Is one below the other in the HTML flow? Well, yes, feature section is below the title image. So the one below in the HTML flow is going to be on top. So this says that our feature section should be on top, even though we haven't actually set a z-index. So now let's go and refresh our page, and you'll see that absolutely nothing has changed because we've managed to make the stacking order work the way that we want it to by understanding not just the Z index, but also how other things affect the stacking order. So when you find yourself wanting to adjust the stacking order of elements, I hope that this PDF will come in handy and you can follow the flowchart to figure out which one is on top. So there's just one last thing that I want to adjust before we finish off, and that is, at the moment, this title page feels slightly unbalanced. We're cutting off a little bit too much of this image, and there's not enough space between the download buttons and the end of the section. So I really want to make that padding bottom a little bit larger so that we can push this section down a little bit more. So to achieve that, if we take a look, we can see that our top section, or our title section, is contained inside a container fluid. So the container fluid has padding top and bottom 3% and 15% left and right. So if you switch on pesticide, you can see that all of this is just the container fluid. So if we made its padding a little bit larger, but only on the bottom, then we can actually achieve the effect that we want. So for example, if we want to go for a dry run, we can select the container fluid and change its padding bottom. So at the moment it's 43, right? What if we change that to, say, I don't know, 100? Then you can see that this looks a lot more appealing, seeing just a little bit more of that image and having a little bit more space. So let's go ahead and do it for real inside our style.css. We're going to change the container fluid, but we want to leave the other values the same. So I still want 3% on the top, 15% left and right, but I'm going to add a 7% padding to just the bottom. So remember, when we only have 3 values for things like padding and margin, the first one is top, second one is left and right, and the last one is the bottom. So if we hit save and we refresh, then you can see it's pretty much the same as what we saw previously when we tried to change it in Chrome Developer Tools. Now, the next thing I want to change is it would be really nice if my image could align on the right with the end of my menu. At the moment, it looks like it's a little bit too mushed to the left, and I would really like to push it to the right a little bit. So to do that, I can go into my image, which is called title image, and because it's already positioned absolute, and I can specify that it should maybe just be 30% from the right. And if we hit save and refresh, then you can see that the margin to the right is now a lot lower and it's only 30%, and that distributes it a little more to the right and looks a lot better. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to talk about another advanced CSS concept, which are responsive breakpoints. And that will allow us to specify exactly how we want the CSS to change depending on the size of the screen. So we would be able to create responsive layouts without having to rely solely on the Bootstrap grid system. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so in the last lesson, we managed to change the Z index, or rather the stacking order, of our title image over here to make it display behind the feature section. Now, if we look closely, though, at this title section, there's still a few teething problems. Firstly, if I move this into mobile size, you can see that my image actually disappears, and it's also still rotated, which is really odd. The second thing is that even when I'm in the mobile size, when it's really small, my title is still left aligned, which also looks very strange. So how can we modify our website's looks on mobile? Well, so far, the responsiveness that we're getting, whereby, the left and the right parts here are taking up 50%, but then on mobile, they go into 100%. This is coming from Bootstrap grids, remember. And it works well enough, but if we wanted to fine-tune this, we'll need to use another advanced feature of CSS, which are CSS media queries. And I want to show you how you can actually use just plain old CSS in order to produce responsive designs. by learning about these media queries. So you might ask, why do I care, right? Why do I care how good it looks? Why do I have to make so many designs for how it looks on mobile as well as on web? Why can't I just have one design and just be okay with it looking good on the web, right? Well, the problem is that since about October-ish 2016, the number of people who browse the web on mobile overtook those who browsed on desktop. So there's actually more people right now who go on websites from their phone than from a desktop computer or a laptop. So it really is the generation of mobile first. And this is why we always have to think about responsiveness whenever we design websites. Now, what are some of the ways that we can deal with this? Well, number one is do nothing. Basically, bury your head in the sand and pretend that nothing happened and just, make your normal desktop websites and be done with it. Well, the problem is that you actually get punished for this kind of behavior. So you may or may not know, but Google rankings are affected by whether if your website is mobile friendly or not. And there's in fact a really helpful web page where they allow you to put in the URL of your website and they will test to see how mobile friendly it is. If it's not mobile friendly at all, as in it looks really awful and difficult to read on mobile, you get penalized in the Google search rankings. And we all know nobody checks anything on Google page 2 or page 3. So this really, really does matter, especially if you're running a business, right? Now, how can we use a website to test this? Well, we can go to our trusty 90s websites. This one is a development design studio called Lamsoft. And it's pretty interesting if you just take a look at it, actually. Firstly, you get a whole 20 seconds of looking at their logo. Then you get another 20 seconds of looking at this flash animation. So it just repeats itself forever until either we die of boredom or 20 seconds is up. And then, as if all of that wasn't enough, you get another flash animation for 15 seconds. But finally, we get onto the homepage. And it is Killer Website Development, Lamsoft Productions. Let me make your website a place to be proud of. I'm really not sure if we should be proud of this website, but it seems like a relic from the 90s. So maybe if we, time traveled, then this is what was actually cool back then. Anyways, this is clearly not a mobile optimized website. I mean, just what happens? Nothing happens, right? So if we plug this into our mobile friendly test, let's paste that URL in here and let's hit run test. Let's see what the verdict is from Google. All right, so definitely no. Page is not mobile friendly. The text is too small, the viewports are not set, and you will be punished on the Google search rankings. So let's not do that. Let's not ignore mobile friendliness, and we have to do something. So what can we do? Well, we can either make a separate mobile site which redirects users if they're trying to browse from mobile. And many large websites actually do this. For example, if you try to go onto Facebook on your mobile device, not through the app, but through your browser, then you actually get redirected not to facebook.com, but m.facebook.com. And that M stands for mobile because they've actually created a separate site that's laid out perfect for mobile viewing. And you can go there on your normal laptop as well if you just head over to m.facebook.com, and you'll see how they've structured and designed the website completely differently from their desktop version in order to be more mobile friendly. Now, that's also a lot of work. You're kind of designing two separate websites, right? So the third solution, and what I would recommend as the best solution, is to just make your websites responsive so that it looks nice on desktop, on laptop, on iPad, on tablet, and on your mobile. And that is what we're going to learn about today. And we're going to make our website responsive, not using external tools like Bootstrap or any of the other frameworks, but we're going to use CSS native functionality. And the one that we'll be using are media query breakpoints in order to achieve this responsiveness. But firstly, what exactly are media queries? Well, let's find out by creating a new CodePlay playground. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove our Bootstrap framework. So I'm going to go with no framework because, as we said before, this is a pure CSS feature. It's not related to Bootstrap or even jQuery. And in fact, if you leave the Bootstrap framework there, it might actually affect the media queries. So I want you to remove the framework completely and hit save. Now we're going to create a new H1. I'm just going to say hello world. And if I hit run, you can see we've got this nice black text. And as we all know, we can go into the CSS and simply say something like, let's target the H1s and change its color to red. So we know that when I hit run, it's going to change the text color to red. Now, what if I only want it to be red under certain conditions? So say if I wanted to say that only when my website is being printed do I want the text to be red. How can I affect my website on that kind of level? Well, this is where media queries come in. So I can say add media, then I'm going to give it a statement to evaluate whether if it's true or false. So I'm going to say media print. So if our website is under the condition of being printed, then this will equal true. And that means that all of this code inside the brackets will get carried out. So now let's hit run, and you can see that under normal conditions, my website just has an H1 that's black. But if I now hit print, you can see that the text is now red. And that comes from our handy media query. Now there's other media queries apart from print. There are things such as screen, which is dependent on the screen size or screen resolution. There's also another one, for example, speech, which will be activated if the website is being read to a visually impaired person, for example. So we can use all of these different types for our media query. And this is kind of roughly how the media queries are structured. Firstly, you have the @media keyword, which says that everything that comes afterwards is a media query. The next thing is the type of media or medium that we are selecting on. So the code should only be activated if the website is being displayed on a screen, or if it's being printed, or if it's on a screen reader. All of those kind of things. And then the third thing is the feature. So as we said before, the media queries is a query. So we're checking to see if something is true or false. So we can check to see, for example, if the media is a screen, i.e. being displayed on a device, and the feature is that its minimum width is 900 pixels. So we're checking to see what size the website is being rendered in. Is it being rendered in something that's really large, like a desktop computer? Well, then in that case, we're going to change something. Now, instead of checking whether if our website is in the printed condition, we can also check for other things like screen resolution or screen size, which is more applicable to when we want to make our websites responsive. So let's delete the print statement. And let's say instead that under the conditions where our website has a max width of, say, 900 pixels, so we know from CodePlay's estimates that a laptop is roughly 1200 by 264 pixels, and a tablet is roughly 880 pixels by 264. And the 880 is, of course, the width. So that means that if we say that under the conditions where the website is being displayed and the maximum width is 900 pixels, so if the website is 900 pixels in width or less, then we will change the H1's color to red. So let's pop this out, and we can see that on laptop size, it is black. Our H1 is black, but as we get smaller and we go to the tablet size, you can see that our color just changed dramatically. It just turned red. And when our website is any size that's 900 pixels or smaller, so tablet or mobile or, any sort of small device, then we can change and affect our CSS. So what might you want to change in here? So for example, what we might want is that, say, under normal conditions, we want the H1 to be displayed with a font size of, say, 30 pixels, right? So if I hit run, you can see that it's roughly the same size as before. It's large enough for somebody on a desktop size. Now, what if when our screen gets smaller, say on a tablet or mobile, I want the font size to be a little bit bigger so that it's easier to see. So let's change the font size on mobile and tablet to, say, 60 pixels, double the size. So now if I hit run, you can see that nothing really happens on the desktop laptop sizes. But once I trip that breakpoint, that 900 pixel point, you can see it's right here, then our font gets doubled in size and it's now much easier to see on a smartphone. Now you might want to go the other way too. Maybe you want the text to be smaller on the phone and larger on the desktop to take up more space that's available. But essentially, we've managed to create a media query breakpoint at 900 pixels, where when this becomes true, the code that's inside these brackets gets enacted, and we override the existing font size with our font size for smaller devices. Now, the wording of these breakpoints are a little bit confusing, I must admit, because you can have max width and you can have min width. So if the minimum width is 900 pixels, then we're now targeting in the other direction. We're saying that when our website is being displayed on any device that's 900 pixels wide or greater, then we want to change the font size. So if I hit run now, you can see that when this is being displayed on a laptop or desktop size, it's massive. But when I trip that 900 breakpoint and go into tablet or mobile, then it reverts to the normal styling. So this media query is only valid from 900 pixels onwards. Now, you can also use more than one parameter to really narrow down the range where you want this media query to occur. So, for example, you can combine a minimum width of, say, 900 pixels and a maximum width of, say, 1000 pixels. Then in this case, our code inside these brackets is only going to be triggered and used on a viewport that is greater than 900 pixels but less than 1000 pixels. So there's only a 100 pixel gap where this code is going to work. So let me show you what this looks like. So you can see that normally we have our 30 pixel H1, and when it's really small, we still have a 30 pixel H1, but I flashed through the middle because I want to show you that there's a small 100 pixel gap where we reach 900 pixels, but before 1000 pixels, that our H1 is changed by our code in here. So you notice just now that I used a few different words, and this is something that you have to be really careful about when somebody else talks about the size of something, right? So for example, you can have something that is the size of the device. So this is a fixed thing. So for example, your laptop is going to have a larger device width than the tablet. And you can't change the device width unless, you decide to saw it in half or something, which probably won't work anymore. Don't do this at home. Please don't blame me on this. I don't want anybody's parents or spouses to blame me for their broken TVs. But your device width doesn't change. Now, the other thing that we talk about is your browser size. Now, as you saw, I can change my browser size simply by toggling it left and right. Now, the last thing, which is what we tend to talk about when we're talking about responsiveness, is the viewport. And this is the size of the screen that your website is being displayed on. So all of these terms mean different things, and it's really important that you remember what they mean when we refer to it, because otherwise it can get a little bit confusing. All right, so let's head back to apply what we just learned to our project. So what we need to happen is that when we go into the tablet size or smaller, we need to change the position of our image from position absolute, where it's taken out of the HTML flow and it doesn't take up its own space, even when you can't even see it anymore, like in this case. So in order to do that, we have to change the position of this to static when it's being displayed on a smaller screen. So it starts taking up the full amount of space that it needs again. Now, the other thing I want it to transform and rotate back into the straight axes. So I want that image to be straight and not tilted like we have in the laptop size. And finally, I want the text in this title to be center aligned when we're on the tablet and mobile size, so it doesn't look so weird being left aligned. And in terms of Bootstrap grids, you can see the point at which the medium size triggers. So the tablet size triggers right here. And if you open up Chrome Developer Tools, and we're not actually using the panel, if we just drop it down, you can see that on the right up here, we've got the width being displayed as I toggle it. So let's take a look at our website design and see at which width or at which point does our design start getting weird. So as we get narrower and narrower, our title and our images are being kind of squished together more and more. So this point we're at 128, and this still looks good, but any smaller than that, then it starts looking kind of weird. So let's target that size with a media query. So we're going to create a media query just by using the media keyword. Then we're going to say the width that we want to target. And in this case, I'm going to use max width because this is going to refer to the viewport sizes where the width is, say, 128 pixels and below, which is going smaller and smaller. So this is a good point, I think, to start changing the CSS. So at this point in, not really time, but in viewport width, I'm going to change the title image. So you would write your CSS just as you would write it inside anywhere else, but it's now inside this media query where this code only gets carried out under the conditions where this is true. So when our viewport is 1028 pixels or smaller, then we want to change our position back to static. And if I hit save and refresh, then you'll notice that when I get into the smaller sizes, so when I go past that breakpoint, then our image becomes the original static size. So it's back into the flow of the HTML and it's not getting cut off by anything else. Now, the next thing we want to do is to rotate it back to the center. So to do this, we have to use the transform property, and we're going to rotate it. Now, you might think that you need to rotate it backwards. So you say minus however many degrees. But actually, this is the absolute rotation. So this is rotate back to 0, which means that it's straight up. So let's hit save and refresh. And you can see now on the tablet size and mobile size, we're getting a vertical phone with the image, and it's now taking up the entire space of our title section. It's not being cut off at all. So now the last thing I want to do is I want to make everything inside this title section center aligned because it looks very, very weird at the moment being left aligned when it's this small. So we can do that by adding the title selector, and we're going to say text align center. So now you'll see that our website looks beautiful on mobile and tablet, and also looks great on laptop and desktop. And we've managed to do all of that simply by using the CSS breakpoints. And what you'll find is that generally with broad stroke responsiveness, you can do a lot of that with Bootstrap grids. But for fine tuning and for really narrowing down on the exact design you want for mobile, tablet, and laptop, you will often find yourself using these CSS media queries. So when you're designing a responsive website, there's really two ways or two directions where you can go about doing this. You can either go mobile first, so you start designing your website at sort of this size, and then you start looking at how you can make it look good on laptop. Or the other way, which is what we've done basically, is designed our website for desktop and then made it responsive and look good on the smaller sizes. Now, there's a lot of debate about which direction is better, but what I recommend is that you actually try doing it both ways. So starting by designing and creating your HTML and CSS for a mobile-sized website, and then trying to make it responsive on tablet and laptop, and also going the other direction for maybe another website project, and you'll find out which you prefer. And it's better to just try it out for yourself, because if you do it well, the end result looks similar, but people tend to have a preference as to which direction they create their websites. So it's a good thing to explore. Now, in the next lesson, we've got another challenge for you. And I want you to complete this website by completing the last call to action section and also the footer. Now, there's nothing new here that you haven't learned before, but you'll be doing it yourself and it's going to be a lot of fun. So head over there once you're ready and get started with the next challenge. All right, so how did you get on with that challenge? Well, if you manage to style your website to look more or less like what we've got here, then you win. Ding, 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 ding. But if you struggled, or if there was anything that was unclear, then I'm going to walk you through the solution so that you can do it along with me. Now, you can see that to turn this into this, there's still a little bit of work that we have to do in terms of styling. And the first thing is to change the call to action section to a different background color. So let's go ahead and do that now. So you can see that we've got this call to action or CTA section, and this is the ID that we can use to target that section. So if we scroll all the way down, but just before the media queries, we can add in a new section called the CTA section. And I'm going to comment it out, and this is our new section. Now I'm going to target the CTA ID, and I'm going to change the background color to that pinkish red color that we had before, which is FF4C68. So let's hit save and check it out. All right, looks good. Now, we mentioned previously that whenever our background is colored, we want the text to be white and not black because it doesn't look contrasty enough. So let's go ahead and add some text color, and we're going to make it FFF. And now we have white text instead of black text. Now, currently, our content of the section is pretty much stuck to the left and the top and the bottom, and it's all too squished together. So let's give this section some padding like what we've done for all the previous sections. So we're going to use the same amount of padding as we had in, say, the carousel or in the features section, which is 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right. So now we got a little bit of padding, looking nice, right? So the next thing that you might want to address is the heading. It's far too small for a call to action. I mean, as a call to action, you want to grab people's attention, right? Not be like an afterthought. So let's go ahead and change the style of that heading. So we've got an H3 here, but you can see we've already styled the H3 for the feature titles up here. So we can't really override this. So what do? Let's give it a custom class. Now the class I'm going to give it is CTA heading, and I'm just going to copy that over to here so that I can target it down here. CTA heading, and remember this is a class, whereas this is an ID. So I know I'm getting repetitive, but it's really important you don't mess this up. All right, so now we've got our CTA heading, and we want to change our font family to probably the heaviest Montserrat that we can find, which is Montserrat Black. And this is the same font as the one that we've got up here as our heading. So Montserrat Black, and also we're going to change the font size to maybe 3.5 rem and the line height to 1.5. So let's hit save, let's refresh, massive call to action. Looks pretty good. So you'll notice that this looks very awkward being left aligned. So let's go ahead and fix that and go into the parent section and change text align inside the parent container to be center. And now we have centered items and centered text. Next, what's the next thing that looks weird? Well, the download buttons look pretty weird. So let's apply some Bootstrap styles. So let's add a class and let's give it the BTN style and then BTN large, then BTN dark. And then we will just simply copy and paste this icon from up here, which is the Apple icon. And we're going to put it over here. And then again, I'm going to copy the Google Play icon. Now, of course, you can go on to Font Awesome and get all of this fresh, but it's exactly the same. So why not just reuse the code that we've already got? So now let's hit save and let's add a class to the second button. And this again is going to be BTN, BTN large, BTN light. So hit save and refresh. Nice, we've got some nice buttons. Now, they're a little bit too close to each other and too close to the heading, so we need to give it some custom CSS styles. Now, you would have noticed that we've already applied some styles up at the top to give it a nice amount of separation and a bit of margin away from anything else. So, what if we just borrowed the class that we used up here, which was download button, and we simply straight up just applied it over here as is. Now let's hit save, refresh, and that looks pretty good. So now we're pretty much done with the CTA section. All we have is the footer that's left. So the footer, of course, again, needs a whole load of padding, and we're going to use the same amount of padding as we had before to give the content the same amount of separation from the edges. So let's go ahead and check that we've got the footer with an ID called footer. So we can target it down here, and I'm just going to add the footer section comment. And then I'm going to target the footer ID, and I'm going to give it a padding of, you got it, 7% and 15%. All right, so we now actually have a footer, which is pretty sweet. Again, content needs to be centered, so let's add text align center, centering our text. And finally, we need to add some social icons from Font Awesome. So let's head over to Font Awesome /icons, and we're going to grab Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and envelope. All right, nice. So let's copy Facebook and put it in here into the footer. Then next one is Twitter. All right, next one is Instagram. And finally, our mailing option. All right, cool. So now let's refresh our website and we now have icons. Pretty cool. Now, the icons are a little bit too close to each other at the moment, so we need a little bit of margin around each of them just to give it a bit of separation and not look so bunched up, and it'll be difficult to click on individual ones at the moment. So let's give each of these icons another class. So I'm holding down the option button to engage the Sublime-like selection, and I'm going to call this social icon. All right. So now I can go into my styles.css and I can target the social icon and give it a margin of, say, 20 pixel top and bottom, 10 pixels left and right. All right, now let's hit refresh, and sweet, we have a footer. Now, if you look through your website, this is a beauty of a startup website. You could probably launch Tindog right now and start using this beautiful website. It does not look out of place compared to any of the other startup websites that you see these days. So I think we did a pretty good job. Now, just to finish off, the last thing I want to enable is to make these navigation buttons work. And I want to show you why it is that we gave each section an ID. So one of the things that you can do is you can use a href that's not a URL and it's not a page, but it's an ID. So because IDs are unique, then what you can do here in the href for that button, so all the way at the top here, in the button for contact, you see that we left the href for the anchor tag blank. But what I'm going to put here now is I'm going to put in the ID. So remember, IDs have to start with the pound sign. So you can see that for our footer section, we've got an ID that's unique called footer. So if I head back to that anchor tag where I've got the href, if I want to target that section, all I have to do is just to put in the pound sign to say that this is an ID for an href, and then put in the name of the ID, which is footer. And now if you hit save and refresh, then if I click on contact, it will scroll all the way down to the footer section where the user can contact me. So let's go ahead and put in the other ones for pricing. So pricing was called pricing. Okay, that's easy. So we're going to put in hashtag or pound sign pricing. And then download is of course going to be the CTA section, call to action. So let's hit save and refresh. And now if we click on pricing, goes to pricing, download goes to download, and it's pretty cool. So this is one of the reasons why you would want to use IDs sparingly, because they can be really useful when you're trying to set up the navigation of your website. And if you take a look at GitHub and if you scroll through the documentation, you can see that each of their headings have a ID. So if I right click on this and I hit inspect, you can see that this one has an ID of product features. So you can see that this is the URL of the web page. And if you put in that pound sign, which stands for, of course, go to this particular ID, and then you put in the name of the heading, then it navigates you straight there. So this works in the URL level as well as in the href. So that's yet another reason for why sometimes you see people use IDs across their web pages. So in the next lesson, we're going to be tidying up this mess that we've made around here in our CSS file. You might have noticed along the way that there's been a lot of code duplication. And remember that as a programmer, we're always trying to stay dry, right? Do not repeat yourself. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at why we need to refactor our code on a regular basis and what is the best way of doing that in our case. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in its current state, our styles.css is looking a little bit atrocious. I mean, there's so much repetition here. Montserrat bold font family, Montserrat bold font family. And you might even remember how many times we wrote padding, 7%, 15%, right? We wrote it like all over the place, here and many, many more. So as I said previously, as a programmer, we're always aspiring to be dry. Do not repeat yourself. And the opposite of this is kind of our code at the moment, and it's probably like wet code. We enjoy typing. This is why we want to refactor our code on a regular basis in order to keep it performant and easy to read. Now, whenever I go on holiday, I always seem to be packing an hour before I have to leave. I think I have some medical condition where I can't pack in advance. So my suitcase always inevitably ends up looking like this, basically a mess, and I have to sort of like kneel on it to try and close it, and everything is everywhere, and it's just impossible to find anything once I actually do arrive. Now, instead, what would be a lot nicer is if I had actually learnt the skills of packing properly so that everything is neat and tidy, and myself or anybody else would be able to easily find anything they need inside this suitcase. And this is kind of the idea behind code refactoring as well, right? I mean, incidentally, I'm also the type of person who cooks and makes a huge mess in the kitchen, and then I will just sort of mentally ignore it until I eat. And then after I eat, I kind of have to confront the situation, or sometimes, maybe even go 2 meals without tidying the kitchen. But of course, the longer that you go on like this, the harder it is to continue cooking because you can't find anything and everything is everywhere. So one of the most memorable things that I remember from one of my mentors is that he once said you should refactor your code and maintain it to keep your code in a state as if you expect the next person who's going to have to maintain your code to be an axe murderer. Basically, how much do you want to get murdered when they can't find any of the variables and they can't figure out why something's going wrong because your code is a mess and it's a load of unorganized spaghetti code? So we've spoken enough about why we need to refactor our code, but how do you actually do it? Well, there's a number of guiding principles that most people will follow when they're refactoring their code. And for me, the order of importance goes more or less like this. So I would prioritize readability as the number one priority. So make sure that your code is easy to understand for not just, yourself, but maybe say your future self. Say when you come back in a year to try and understand your code, can you quickly understand what's going on? Is everything organized in a logical way? Is everything commented so that you can easily understand what each part of the code is about? And also when somebody else comes along, or if you're working on the same project with another person, and this is a very common scenario if you're working in any sort of company or team, you're likely to be cooperating on the same piece of code. So remember, axe murderer, bad. So try to keep your code readable. Now, the next thing is modularity. And this kind of relates to how easy is it to reuse bits of your code and how easy is it to narrow down. Say if, one particular part of your website breaks down, is your code modular enough that you would be able to narrow down on the exact section of code or code file that's responsible for the problems that's occurring? Now, at the moment, because we're only covering basically HTML and CSS, we haven't really dug into this idea of modularity. Although I've tried to impress upon you the importance of keeping your structure code inside the HTML and your style code inside the CSS, so that when you come to debugging your code, you know where to look. And this kind of division of labor is another form of modularity. But as we go on to learn more about JavaScript or Node.js backend stuff, we're going to be making our code more and more modular so that it's easier to maintain as it gets more complex and more interesting. And then we come on to the slightly less important things like efficiency. How fast does your code run? There's ways of making your code very efficient and very fast. Now, a lot of that happens at the choosing the programming language level. So, you want something fast, choose something like C, right? Something that's close to the metal. But there's also other ways of improving the efficiency of your code. But it's much, much less important than keeping your code modular and readable. So that's why it's number 3. And the last thing that a lot of people like to obsess about, but it's mostly a vanity thing, is the length of your code. You will very often hear coding bros talk about how short they've managed to make their code. And very often when you're talking to a bunch of programmers and somebody says that I built this feature and, it only has 21 lines, then somebody else is going to come along inevitably and going to be like, well, I can write that in Haskell and it'll be 10. And, yours truly, I might have also engaged in such terrible behavior, but it's kind of more like recreational. This is not good coding practice by any means. Now, if you're cutting down on the length to improve readability, then that's great. That's really, really important. Making sure that you're not repeating yourself in your code so that you keep your code really well structured and readable. That is very important, up there, number 1. But if you're purely just reducing the length of your code and actually making your code less readable, less comprehensible, then that's bad. And if you're building code for enterprise or for your company, then that's probably not what you want to do. But if you are doing it just for fun, there's actually a sport amongst programmers called code golf. Don't worry, it doesn't involve, getting changed or actually having to sweat. all it involves is trying to figure out how you can write the shortest code possible in order to achieve a certain task. And if you're interested, there's a section of Stack Exchange called codegolf.stackexchange where they've got a whole bunch of these kind of things. For example, this one is where you get to create a magic 8-ball that spits out one of these answers randomly, and you have to do that in the least number of characters of code possible. So you see stuff like people using crazy programming languages which are just like, look at how short this is. And for some reason, it's able to spit out that code, but more likely you're going to see something like this or something like this. But it's a fun place to explore once you've really understood a particular language and you really want to flex your code biceps for recreation. But for code that you're going to ship, this is not important at all. So I just want to make that really clear. Now, let's head into our code and see what we can do to refactor it and make it more readable and more modular. So the first thing I want to do is I want to structure our code so that we keep all of our HTML element selectors together. So we've got the body up here and we've got a row of red. This is just something I like to do because it's so much easier to navigate. And when you're trying to find things, it can be such a pain when you've got things dotted all over the place, especially in your CSS. So now that we've got all of these HTML elements up here, you'll realize that some of these are actually doing very specific things. For example, this section of code, even though it's targeting all of the H1s, it's actually only really applying this style specifically for this title here. So these styles should not really be applied to the H1. Instead, it should be applied more specifically to a type of heading. The kind of styles that you want to place across all of the H1s, H2s, or H3s are very, very broad. Things like, font family maybe, or a particular color if you have a color scheme. You don't want specific things like, a font size or a line height, because that's something that should really occur more specifically to a particular class. So let's go ahead and change this. Instead of targeting the H1, I'm going to add a class to the H1 and I'm going to call it big heading. So this is the biggest heading that we have, basically. And I'm going to place that class somewhere down here. And I'm going to have a section that's dedicated to headings. And this one is the big heading. So the big heading is basically going to be all of this code. So I'm going to cut it and then I'm going to paste it in here. So now what should we use the H1, H2, H3 selectors for? Well, you might notice that a lot of these elements already have the font family Montserrat bold inside them. So it's worth actually targeting all of the heading elements, so H1 through to H6, and giving it the same font family that you would want for a heading. And we can do that quite easily by simply saying H1, comma, H2, H3, H4, 5, 6. And what this does is it applies these CSS rules inside these curly brackets to all of these heading types. And it's the equivalent of basically saying H1 font family is Montserrat bold, H2 font family Montserrat bold, H3. And instead, all we need to do is just to put it inside here. And that applies that font family to all of the headings that we have. And this makes a lot of sense because if all of our headings have the default font of Montserrat bold and all of our bodies, so the rest of the text has the font family Montserrat, then it's very easy to customize the appearance of individual headings from there on out. So now we can delete all of this and this and this. So less repetition, much better structure, and more modular code. So those are the things that we are aiming for. Now, if we go ahead and hit save and refresh our website, now we're not expecting to see any changes. We're refactoring the code. We're not trying to change the style. In fact, if it does change, then we might have broken something and we have to check regularly to make sure that our refactoring is not breaking our website. So let's head back and let's look at the next thing we've got here, which is the H2. Now let's take a look at where they occur. So we've got some of these which are the testimonials And then we've got other ones which are the section headings. And we've got another one, which is the price in our pricing table. So instead of having an H2 where we add all of these styles, I would recommend to actually give each of these H2s a specific class. So in this case, this class might be called price text, and we can add the same class to all three of the price text H2s. And then we can go into our styles.css, find the pricing section, and then target the price text and change its font size to 3 rem and line height to 1.5. And let's go back over here and refresh and just make sure that we haven't broken anything. Looks exactly the same, so that's all good. And then we can head back and we look for the next place where we used an H2. So the other place are these testimonial titles. So let's go ahead and add a class here, and we'll just call it testimonial text. And I'm going to add that class to the other testimonial also, which is here. And then we're going to hit save, and we're going to go and find the testimonial section, and we're going to add the class selector, testimonial text. And we're going to say that the font size is 3 rem and the line height is 1.5. And the last place where we've got an H2 is this section heading. So I'm just going to give it the class of section heading. And this means that if we decide at a later date to give our website more sections that require section headings, then we can apply the same style by simply adding this class to whatever new section we need to create. So now let's go in here, and in the headings section, we've got up here, we've got a big heading, and we're now going to add our section heading, which is going to have a font size of 3 rem and a line height of 1.5 rem. So now we're able to delete this H2, and you might be wondering why I'm going to all this trouble of essentially, kind of going back on what I said earlier, right? We said don't repeat yourself, and that's important when you're trying to refactor your code. But at the same time, say if you're looking at your website and you realize, wait a minute, there's something a little bit wrong with, this part of the text. Well, then it's as easy as going to inspect and finding the class that we've got here, which is testimonial text, then scrolling to the right section, and we know exactly which part of our code affects the style of that section. And it's very unlikely that on your website that's the same at the H1 or H2 level. So this is what we mean about modularity. So it allows you to drill down on a specific section very, very easily and figure out what the problems are, or change the style of one particular section without affecting the rest of the website. Now, the last heading element that we've got here is an H3. And in our case, we're setting the font size to 1.5 rem. So let's check the H3s that we've got on our page. And we've got some of these H3s for our card header. And then we've got some H3s for our CTA heading, which is actually overridden with the CTA heading class over here. And we've got one more H3, which are the feature titles. So it might be a good idea to add a class here, and we call it feature title. And we can apply this class to all three of these feature titles. And now if we go into our feature section, we can target the feature title, and we can update its style to have the font size 1.5 rem. And we can now delete this rather specific H3 styling. So now all of our HTML elements are pretty much doing very, very broad stroke across the website type of styling. And there's nothing specific in here. Whenever you're trying to apply some specific styles, you probably want to ask yourself if you want to use a class. Now, in our case, I've been a little bit lazy about adding classes as we're going along with our coding, all because I wanted to save up all of this juicy goodness for our refactoring lesson. But normally what you would do is, as you go along, as you're writing the code, and as you realize opportunities for refactoring, you would do it there and then, rather than waiting for some large refactoring session that's probably always going to be procrastinated on, and it's never going to happen. All right, so the other thing that we noticed while we were scrolling through our HTML code was that if we look at the CTA heading here, it's got a class of CTA heading, but actually, if you look at it, it's basically the same as our big heading. So in this case, this kind of repetition is not really necessary because we can simply give it the rather specific class of big heading. And you'll see that nothing changes here because the same CSS style is specified inside the CTA heading and also inside the big heading. And this is almost like, you know how we're using Bootstrap classes which have defined specific styles for different types of headings or buttons, and all we need to do is just to add the class. Well, we're kind of doing this for ourselves. We want our big headings to look a particular way, our section headings to look another way, and we can reuse these classes across our website. Now, the next thing that will be a bit of an eyesore that you might have noticed while you're scrolling through the website is that you see text align center. Let's just control or command find that, and you can see that there's 7 instances where we had to declare text align center all over the place. So if it's occurring this commonly, then, and it's pretty much in every single section that we've had to add text align center, then it makes sense to simply add this website wide. So we can make the entire body of our website text align center, and that way we can delete all of these other instances. But remember to keep the one inside your media query because that's a different use case. That's for when our title goes into the mobile mode. We still want to change it to text align center. So let's hit save and refresh, and you'll see that not much has happened, which is good, apart from the fact that our title section is now text align centered and no longer text align left, which looks kind of weird. But that's no problem. It's much easier to write text align left once rather than write text align center 7 times, right? So inside our title section, we're going to set the text align to left. And now everything is good as old. The other thing that we see repeated pretty much across our CSS is this padding 7%, 15%. And if I hit find, then you can see we've actually specified it in 4 places. And we've repeated our code sort of needlessly like this. So this kind of padding is usually the container's job. But in our case, the container fluid has kind of been adapted specifically for our title section. This is the only place in our HTML where we've used container fluid so far because we've made this style too specific for this section, whereas it's meant to be something that you should really reuse. So let's change container fluid to 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right. And then let's put some container fluids around all of the areas where we had this particular padding style specified. So the first one is inside features. So let's scroll to the features section and let's add a div that is a container fluid and move the closing div down to the bottom. All right. And then let's go on to the next one. Next one is the carousel item. So let's find the carousel. It should be inside the testimonial section. So here's our carousel item. And instead of applying the style of 7% top and bottom, 15% left and right to the carousel item, all we need to do is just to add container fluid to the list of classes for this div. And we're going to do it over here as well, so that both carousel item divs also have this container fluid. Make sure that you don't have any typos like I just did just there. So let's go to the next place where we've got our padding 7 and 15. So that's the CTA and the footer. And I think that's the last of it. So let's go to our CTA section and add a div that is going to be container fluid. And the same in our footer. And I'm just going to beautify our code so that it's a little bit easier to see. So now that we've narrowed down all of our padding 7 and 15%, so all the places where this occurs, then it's a good time to delete it because we no longer need it. It's now covered by the container fluid. And in fact, if you do keep it, you end up with 2 sets of paddings, which is not what you want. So now there's just one found, and that's for the container fluid. So that's perfect. So now if we hit save and refresh, our website still looks okay. Now the only one that doesn't look the same is our title. Because the container fluid has 7% top and bottom padding, then it pushes down our navbar by quite a bit at the top, which is not what we want. So how can we change this? Well, let's inspect using our Chrome developer tools, and you can see that we've got this container fluid here that has all of that padding at the top, 100 at the top, 100 at the bottom, which is roughly the 7%. So all we need to do is to change this to a value that's a lot lower. So let's say, I don't know, say 3%. Right? And we restore it to the previous look. So how can we implement this in our code? Well, one way of doing it would be, let's say that we decided, oh, you know what? I'm going to abandon this class container fluid. I'm going to give it a custom class like title container or something else like that. But remember, container fluid is actually a bootstrap class, which is quite helpful when we're keeping our website responsive and all of that. So we do want to keep it, and we don't want to just, give up and give it a custom class. So how else can we do this? Well, what if we change the padding for title? What if we targeted this specific ID instead of the container fluid? Well, that doesn't really work. Let me show you why. So at the moment, we've got the container fluid selected, but now I'm going to select the title section. And if I change the padding up here to 3%, you'll see that it'll actually add more padding on top of the padding that we've got for the container. So now the container fluid has some padding and the title section has some padding. So that doesn't work either. We're not overriding this by adding a padding to another HTML element. So what can we do? Well, we can combine some selectors in order to say that, all right, so the general container fluid should have this padding, but in the title section, so let's make sure that we actually have a title section that's commented out. And let's move our container fluid up here because it's no longer just belonging in the title section, right? And we'll call this containers. And I'm going to move the title section to below the navigation bar, say around here, so that it's together with the title image and the download buttons. All right, so instead of adding the padding to our title section, what we're going to do is that we're going to select the container fluid, but we're going to say that we only want to change the style of the container fluid, and we're going to set it to have a different padding of, say, 3% at the top, 15% left and right, and 7% at the bottom. But this is going to apply this padding to all of the container fluids, and that will conflict with our previous container fluid selector. But what we can do is we can say that for the container fluid class that is contained inside the title section, then apply this specific padding. And because this rule is more specific than the one that only targets the container fluid class, then this will override the previous one. So now let's hit save. And if you refresh, then you can see that we've gotten back our previous layout for our top container fluid. And if you inspect and you click on the container fluid in this top section, you can see that the previous padding was overridden by the more specific one that we created just now. And I'm just going to pause here for a moment because I want to explain to you how you would combine selectors in CSS. So to learn about that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so as promised, we're going to talk about how you can pick and mix your CSS selectors. So one of my favorite childhood pastimes, picking and mixing sweets, until the dentist told me to stop, otherwise he's going to pull out all my teeth. So dental horrors aside, let's talk about how you can combine different CSS selectors in order to apply styles more specifically. Now, the first type is the easiest to understand, and we've seen this when we combined all of our different heading types, H1 through to H6, and applied the font family Montserrat Bold to all of these HTML elements on our web page. So the idea here is that you write one selector, you add a comma and then a space and then the next selector. So the space in this case is actually optional, but it's quite nice to space it out just so that you can see it more clearly. But later on, as we'll see, in other cases, the spacing is really important. But when you're combining multiple selectors, it's not a big deal. So selector 1, comma, space, selector 2. That's a good style to follow. Now, the way that it works is, say that we have an H1 and a paragraph, and we want to apply the same color to the text in both cases. Then we can either write out, this long-winded approach of H1, color red, P, color red, or we can simply combine it by writing H1, comma, space, P. And in this case, we're applying the color red to both of these elements. And this is just a way of shortening your code and grouping similar things together. You're going to see this most commonly at the HTML element level, and it's mostly for things like H1 through to H6, but this is very, very simple. Now, it gets a little bit more complicated when we start talking about hierarchical selectors. And that's because in order to use this properly, we have to understand how the HTML is structured. So in our case, we wrote this code that targeted the container fluid class that is inside something that has the ID of title, and we gave it a different padding. The syntax here looks like this. So you have selector 1, then you have a space, then you have selector 2. And this is what I was talking about earlier on. Spacing in this case is crucial. You should have one space, and the order is that the first selector is from the parent and the second selector is from the child. So let's take a look at this in more detail so that we can really get to grips with it. So in this case, I've got a div that has a class of container fluid, and I also have an H1 that has the ID of title. So if we had some code that was written like this, then this is a hierarchical combination of selectors. So you would read this from right to left, and so does the browser. So it's going to look for all of the H1s that are contained inside a div. So in this case, it would work and it would change the text color to red because our H1 is indeed contained inside a div. But you might realize that this is very, very broad. All of your H1 that are inside a div is going to be colored red. So you might want to make it a little bit more specific. Say in this case, we're saying that the element that has an ID of title that is contained inside a parent with the class container-fluid should have the text color of red. Now, this is a lot more specific because firstly, you're only going to have one ID that is going to be title on your whole page. And by using the class of the parent, you're also getting very, very specific. Now, in this case, this is actually kind of redundant code because if you wanted to apply this style to an element with an ID of title, as we said before, IDs have to be unique across the page, so they can only be one thing with the ID that is title. So you would never write this code, you would simply just target the ID title, right? But this is probably the most legitimate code that you will see. So in this case, we're saying that all the H1s on the web page, that is the child of an element with the class container fluid, should be colored red. And this is a very specific way of applying styles to a particular element inside your web page. And this allows you to really drill down your CSS because you're not applying your styles to all the H1, but instead you're saying that only the H1s that are inside a parent that has the class container fluid should have this style. Now, it's really important to remember that you should read the hierarchy from the right to the left. So in this case, it's the element that has a class of title that is inside a parent that is a div. That should have the color red. The one on the right is the child, the one on the left is the parent. And this syntax will only work in a parent-child situation. You can't have, for example, a div that has the class of title and you're trying to use this syntax. It just simply won't work. Something has to be contained in something else. Something has to be a child of something else for this type of hierarchical syntax to work. Now, the last type of combination that I'm going to talk about are when you simply combine selectors. And in this case, that space is gone. There is no space between your two selectors that you're combining. And you can see something like this. So an HTML element combined with a class, or it could be an HTML element combined with a ID. It doesn't really matter. But they have to all occur in the same element. So in this case, if I try to change the color of the hello world and I wanted to combine my selectors, I would say something like the H1 that has an ID of title should have the color red. And this is how you should read this syntax. When there is no space, you're reading from left to right. When there is space, then it's hierarchical and you're reading from right to left. So it's a little bit confusing, but you'll get used to it once you start applying it and using it yourself. So it doesn't matter if it's an ID or if it's a class that's being combined with an HTML element. That doesn't matter at all. And as long as there is no space between your two selectors, it will work just fine. So in this case, we're saying that the div that has a class of container fluid should have the text color of red being applied to all of its contents. But this doesn't work. If you're saying that the div with an ID of title should have the text color red, this is not valid code because currently on screen we don't have a single div that has the ID of title. We only have a div that has a child with the ID of title, and this doesn't work. You're going to have to use a hierarchical selector if you want to do something like this. So at this point, a lot of students will ask, well, what exactly is the difference between the one where you have a space between your two selectors and the one where there is no space? So I've got this bit of HTML here that I've pre-written to save you the boredom of having to watch me type. But essentially, we've got a div that has a class of container, and it contains an H1 that has the class of title, and it says hello world. Then we have another div that has the class of container fluid, and it has an H1 with the class title as well. Now, I've removed all traces of Bootstrap from this code play because it's not important. I want to show you that what we're doing here, this is just pure CSS. It's not related to the Bootstrap classes or the framework at all. This is just CSS knowledge that we're learning here. So what if I wanted to apply some CSS styles in order to color the hello world in red? What would I need to do? Well, unless I was willing to change the HTML, there is no way of applying a style selectively to this hello world and not the goodbye world without combining our selectors. Because, for example, if I said, let's target the H1s and change the text color to red, then it's going to change both of the H1s. And this is the same if I try to use their class, which is title as well, right? So I would need to combine my selectors. And in this case, the difference between these two titles is just that they're contained in different divs, or divs with different classes rather. So I can use that fact to structure my CSS code. So I can say, for example, the text that has a class of title that's inside an element that has the class container should have this color red applied to it. So remember, we're reading always from right to left. So we're saying that an element with a class called title that's inside an element with a class called container should have this style applied. So let's hit run. And you can see that we've managed to isolate the hello world from the goodbye world simply by using hierarchical selectors. Now, if I delete that space there, this code will no longer work, because what this now reads is look for an element inside the HTML that has a class of container, but also a class of title. So essentially what you're saying here is you're saying that it is an H1 that has two classes and it looks like this. So that is what this code is saying. When you're combining code together with no spaces, all of these selectors have to be within the same HTML element. So you could say an H1 that has a class of container and also a class of title should have this style. And when I run the code, you can see this still works exactly the same. But this has no parent or child relationship at all. And you would be targeting two classes in the same element. But when you do combine selectors like this, it doesn't really matter if you're combining classes with IDs or IDs with HTML elements. So let's give this an ID. Let's call this heading, and let's change our class back to title and hit run. And now I'm able to change the H1 by saying H1 # heading. This will target an H1 that has an ID of heading, and that is of course our hello world. I can also say H1.title, but this now targets all the H1s that have a class of title, and that is both hello and goodbye. So I hope that illustrates a common confusion point, which is space versus no space, and what is the difference between a hierarchical and a simple combo. So this takes a little bit of time to really sink in, and I really urge you to build your own code playground and mess with your code to try and target specific things without having to add in more custom classes into your HTML. So try to use combinations instead of adding new classes that you can target. So have a play around with that, and in the next lesson we're going to get back to refactoring our code so that we can finish off our website. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so in the last lesson, we looked at what this syntax means, and we learned all about how to combine selectors in CSS code. Now, if you haven't taken a look at that, then I strongly recommend you do, because it's really, really useful so that you can understand what exactly is going on over here. But now we're going to continue to refactor our code. So the next thing I want to do relates to the fact that we've got certain sections on our website that have a colored background where the text is white, and then we have other sections where the background is white and the text is black. So this is a repeated pattern across our website. So I want to capture that and refactor our code to make it a little bit more modular and reusable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look through my code and give each of these sections a class based on whether if it's a colored section or if it is a white section. So the first title section is a colored section. The second section, features section, is a white section. And then testimonials was colored, I think. And then press was also a colored section. And then pricing was a white section. And finally, the CTA was a colored section. And the footer was a white section. All right, so now all of our sections have a class depending on whether if they should be white or if they should be colored. And if I hit save, I can now go and create some of these sections up top. So just below containers, I'm going to add another comment that's called sections. And I'm going to add our classes here, the colored section and the white section. All right, so now if we take a look at our code, you can see that for the colored sections, we tend to add a background color of that bright red pinkish color, and then we give the text a white color. Now for the white sections, we tend to just give it a background color of white, and maybe later on we decide that we want to add other changes to our different sections, but at the moment that's basically all that each section has. So let's put that in here. So I'm going to remove these two bits of code and I'm going to put it inside the colored section, and then the white section is simply going to have a background color of white. And now I can go through my code and remove some of the repeated declarations. So in the case of the testimonial section, even though it's a colored section because it has white text and it has a background color, and we've already given it a class of colored section, it is slightly different from the other colored sections because it has this kind of peachy color rather than this bright pinkish red. So what we can do here is we can delete the part that's repeated, which is the white text, because it's already inside a section that has a class of colored section which has that text color that's applied. But we can override the background color by applying a style to our ID. And it's important to remember that there is a hierarchy between different types of selectors, as we mentioned before. So IDs are the most specific and their styles get applied preferentially over everything else. Then next comes classes. And finally comes these HTML elements. So say if I right click and inspect to go into the Chrome developer tools, and I select our section here, which has an HTML element of section, class of colored section, and an ID of testimonials, you can see that even though colored section is applying the background color of that bright pinkish color, and ID testimonials is applying this more peachy color, you can see that this one gets overridden and it's shown as being crossed out in the Chrome developer tools. So if we didn't have this style that's applied in the ID, which as we said is more specific, has higher ranking, then it would default to the colored section background color. But because we do, then this one is going to override the other color. And it's pretty much the same thing inside the press section as well. All right, so the last one that we have is the CTA section, which we can now basically delete because the section already has a class of colored section, so we don't need to write out that code again. So let's hit save and refresh our website, and hopefully absolutely nothing has changed. So we're doing a good job with our refactoring. Now, another thing that you might have noticed up here is that because we're targeting the container that's inside the title section, we don't actually need this extra title ID. We can actually just combine these two into the same selector, and we can delete that specific title ID selector. So here I've got a code play again with no frameworks here, so pure CSS, and we've got a H1 that has an ID of heading as well as a class of title, and it just says hello world. Now over here, there's many ways that I can change its style, right? So I can say, for example, H1 color red. And if I hit run, then of course it will turn red. But if you accidentally try to change the same property twice, say for example, if I said now color is green, then the last CSS rule change will be the one that will be carried out. So if I hit run, this is now going to be green instead of red. So basically the process is changes it red and then it changes it green. It's reading the code from top to bottom. It's not very clever here. So in this case, the last CSS rule has priority over everything above it. Now, as we said before, I can either use the H1, which is an HTML element selector, to change the color, or I can use the class, which is title, to change the color. So let's change it to yellow. Now, a class is more specific than an HTML element. So think about it. On your web page, you're probably going to have more HTML elements than classes. So for example, if you had a whole bunch of paragraphs, they're probably all going to have different classes. So it makes sense to make the class selectors have higher priority because they are more specific. So if I hit run now, you'll see that the hello world is now yellow instead of red because this has a higher priority. Now, finally, if I decided to change the color by using the ID. So let's target that ID heading and change the color to blue, and I hit run, you'll see that this has the highest priority of all. And our hello world will display in blue rather than any other color. And if we take a look at the Chrome developer tools over here, you can see that all our colors are being applied, but they're just being overridden by something with a higher priority. So that means that if this color change wasn't applied in the ID, so if we deleted this line of code, then it would go to the next highest priority CSS rule, which is the class, and finally it would go to the H1. So knowing what we know about how specific CSS rules are, for example, we know that inline styles are more specific than, say, internal or external CSS styles. So if we change the color here to, I'm running out of colors here, orange, and we hit run, you can see that this is even higher priority than the IDs, and that is overriding all of our external style sheet. So it can get pretty confusing very quickly. And also, if you're writing a lot of CSS code, very often you're going to get into the situation where you start writing conflicting rules like this bunch we've got over here. So this ends up being a lot of code that's applied to the same thing, well, applied 3 times basically, and the last one standing gets carried through in the end. But this is very inefficient, and it's also very, very bug prone. So how can you prevent creating conflicting rules? Well, the first thing to remember is use IDs very, very sparingly. Don't try and use it when you can use a class. So for example, in our case, we've really only got IDs for our sections. And in part, that's because it helps us with our navigation. So just because you only have one of something isn't good enough to give it an ID instead of a class. So for example, if I wanted to change the style of our copyright text, then even though we're only going to have one copyright text on our page, it's not a good enough reason to use an ID rather than using a class. A class is perfectly good enough in this case. So use IDs really, really sparingly. And I tend to recommend to only use it really for sections and parts of your code that definitely need an ID. For example, if you're working with Bootstrap carousels or Bootstrap elements, then they do need an ID to target from the href. They need that navigational ability of the ID, and that is a case where you might consider using it, but always first consider using class instead of going straight to an ID, even if it only appears once. The other thing to remember is that when you're applying classes to your elements, to only use one class. I know that it seems a little bit weird because we're using Bootstrap, and Bootstrap loves its multiple classes, which irks a lot of people. But in terms of the CSS classes that you're applying yourself, for example, in this case, the H1 has a class of big heading, and it wasn't something like big and heading and I don't know, white, right? Where we have different styles for each of these classes, and together they make up the big heading. This is really bad practice because it's very, very easy to get into conflicts that way. So try to keep it specific and try to apply only a single custom class to each of your elements. And the other thing is avoid inline styles at all costs. This is really, really bad CSS coding practice. There are no cases where your inline style cannot be solved by using the external style sheet. So this is just pure laziness, and it's really, really bad practice. So don't do that. So those are just a few bits of good practice to incorporate into your workflow so that you avoid conflicts and you have less problems debugging your code later on. All right, so our code is now a lot more modular, much more readable because we've implemented a better structure. So for example, our HTML, our broad stroke, web page wide styles are up here. And then we've got our headings, classes, our sections classes, our navigation bar classes, our buttons, title section, features, and it's now a lot easier, say if something goes wrong in our code, to try and figure out the part of the code that's causing the problem. So you could further refactor this, although there really is a sweet spot before you start, getting rid of all your code and trying to mush it all together into a single giant class, which doesn't really work either. So just because something repeats itself isn't itself a good enough reason for you to try and get rid of it. So even though we have, for example, the price text that has a font size of 3 rem and line height of 1.5, and also the testimonial text also has the same dimensions, it's not necessarily a good enough reason to simply bunch them together into a single class, because even though, in our case, we've kind of kept them the same, in reality, it's probably not likely that you're going to have exactly the same styles applied to many bits of your web page that are not really related, right? The testimonial text and the pricing text, it's just pure coincidence, or rather partly laziness on my part, to keep them styled exactly the same. In reality, it's probably not going to be. So our website is now complete. Now, of course, the hrefs for these buttons, etc., and your social icons are not working at all because we don't really have anywhere to point people to. But if you did have a website, then you can already see how you now have the skills and the tools and the know-how to build a fantastic looking website yourself using Bootstrap and CSS and HTML. So I hope you had fun with me in this module. And in the next module, we've got even more exciting things yet to come for you, because we're going to learn about JavaScript. So not only are we going to have style, but we're also going to have functionality. And this is really where the real fun starts, because we can start making our website do things by using some real code and not just HTML and CSS. So I'm really excited to see you on the next module, and I hope you will be too. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next module.